Hello, good morning. Of course, it's the New European Bauhaus. It's day 3 and the last day. I'm very sorry to say, but there's a lot of things happening today on this Saturday. We have panels, activities, TED Talks. Of course, by the end of the session, we are going to get the New European Bauhaus prize. Everyone who's here, you know that you need to wear your headphones because it's a silent event, but you're going to hear everything if you wear them. And if you watch from home, and I know there's many of you connected streaming, you can interact through Slido throughout the session. Of course, I will be moderating this, and I will guide you throughout the entire process. And now, of course, let's go straight with the first panel. I'm very happy to say we're joined by Luther Kwanen, who has a very good session on innovation, green, but also a lot of the creative thinking behind this. I leave the floor to you.
Thank you, Maria, for this sweet introduction. I'd like to start with a story I'd like to tell you. Let's go back nearly 200 years back in time. I would say 179 years to be accurate. We are in 1851 in London, and the industrial revolution is on the rise, you know. We are in Hyde Park for the first great exhibition. Actually, the first great exhibition of the works of industry of all nations, mostly Western nations, but this is another topic. Because for the first time in Western history, and maybe in humankind history, there is one dream coming true, one mere democratic dream. We are able to produce goods, comforts for everyone at an affordable price. Furniture, appliances, decoration, everything you need, everything you dream about. And this exhibition is here to show it to the rest of the world. Housed, sheltered in this beautiful and completely removable temporary temple made of cast iron and glass. This is the Crystal Palace. But there is one problem, just one problem. This Crystal Palace is actually the only industrial miracle here. Because the majority of the products that are displayed there, the majority of those products are actually very poor, cheap designed, truly disgraceful, disgusting. And I like to say that they are actually very shitty. This is the right word. As a result of a disordered and brainless wheel of production. Basically, people just produce things because they can produce them, you know. And it comes, this is the worst probably, it comes with an unthinkable cost, like polluting factories, polluted cities and filthy cities where broken workers are gathered and packed in gloomy and unsanitary housings. So, somehow, this is how one of the stories that explains the emergence of industrial design and its avatar product design, graphic design, and services design as we know it. This is one of the stories that explain how it emerged. And it emerged from a larger history of design as a critique and a reaction to a poor quality of production and the social costs that came along with it. So, design as we know it today was somehow born out of that ambition to transform the world for the better. And back today, in 2022, when all living things and probably all life as we know it too are in great danger. And from now on, the question is not only about what we can transform, but also about how we can save things. So, welcome to this 8th panel discussion, humbly titled, Design and Co-Creation, Can We Save the World? I'd like to welcome here at la Gare Maritime in Brussels, the live audience, of course, and also the online audience, because I'm sure that there is a lot of you behind the camera. So we'll have 3 presentations from our speakers here. And then probably 20 minutes or so of a free discussion, and then 10 minutes of Q&A. So you will be free to send us your question through Slido. For this discussion, I would like to introduce by alphabetical order our three great speakers here. So we have Leila, which is the founder of the School of Disruptive Design in New York. And you're also a farmer, right? Jamer, which is a professor of transdisciplinary design at Parsons School of Design in New York. And Ruben, which is a graphic designer and a teacher at the Royal Academy of Art of La Hague, and also a writer. So, Leila, I give you the floor for your presentation. So each one, 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Luther. So I studied product design because when I was 19 years old, it seemed like a really fun and interesting career to go into. And what I was learning how to do was to create products that fed into the industrial economy. And so very shortly, I had my own little existential crisis where I realized I was learning how to create crap to sell to idiots. No offense to anyone, but hearing the birth of industrial design, I really did feel like I was going to be part of a system that wasn't going to help achieve a better world. And so I actually quit design school after a couple years and went to study sociology because I was like, this is clearly a human problem. We've made design. Design is one of the most fascinating and powerful tools that humans have created to form the materials of the world born to us from nature to meet our needs and desires. And as a result of our desires and production, we have created an absolutely phenomenal amount of growth for ourselves and negative externalities and consequences for the planet, all other species, and as a byproduct of us being a part of this beautiful planet, ourselves. So for me, I really wanted to figure out how to be a designer who helped change the world. And that's a pretty lofty goal, I think, for a young person. But hopefully my story of how I developed a practice to do that can inspire some of you to think about how you can use design, whether you're an actual designer, you've studied design, or whether you're what I call a citizen designer, someone who operates in the world. So one of the things I did was found the School of Disruptive Design. It's an experimental knowledge lab. We were founded in New York, but we operate all over the world. We have thousands of students who are actually career shifters. They're people like yourselves who wake up one day and they're like, I really want to use my skills to do something more meaningful, more value-led and purpose-led. And we teach systems thinking, sustainability, and design as catalysts for positive impact and change. And I am so excited to be here at the new European Bauhaus because obviously the ideas and the essence and the spirit of the Bauhaus was super inspiring when I quit my job and started an experimental knowledge lab. And in fact, in 2017, we took a cohort on a 7-day adventure in Berlin. And this is us outside the Bauhaus archive. If anyone has had the opportunity to go there, you'll know how inspiring it is to see the experimentation that was part of the essence of the Bauhaus, that physical exploration and collaboration. Now, as a designer, I will look to design tools that are open source and that help challenge the status quo so that we can design a future that works better for all of us. And one of the reasons I do that is because we live in what now geologists are calling the Anthropocene. Anthro meaning human. We, as a species, have dominated every single centimeter of this planet. We have figured out how to create technological advancements that have elevated our species beyond all others, and at a great cost. And that cost is that we have now impacted everything that is beautiful and wonderful on this world. And if you're not familiar with it, the Anthropocene is actually a geological experiment, a justification of a shift from the Holocene, which for 11,000 years, we lived in a climatic stable environment that allowed us to settle down and grow our species. And now there's a big fight amongst the geologists in the world as to whether or not in 1950, after the end of the Second World War, did we enter into a new geological age called the Anthropocene, marked by the sediments in rocks and soil and ice. We can see from the Industrial Revolution onwards, soot, aluminium, nuclear isotopes, all of the persistent chemicals laid down in the geological records of our beautiful and only known life-sustaining planet in the universe. And this is why I think it's so important that, aside from being a professional designer, the world is made up of citizen designers. That is every human who participates in an economy. Because all our actions, the things we buy, the things we don't buy, the things we click on, the conversations we have, the values we hold, these add up to the data that then drives the types of products and services that end up in the economy. So every single one of us, no matter how small or big we are, has the potential to influence the world around us. And to that end, I actually worked in collaboration with the United Nations. Funny side note, in 2016, I was named Champion of the Earth by the United Nations. It's an actual thing. It's hilarious, I know. I had to Google it whilst I was getting the phone call, is this real? And as a result, I've been able to collaborate with the UN and help to figure out how we can live more sustainably on this planet. We created this toolkit called the Anatomy of Action. We all take action with our hands every single day, and we have the potential to make positive impacts in the economy. In the food we buy, the stuff that we consume, the way we move around our cities, how we engage in fun. And there are so many potential opportunities for us to activate our agency. And to that end, when it comes to communicating and sharing change, we have to think about education, because one of the reasons we don't have a kind of conversation about our role in the world and we don't design better products and services is because we do not talk about this from a young, throughout our education system. And so another project we did with the Finnish education system was called the Circular Classroom. It's open source, freely available. It's used in high school and early design programs. It's all about advancing systems thinking and sustainability, developed as a co-creation with the students and the teachers so that they created the types of activities that would help them learn to think in this more complicated and dynamic and chaotic way. So for me personally, this is really a conversation about agency. Who has the power to make change in the world? Is it you or is it somebody else? A lot of people deflect responsibility for changes that they want to see onto other parts of the system. But we all have the agency to affect change. We have the capacity to expand our sphere of influence over time through the knowledge, the conversations, the types of engagements we have. And that's why I'm so excited about something like the new European Bauhaus, because the idea of the Bauhaus was to challenge, experiment, provoke, and to consider an alternative future that we could all perhaps walk into together. And when we come to the conversation about how do we live sustainably on this planet, how do we design products and services that are circular and regenerative, we need to think about this as a process of transformation. And we need to go through those different stages of transformation and understand that, first of all, we need to know impact. We need to understand the impact of our actions as individuals and as a community. And then once we understand impact, we can move through to starting to redesign the products and services that fill our lives to be circular and to ultimately then give back more than they take. And as a side note, if you're interested, I developed this method called the Disruptive Design Method that helps you think in a more holistic way about the challenges we face. It minds problems, it uses systems thinking to put those pieces together and then to build solutions that challenge the way in which we operate in this world. Because this is the challenge that we have in front of us. Whether it be ocean plastic waste, deforestation, climate change, the 6th great extinction of species on this planet, it is up to us, every single one of us, no matter who we are or where we live in the world, to activate our own agency, to figure out how we can contribute to redesigning the world so it works better for all of us. And to start with that, we need to learn how to value nature, value each other, and value the wonderment of this only known life-sustaining planet in the entire universe. Thank you.
Well, that's a lot. Like now, I'm wondering whether the design is really able to change or not the world. So that's a really good thing. Just a small aparté, you will be able to join the Slido online and to ask questions to our speakers. So you just need to scan this QR code and check in, and then send us your question. And I ventilate the question, and we will answer them. Jamer, I think that you have some stuff to share with us, right?
I do. Thank you, Luther. And thanks to my great panelists. This is really extraordinary to be here, and it's just so much fun to be at the new European Bauhaus. I'm going to start off with a thought. Bottom-up revolution. You may have heard that on the opening day from President van der Leyen, who described the potential of the new European Bauhaus, bottom-up revolution. One of the 3 pillars is inclusion. Well, what does this all mean for design? What does it mean as we shift design from designing for the masses, for the population, for industry, as Luto very eloquently described when we began, to designing with, as we often talk about, to design with people. What does inclusion really mean for design? And what I'm going to do today is really talk a little bit about what you might also describe as the sort of microphysics of collaboration, of inclusion, of working together, of sharing within design. And I'm doing this from about 20 years of experience, going back to the early 2000s, of struggling through trying to figure out how to collectively design. It started off with a community in Philadelphia who were in social housing that had been detonated to create a new kind of social housing. They had an open space and they wanted to create a new park. And with my colleague Jonas Milder, we helped to steer a process with that community to design over about 8 years and a lot of politics to actually produce a park in Center City, Philadelphia. And from this 20 years, I've done a lot of practicing, teaching, publishing about co-creative and participatory design practices. And what I want to kind of think about today is what are some of the challenges, what are some of the opportunities within that process, what are some of the lessons, but perhaps maybe insights and provocations. So Luther gave me 7 minutes, I'm going to come up with 7 ideas. So the first, which is probably the most conceptual, is who is actually calling the problem into being? In some ways, design is like a hammer looking for a nail. It's often solutions looking for problems. And one of the things that escapes us often is actually who is describing this as a problem. Is it the community? Is it the designer? Is it an NGO? Is it the government? Is it a university? Who is defining the nature of the problem? That problem definition, that boundary setting is an act of power. It is an act of definition. And we need to think about that because very often someone might say, well, the problem is poverty in the neighborhood. Well, if you ask someone in the neighborhood, they may say, it's not poverty, it's transportation. We can't get to jobs. This isn't a poverty problem, this is transportation. So who defines the problem as we know it in design? Participatory design, co-creative practices take time. A year, perhaps, simply to build trust with a community. 6 months. 6 months to design. 6 months to implement. A year to evaluate, assess, and rethink. So minimum of 3 years. What I often see is people jumping into co-creative practices with communities, and they have a semester if they're in education. They have 3 months, they have 6 months. Not only is that not possible, I would argue it's reckless, it's dangerous, it's arrogant, and it's patronizing. You can do more damage than good by simply swooping into a community, doing your little design thing, and then walking away. This one may be a little bit more controversial, but I hope I can explain it well. Everyone can design, but not everyone is a designer. And I'm not trying to talk here about credentials or create sort of design as an exclusive practice. Everybody can design. But I'll give you another example. I can dance, but none of you want to come into this auditorium to see me dance on stage. I can give advice to friends. But if those friends are deeply depressed or have suicidal ideation, my advice is not appropriate to give to them because I don't have the learning and the experience and the time to do this at a level that is requisite for the problem. And design is the same way. It requires that kind of dedication to a practice in the same way that we expect it of plumbers, in the same way we expect it of teachers, in the same way we expect it of our airplane pilots. And so, yes, everyone has the capacity to design. But that doesn't mean everybody is a designer. And often in co-creative practices, we think, oh, just let's get people together and people will collectively come up with a great idea. That would be wonderful, that sort of emergent process. It doesn't happen. And why? My fourth, because participation is a process that must be designed. It can be wild or it can be quiet. It can be indoors or it could be outdoors. It could be through the body and movement, or it could be through conversation. It could be about generating lots of ideas, or it could be about conflict resolution. So if the process can take all kinds of forms, you can have participatory, co-creative processes that are terribly organized. And you can have some that are beautifully organized. So it itself is a process to be designed. So you don't just jump into it thinking, we are going to work together, let's just get around the table. It requires experience, knowledge, training in order to design it well, to design it effectively, to support a community in their goals. And the goal of that co-creative practice is not to design a solution as we often think about in design. Again, design is a hammer looking for a nail. But instead, it's to create the conditions of possibility for something unknown to emerge. The designer in these situations does not have the answer. We are trained as designers to think that we alone have the answers to the problems put in front of us. But in this instance, the idea is that you create the conditions of possibility for the unknown to emerge. So you're not designing the flowers and the vegetables. What you're doing is you're helping to create the fertile soil in which those can grow. And things may grow there that you don't expect, but that's part of the process. It's up to the community to grow those things. It's not up to the designer, so you create the conditions. And if this sounds like a radically different way of designing, it really is just the tip of the iceberg. There are profound and substantive and meaningful and important challenges to design that are happening right now. The decolonizing design movement, for example, is challenging the fundamental presuppositions of a kind of Anglo-Euro-American design process. Black, brown, indigenous, queer designers, design activists are challenging the basic suppositions and assumptions of what design is in the world. And so design is going to have to change radically to meet the needs of more than just those of us who have been practicing now for 100 years. And we're not going to get there simply by practicing in the same old ways. It is such an extraordinary moment to be launching the new European Bauhaus. This is an amazing opportunity, and it couldn't come at a more urgent time. But I do want to also raise the issue that not everybody in the world is excited to hear the words European and Bauhaus. There are people in the world for whom these represent the oppressive structures that have kept them from their dreams. So we have to be aware of that if this is going to have global impact, we have to change the way we think about design and the way that we practice design and who gets to define what design can be. This is an important moment for the new European Bauhaus, but we must change the definition of design. And finally, don't contribute to the white savior industrial complex. This is a concept that Teju Cole, the author, crafted. And you know, I'll push back a little bit on the title for this morning's conversation. Can design and co-creation save the world? Count me out. I don't want to save the world. My answer is no. It cannot save the world. I don't want to be a savior. Design shouldn't be a savior. Can we as designers contribute to meaningful, important change that may happen within communities? Absolutely. That's our challenge here today. But we're not going to ride in on a white horse to save the world. That is not our job. Our job is to work with and co-create with others opportunities that we've never seen before, that they are asking for, that they are driving, where they have the power, they have the control, they have the agency to shape their futures. Thank you so much.
It seems like every presentation is like raising more and more questions. So I don't know how we're going to finish this. Ruben, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. I think it's really amazing to hear this build up and all the knowledge that we heard so far. I'm a storyteller, and my job is really more about perception. So I also want to kind of like remind everybody here that we are here because we are worried about the climate crisis. And it's not going really the right way. And if you see here in this graph, despite all the summits and the promises, emissions are still rising worldwide. In the EU, emissions are declining, but our consumer lifestyles are still raising carbon emissions in the global south, where our production takes place. And that brings us to another crisis, a crisis of the imagination. Because multinationals and governments like to present sustainable consumption as the solution, as if we can somehow consume our way out of this crisis. But we have to understand that Europeans are some of the world's top consumers. If every person on this planet would consume as Europeans do, we would need 3 Earths, right? So green capitalism may appear ethical, but if everyone in the world would buy an electric SUV like this one from Mercedes, the energy and minerals would only further deplete our ecosystem. The solution to crisis in Europe may always seem to be market-oriented these days, but it can also be that the market itself may be the cause of some of these problems. Just like the ideas of the Bauhaus were also once radical, but then also easily appropriated to create profits for multinationals. Bauhaus design, for example, became very popular in the disposable form of IKEA furniture, which you can find littering the streets of Europe today. So we have to be careful that well-meant intentions by designers aren't appropriated by multinationals to profit from the climate crisis that they created in the first place. So maybe we need not more but less products. This is called controlled degrowth. And it doesn't have to mean living less fulfilling or less happy lives. Because happiness comes from our social life, who we live with, what we do on a daily basis, and what we get from caring for family and friends. Activities that can improve life for the people around you, not just to make money. Having less can go together with working less and spending more time with our communities. So more practically, a path to degrowth means stopping to use GDP to measure economy. GDP is a metric that dominates all economic policy today, but it ignores the most important work that people do in society. Raise your children, clean your house, help your community, take care of sick family members, or cook food every day. So even though society would collapse without these kinds of work, they are not even considered valuable by economic standards, as you can see in this kind of like screens. So what if we take pollution, deforestation, and the health of the planet into account when we talk about economy? Because what good is stock market on a dead planet, right? So the crisis of imagination also comes from the fact that many on this wealthy continent somehow believe we deserve all this wealth, as if it wasn't stolen from other continents, extracted from the earth, earned through slave trade, colonialism, and the stealing of indigenous lands. Yes, we stole this money, and now we believed it that we somehow earned it fair and square. So I was invited today to discuss inclusivity in design. But we also know that it's, and it's already mentioned, that it's a small part of the world population that is responsible for the majority of CO2 emissions and the pollution. So the majority of the world, often people with less means, often people of color, are the ones faced with the consequences of drought, floods, wars, and extreme weather conditions. In response to this inequality, what we do in Europe is we design border fences, biometric passports, and drones patrolling the shores of Europe, like we can expect from people living in gated communities. So design is not always a force for good, but it can also make things worse. The European border is the most deadly in the world. Every day, 8 people on average die trying to reach the shores of Europe and to share its opportunities and wealth. And I don't see that as a beacon of inclusivity, so there's a lot to be done there. So I want to share this story, how to do this thing differently. In 1699, there was an indigenous thinker and leader called Condiadong from North America. He visited Paris, and what surprised him is that Europeans could be so wealthy, but found it normal not to share that wealth with people that were homeless and hungry on the street. He wrote, "Do you seriously imagine that I would be happy to live like one of the inhabitants of Paris, to bow and scrape before every obnoxious galoot I meet on the streets who happens to be born with an inheritance? Do you actually imagine I could carry a purse full of coins and not immediately hand them over to people who are hungry?" So we lack the imagination, perhaps, in Europe to see Europe from the eyes of the other. We need to urgently calibrate our priorities and what we value in society. The pandemic shows us that the workers on which society relies aren't bankers, lawyers, and design consultants, but those in the lowest paying jobs: nurses, teachers, parents raising children, cleaners, and people taking care of elderly. So, and secondly, I want to also propose that we stop being afraid in Europe. Afraid of sharing, afraid of change. Europe is wealthy, but also wealthy in ideas that we can share with the world. I think that's what inclusivity and co-creation is ultimately about. So many brilliant women and men, artists, intellectuals, activists, scientists, helped this continent to become a beacon of emancipation. Europeans that gave us universal suffrage, and the child labor gave us free weekends and 8-hour workdays. So instead of putting up borders, Whether border walls, paywalls, or patent walls, why not share this knowledge? Share resources, share vaccines, share our patents, share our designs, and own up to the language of inclusivity that we so desperately want to communicate. So let me also be clear, the EU has done some really amazing work on eco-standards, demanding less wasteful products, forcing tech companies to comply with better standards so that the amount of e-waste can be reduced. Because multinationals are now more powerful than governments, we need this transnational kind of action to force ethical behavior from businesses because they're not going to do it by themselves. So, but in light of the climate crisis, this is not going to be enough. We need to keep in mind that our priority is to stop the imminent destruction that will befall on humans and non-humans alike. And we cannot do that if we want to live billionaire lifestyles. So let's discuss co-creation, let's discuss inclusive design, but let us remember that radical change requires radical ideas. For example, designers that work collectively, instead of always competing in a winner-loser scenario. Design that can be open source, work from scarcity instead of abundance, be patent-free, be more about repair, and be less about creating new products. There are some amazing examples like this one from Brussels, open source publishing, whose work is all published for free and can be adapted in open source fashion. They see all creative work as collective. Or the architects and the researchers from Field Architecture in Amsterdam who work together with sex workers and critically look at the plans of the city of Amsterdam to address gentrification and tourism from the perspective of sex work. And finally, the Brave New Alps from north of Italy, designers who work closely with their community and use design to create a method for local solidarity economies to strengthen their own community there. And I think these are ideas worth sharing. Designers that work with communities, work open source, co-create, put people living on small incomes, so we don't just design luxury products for the rich, but products that can be used by everyone, everywhere. And that's what makes me excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben, for this insightful presentation. Of course, I have many questions, but maybe we could start with a Slido question because I saw that there are many of them. So maybe we have, okay. So let's pick one. Which changes need to be made in education to create design projects? For societal changes, can experimental approach be scaled up?
Yeah,
okay,
right,
you start.
Start with me. Well, 10 years ago at Parsons School of Design, which is one of the largest design schools in the United States, we started the graduate program in transdisciplinary design. And it was precisely to sort of change the formula and the conversation around design, to not ask how do we teach design, but how do we bring students in to help us explore, understand, and imagine what design could be if we are trying to address the complex issues and the complex systems in which we operate. So that said, our university costs probably $55,000 a year, another $30,000 to live in New York City. So it is only available to the very, very wealthy. So, you know, I love what Ruben was saying about the sharing. And I love the example from Layla of her school. There are so many other ways to think about education. And frankly, we can't look to the, you know, sort of, especially in the United States, the universities with all of that sort of embodied
Wealth.
I was going to say junk. I was trying to come up with a polite word for that. So yes, education, the beautiful thing about the internet is it's shown us that education is scalable, that knowledge is scalable, that sharing is scalable. And so I think we have an extraordinary opportunity, but we have to absolutely rethink where this is happening. It can happen within universities, and it is happening within universities, and hopefully we're part of that. But it has to happen elsewhere, because to do this at scale, we need radical innovators.
I mean, one of the reasons I called my school the Unschool was to undo the damage that mainstream education has done to us all. You know, we have a reductive education system where for 16 to 20 years of our lives, we are taught how to break the world down into individual, manageable parts. When we live in a complex, chaotic, dynamic, emergent system, we are part of it. And so for me, like my own education, I went through to getting a PhD, and I was like, I have not learnt the tools that I need to operate in this world. I have not even learned how to do my taxes. And that's the one thing I know I'm definitely going to have to do. And I get in big trouble for if I don't do it well. I believe the academy all forms of higher education is outdated and antiquated. I mean, it was only like 70 years ago that someone who had my gender bits was allowed to actually be educated. And we have so much work to do to create the de-siloed elements of our school. So the transdisciplinary program that he's helped start is great at breaking those silos. But as you point out, like, I mean, I personally would have, I had to get a scholarship to go to school. I was raised by a single mom. There was no way that I would have been able to afford to pay for my education. I'm the product of the opportunity that my country, Australia, was able to give me, and I'm very grateful for that. But for so many, for every one of me, there are tens of thousands of brilliant, creative, passionate people who do not get an opportunity to use their voice or to use their creativity. And so for me, like, open source and being a Creative Commons, all of this stuff is so important for us to actually really disrupt the way we distribute knowledge so that we have more agency, distribution, and more disruption of the power status, because that is really the only way we're going to get to a better future.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I have a thing about education. It's like a soft spot.
So we talked about the changes we need in education, I mean, when we're educating new designers. But what needs to be changed in design to like tackle today's crisis, like climate change, for instance?
Ruben?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, it's not a design problem.
It's a people
So
problem.
I think this is good what Jeremy also pointed out. You know, don't confuse the, that if you hold a hammer, that everything is a nail. I think what's really important is that I think, and we talked about this yesterday in the pre-talk also, is that, so because design comes from the Industrial Revolution, trying to shape the demand for products and trying to shape products themselves, we tend to think of design as products. But products are not the essential point of design, because products mediate a relationship between people, right? Being on your own with a lot of products is not a lot of fun. So I think it's really important to understand that design is not about products, can be about craft, but that craft also always relates to other people, to craftsmen, producers, the people who, all the line of the production, basically. So I think we have to kind of break a little bit with this idea of the designer genius, and that there's these kind of design stars, and they need to be celebrated, and rather to think about the ecology around those people and around production. And that also because ultimately I think what the kind of design jobs that gave me the most satisfaction were not the ones that gave me design awards or were for famous clients, but that I did with really nice people. And going to a printer that I know and I know the names of their children, that is like why we do what we do. You know, to meet interesting people and to explore what we can make together as form of social processes. So if we can kind of disarm and also demystify a little bit of this design genius, I think it will open up a lot of space for like in-between space. And I think that's what we need. Otherwise, we will just create, the design genius for climate change or the design genius for green capitalism, and that's not going to help one bit.
And for sure, there'll be a man.
Yeah, we talked about that, and yeah, of course, there is that image of the designer working just by himself or herself, and there is that idea that sometimes they don't work in teams, while actually good design, good projects are achieved collectively. So it's a good point for co-creation and participatory approaches. But I would like to ask if there are also, is participatory approaches and collective work are always synonym of good things and success? Is there something like bad participation and bad
Well, maybe we should start with,
co-creation?
you gave a great definition of co-creation. Can you share that with the audience? Because I feel like we're using these words, participation and co-creation, but for some people, these are like just words.
Yeah.
So maybe you could give your definition.
For me, what I think is that as a designer, I'm more like an expert of a methodology, of a practice, and some kind of tools. So, if we talk about physical products, for instance, there are also services and the notion of experience. But let's talk about physical products. I would say that I don't have to be an expert of wood, an expert of steel, an expert of different materials. The idea behind that is that I have to work with some people who are experts into those disciplines. And it actually calls for a transdisciplinary project and for a collective project. For me, I would say that also about co-creation and users, there is something about that too, but I don't want to be the only one talking. there is also something with co-creation, co-conception, co-design. I'm personally very opposed to the idea that you just need to gather people around a table and make them design something. Because just like you said earlier, not everyone is a designer. Not everybody is a designer. So you can't just expect people to gather and just design something in a good way and have like a good product or a good solution at the end. You can gather them, ask them to design something, but you're going to use that material to understand what they expect, need, fear, hopes for sometimes, but you can't just take that thing and just produce it after. So I really think that, yeah, I don't really trust, that idea of just co-design with people who are not exactly designers, but you have to find a way to involve them into the design process, and there are many, many ways to do so and to be in a participatory approach. I think that you have many examples about that too, Jamer.
Yeah, and it's I think you put your finger on a really important tension within design right now, and that is between the kind of legacy of designers as experts and the idea that design is something inherent in all of us. And I tried to talk about that a little bit in the point about why I'm not up here dancing. And so, this is not something easily resolved, and I think this is a really important moment for design to think about what it means to unleash the collective creativity of more than just the credentialed designers. We need that. We won't survive without that. So that's absolutely part of our challenge. And yet, I think people who've been trained in design often can see collective co-creative processes as slow and cumbersome and ineffective, and sometimes produces sort of the more generic kind of response rather than something really extraordinary. And we need the extraordinary right now. And so we're going to have to figure out ways, as I said, not just to sort of believe in a co-creative practice, but to design it better. To understand how to do it extremely well. Because if we can't do that, we're not going to solve these issues. The reason we call it transdisciplinary design is because designers don't have the answers. Bus drivers have answers. Clergy have answers. Politicians have answers. Dancers have answers. So we need all of them, or we're not going to get any.
Wanting to be a dancer.
I'm just up here waiting to dance.
I'm
just waiting for that music to come on.
What you can do.
Yes. You don't want to see this, trust me.
I think it's really, when we're talking about this topic of like, who's a designer, who's not a designer, obviously, for me, like, design is not just about forming, physical products in the world. It's actually the act of creating something new. It's emergent. So like, I think cooking is the ultimate act of creativity. You take these different things, you put them together. If you put too much of something, it really doesn't work. Sometimes you follow a rule book. Sometimes you can use what you've learned through the rules to make something new. And I feel like when it comes to producing things, whether that be ideas or policies or products or services, we need to produce things that are more equitable. And equity comes through diversity. And right now, we do not have diversity. So for me, participation and co-creation is about opening up the power structures of who gets their voice heard, so that the things that we create fit more of the types of people and the world that we live in. So if you look at the history of ergonomics, for example, that was the Herman Miller, right? The ergonomic measure of man. Was that Miller?
No.
No, it was Dreyfus. Dreyfus. Oh, old white guy. Anyway, so basically, Dreyfus comes up with this idea of the perfect form, but he uses the wealthy women who were able to pay to have tailored dresses and the army men. And that was all of their body measurements that were used to create the products, the perfect hand grip on a phone and the perfect chair. And so what happens is we exclude the people that don't fit that kind of standardized model. And again, reductionism, standardization, these are all part of the Industrial Revolution because it's cheaper and quicker and easier if everything is one size and shape. And that, unfortunately, is like monocultures. And monocultures in nature breed nothing unique or new. In fact, monocultures are exposed to disease and to infestation. And that is the reality of design right now, is it is a monoculture. And so we need to have equity, and equitable access requires us to dismantle the power that has reiterated its own biases. 70% of white men work in tech right now, which is why we have so many issues with biases in the products and services that are controlling and dictating our lives. And so if we don't open up this field of design to more people and more diversity, whether that has to be through co-creation or whether it has to be with more equitable access to the knowledge and the capacity to be able to be designers or to be these creators of the world, the physical world, the digital world, then we're not going to get to a place of strength and resilience. Yeah, I'll stop there.
I have a question
I could
because
keep
we
going.
talked about a lot of things right now, but I'm wondering about the opportunities you see for the NEB. You know, there is that movement we're trying to create around those three principles: sustainability, aesthetic, inclusion. What opportunity do you see for the NEB through design, through participatory approaches and co-creation also? Yeah, go ahead, Ruben.
I honestly don't know because it's very difficult to find out what the New European Bauhaus is about. Like if you go to the website, it's, you know, so for me, I cannot answer that. I do think it's important that I have a little bit of a problem with the term co-creation because it's kind of a way that something like something very simple that we've always been doing is people working together can be privatized and marketed as a term and can be employed by businesses and become a business model. So I have a lot of experience in community, in working with communities and social projects, right? And what you see with those projects, and that's also what Jamer pointed out, they never are short. They take years, and so a designer cannot do many of those projects. If you do like a few, then you're already full. And the point is nobody has money to afford for that kind of projects, for that kind of long term. So the reason why there's no co-creation, because it's simply too expensive. And it usually happens only on really long-term trajectories that are sponsored by states or on other forms. So I think what's really important about degrowth is at the moment you have to design more with less, so not from abundance, what kind of chair should we make? What kind of, you know, appliance should we build now? But okay, we have these things right here. We have this waste, we have these materials. What can we make from that? That's when you need to bring people together, and then you need to be smart about a way of collaborating. So like cooking, if you have like for cooking, for example, you can take as long as you want because this is your own time. But this is not how design works, right? So I like the analogy because this is how design should work. So if we don't have to worry all the time about, we have 20 billable hours, you know, then what we can do is actually get a little bit better into what is smart to do here rather than what is the client like expecting from us. So I think putting the emphasis on the end of the design is kind of like shifting away the responsibility, while in fact designers are still always waiting for clients and people to tell them what to do, how much time they have and how much money they can spend.
Yeah. But it raises one question. Does design, could design exist outside the capitalism system? I mean, because you're talking about clients, you're talking about profits. So it feels like somehow design is trapped and only exists in capitalism. Could it exist somewhere else in another system, another paradigm?
Always exists. Like the history of humanity is us figuring out through our needs and desires to form materials into goods and services that make society possible. So design in its modern context is just that it is such a powerful tool. I call it the social scripter. Design scripts the way in which we should interact with each other and the world around us. And it is one of the most powerful tools of cognitive influence that we've created. It works so well to sell products because it manipulates people. And that is one of the tragic, executions of design, is that it is now a tool for consumption and GDP-based growth. And that is the saddest thing of this beautiful, powerful thing that is inherently human, or perhaps some people are trained how to use Adobe and some are not. Ultimately, we have the ability to take the things around us and using parameters, restrictions, to create the things that we need. And the things that we need right now is new operating systems because our policies and procedures and processes have led us down a path of exploitation and extraction that is destroying the only known life-sustaining system in the entire universe. And I don't think Mars is an option, apart from the fact it doesn't have oxygen. It also doesn't have butterflies, and I don't see the point of living if you don't have them. Just gonna say.
Luther, can I turn the question back to you?
Yeah.
Since you are part of the high-level table, what excites you about the new European Bauhaus? And you're a designer.
Whoa, this is a trap.
Yes.
No,
I've perfectly laid the trap.
I really like that idea, the fact that it's not completely defined, actually. Because, in the companies I worked in, the organization I worked in, I realized that as a designer, I'm very comfortable with uncertainty and with the unknown. Like someone puts something on a table, like a project which is very blurry, most of the people, they freak out. But as a designer, I mean, I was trained to navigate through the unknown. So I'm very comfortable with the fact that the New European Bauhaus is not completely framed, defined, because I see it as an opportunity to shape new ideas, new things, and to propose things. So I really like that idea, honestly. And so as a designer, I'm very thrilled. I'm very thrilled, yeah.
I want to pick up on one term that I think is, to me, is in some ways the most kind of flammable, volatile of the three, which is beauty. Because frankly, in design, we really haven't used that word for 30 or 40 years. Because it's really symbolized a very normative, a very narrowly defined sense of what is appropriate. Again, coming out of the sort of Western Beaux-Arts tradition. And I think I don't have to rehearse the conversations about why beauty as a concept is kind of bankrupt and no longer works because of the way it keeps people out rather than keeps people in, creates hierarchies of taste, elitism, all these kinds of things. That said, I think that there is an extraordinary opportunity now to rethink what a kind of pluralistic notion of the things that we marvel at, the things that move us, the things that, I'm going to go there again, bring us on the dance floor. I have a Stevie Wonder theory of aesthetics, which is that so many political social change projects in design, they're awful to look at. And it's because, we have to spend all our time being virtuous. We can't be gorgeous. Stevie Wonder can talk about politics, but he can also get you up on the dance floor. Third, maybe fourth reference to dance. If Stevie Wonder can combine politics and kind of wonder and beauty and rhythm and all of these things, why can't all of us? And so for me, the really incredible opportunity here is to radically reimagine what beauty is. I think all of us in some form are moved by things. We need to move towards that capacity to move people. And that doesn't have to be universally held. It can be an absolutely pluralistic notion of what it is. But if we don't think about these things and we toss them out, we create a lot of bland collective.
We had a discussion yesterday during a workshop about that beauty notion. And where you're saying that it's, how to say that, monolithic somehow, or maybe, I think that beauty, I mean, this is what I think now, that beauty is actually an emotional response to something. So in beauty, there is a part which is universal, and I think that the emotional response is universal. I mean, if you're here in Brussels, if you're somewhere else in the world, you still can have the same emotional response to something. And this is, for me, some part of the definition of beauty. And then the question is, what triggers that emotional response? And I think that part, those things that are triggering the emotional response are contextual and they are cultural. So I think that beauty is a mix of, something local and also something also universal. I mean, this is how I see it,
I'd like to bring two words here. One is value and the other is awe. I think we don't value nature. We don't value what is truly valuable. We value the wrong things. I've written extensively about this, and our entire economic system, GDP, ignores nature. It's like it doesn't exist. It ignores the work that women do in the home. It ignores, when a hurricane happens and people die, the caskets that are used to take their bodies away increases GDP. And we have no negative value of the losses that the oil spill or the hurricane does. So I think we have a misaligned value, which I think then fits into beauty, because what we perceive as valuable is often what we perceive as is beautiful, right? So this is a whole other conversation. But you made me think of something that is, to me, very beautiful, which is the concept of awe coming from awesome. Have you ever had a moment where you're so amazed, your brain kind of just fires all your neurochemicals and you're just like, right? Okay, so I have a friend who's an astronaut. I know, I feel very lucky. And he talks, many astronauts, there's only 500, well now there's a few other astronauts, but that's private enterprise, if it's something different. It's only a few hundred people who have ever seen the Earth from space. And they all have this thing called the overview effect, which is a neurological shift and physiological, when they are separated from the planet that created them, and they see it in its fragility, in its beauty. They are so moved by the experience that every single astronaut comes back to Earth saying, we have to do everything in our power to protect this planet, because they have been able to see that value in a completely different perspective. And that is why our ability to change our point of view and our perspective of this planet and the things that exist within it, and to value what is truly valuable, is so important. So beauty is built on value, and if we could all just see the Earth from outside of it, then perhaps we would figure out that the most beautiful thing is what we have in front of us.
We're going to take just one question for the Slido quickly, because we didn't take much. We still have like, what, 5 minutes, so we're going to have to be very concise. What does beautiful... No, this is... what do you say to people like me that find the disruptive design and co-creative talk just as dissociated as the government institution that lives in their bubble? Very quick.
Yeah. Well, for me, disruptive design is about intent. Disruption is the intent to understand and disrupt a system. It is very much about, not about making a mess, but about understanding dynamics and relationships to be able to create a different outcome. So it's not about like disruptive innovation or being disruptive. It's really about thinking through your steps and processes so that you can, take your agency and do something effective in the world. As far as co-creation, hi. I don't know what. Dance.
Yeah, this is time for you to dance. Staff that is doing an amazing job around here and a lot of great job and work around here. And of course, a great thank you to you, speakers, Leila, Jamer, and Ruben. So I would like maybe a round of applause for them. Thank you very much, and the floor is yours, Maya.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much, everyone. I have to say I loved this session. I just loved it. It flew by. So thanks to the three of you for this. And now we're going to separate and do two things. If you're here, you stay with me because we have an interview coming up that I think you might find interesting. And if you're online, we're going to give you a 50-minute break, and we'll be right back. So if you're here, stay with me. If you're online, you can go maybe to the toilet, maybe you want to get a coffee, whatever you want to do in 15 minutes, but make sure you're back here at 10:45. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Also, round of applause again.
Hold up. I see you. I see you.
So let's we're back. So thank you so much, everyone watching from home. We're back with the next panel. To everyone here, of course, thank you for staying with us. And the next panel will, of course, look at something that to me is particularly interesting, which is how do you combine technology, art, science, with this context of innovation, particularly so we make the transition into green. And for that, the panel will be moderated by José Luis de Vicente, who of course comes from Barcelona. He works a lot with Sonar D, which I'm sure you know very well. He would lead the discussion, and now I leave the floor to him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, bonjour, bon dia, everyone. Thanks for joining us here and also joining us from home. My name is José Luis de Vicente. As I said, I'm a curator and researcher, and I've been working for many years in the space that we're going to try to map a little bit in this session and fill with questions. This session is called Integrating Science, Art, and Technology in something that I think is starting to shape up, which is the notion of a European model of innovation. And before going to our incredible participants that are both here and also online, I wanted to give a certain context to what is this idea. The idea first that there is such a thing which is a common space where the arts, technology, and science come together, and that there is a tradition and even a history of this being part of a European model of innovation. So let me run a little bit through some things. I can get my presentation here. So yeah, there will have been no Bauhaus without the famous Bauhaus parties. For those of you that you know, the Bauhaus had this very important tradition, almost practice, of gathering celebratory events in which all participants would collaborate across disciplines to make incredible costumes. And these costumes would be representing industry, would represent technology. Some of the most famous ones would represent metal. And the tradition of the costumes in the Bauhaus show a side of the Bauhaus that was very, very important, which was, this was not only a place for inventing, for revolutionizing industry and the shape of the constructed world and the everyday. This was very importantly a place for the imagination and for creative experimentation, open in multiple ways, without the specific parameters that had to be goal-oriented. So these are things that we know about innovation and the way that it works, that we need spaces. And there's a role for non-purposeful creative exploration, for doing things that don't necessarily have to pan out instantly in predictive ways. Also for unstructured play. This notion of play, of course, is very important in creative processes. So if you have play that is not goal-oriented or discipline-driven, you may find interesting results and places. And these parties, this is also very important, would be a great space for the Bauhaus to tell to the public, to the general audience, what the Bauhaus was about. They were also an interface with society. So there's actually a tradition of an idea that you cannot create models of innovation that don't look at these things, at unstructured play, at not purpose-driven experimentation, and looking about society and the places that, the things that are on the other side of the space of research. In a way that there is a connection or a tradition, and follow me here, between the laboratory and the party. That what happens in the lab and what happens at the party are not necessarily two different things that don't have anything to do with each other, but that both of them fit on each other on interesting ways. So for instance, this hasn't kind of like well described. Maybe you know about this place, Black Rock City. This is the famous city that is constructed out of nowhere every year for the Burning Man Festival. And the Burning Man Festival is this big event in Utah in the desert where thousands of people gather to create and produce machines collaboratively, without a driven purpose, without an objective, just to make an experiment in conviviality, in living together for a few days. And it's very well documented and analyzed that there is a relationship between the workforce of Silicon Valley, of the tech industry, and this space. And I'm not saying it, Fred Turner, who is probably the most well-known historian of Silicon Valley, explains what is the connection between the space of Silicon Valley and the space of Burning Man, the laboratory and the party, the space of unstructured play. Now, I have a bit of an interest here because this is my laboratory. This is Sonar Festival in Barcelona. It's been going on, next year will be for 30 years. And if you look at it from the outside, it may not really look like a laboratory. It looks way more like a party. But this is a place where scientists, musicians, hackers, artists, entrepreneurs, academics sit around a table outside of the safe space of their disciplines, outside of the safe space of what is happening there. I love it that once a magazine, the Time Out magazine, made a list of all the big music festivals in Europe and gave a tag to each of them. And for Sonar, the tag was, it's a festival for ravers with PhDs. And actually, I love this definition because there is a reason why you would need a space for ravers with PhDs, or there is a space between the rave and the structured space of research. This is what the lab looks about. This is Sonar Plus D. This is the area in which for the last 10 years, we've built this anti-disciplinary cross-pollination space of academics, artists, practitioners, technologies working together. I love this book.
Oh,
this book is very amazing because it tells a very important story. Orlando Fisk wrote in this book called The Europeans, the story of how in the 19th century, the train created a model of European culture. Without the train, there would have not been opera. There would not have been literature as it existed because the train allowed for a circulation of ideas to an extent that didn't happen before and created something that we could call European culture. What is the train of today? And have we produced these models for European culture today? I absolutely believe that we have. So for instance, if you sing as something, again, please bear with me, as electronic music culture, as club culture in Europe, this is a culture that was produced by the Schengen Treaty and by cheap flying. Because whether in the cavernous space of Berghain in Berlin or in the beaches of Ibiza, in the cliffs of Ibiza, people are European. Club culture is a European artifact. It doesn't really include its national variabilities. And electronic music, which was invented globally, really became, in Europe in the 90s, a global culture for the 21st century that didn't exist before. And I also think the new media art culture history, the electronic art in that time now, new media, art space was the same. Organizations like Ars Electronica in Austria, Transmediale in Germany, Sonar in Spain, many, many others all over the continent created a collective sense of a collective culture that fused art, technology together in ways that we didn't know before. What has this have to do with innovation? You may know this story because there's even a Netflix show about it. In 1996, the art collective Art & Com in Berlin invents this technology, which is basically the possibility to take satellite photographies, put them on a globe, and zoom in and zoom out. Of course, this is a very famous product, 20 years before it was a product. 20 years before of that, it was an art project. The space of the research between technology and artists has produced many ideas that later arrived to society in multiple ways. So for instance, this is an icon of European art technology, Arduino. Arduino is a cheap technology for microprocessors that allows people without knowledge of electronics to program and devise complex technological systems. It was invented in a design school in Italy for artists, the Interaction Institute of Ivrea. So Europe has been making these sort of contributions for a long time. But more than that, we have been building it, believing with initiatives. Probably the most important scientific institution in Europe, CERN, the Laboratory for Particle Physics, has an artist in residence program, has an art program that has been going on for 10 years, creating incredible results. And even before the European Bauhaus, there was something like STARS. STARS is the Science, Technology and the Arts program of the European Commission that basically says that the collaboration between the arts and industry can foster innovation and can create new forms of participation and new forms of innovation in multiple ways. The STAR Prize that is given every year, and actually, I think on Monday, the STAR Prize 2022 is announced, is a great collection of examples of how artists, entrepreneurs, and scientists are working together, producing results, both in the spaces of the arts that have an impact or can have an impact in the spaces of industry. Let me give you an example, and to finish with one example. This is something that we did in October. This is a collaboration between a Berlin-based artist, musician Holly Herdon, and a Barcelona-based tech company, Boctro Labs. Holly Herdon is one of the most important people working today with artificial intelligence and the human voice. So she has created a full model of her voice that allows to anybody to sing with her voice. So with Boctro Labs, which is a Barcelona-based company, and with the funding of the STARS program and with the funding of the European Union, they developed the first ever example of what is called timbre transfer. And timbre transfer is the idea that you can take a mic, sing with your voice, but what people will hear will be somebody else's voice. So the first ever presentation of this did not happen in a paper reading in a conference. It didn't happen on Silicon Valley. It happened on a music festival in Europe, and it looked like this. Can we play the video, please? So what you're going to see here is Barcelona-based singer Maria Arnal singing with the voice of Holly Herdon. So she's singing with her natural voice. And now the model takes her voice and sends it through Holly's voice. And also it's funny because Holly is a German electronic musician, and here she's singing in a flamenco tessiture, which is obviously not part of her tradition. Next. So there is like a... That's it. So yeah, there's like a few questions that I think are important, that are interesting to look at. What is the role, or what can be the role of the arts in the ecosystem of innovation? If artists are researchers, what is the value of what they do as a form of research? How do they contribute to producing knowledge outside of the spaces of the arts? How do they have an impact outside the spaces of the arts? And also, how are they supporting their practices to different spaces from the arts? This is, to me, kind of like a frame or telling a story of what would it mean having an European model of innovation versus the American one versus the Chinese one, in which the arts are an essential component or part of it. And for this, we have 5 speakers today, 5 participants from different sectors, different contexts, and from all over the continent, and they have different takes and different ways of applying ideas about this very open notion of an European model of innovation that considers culture, considers the arts as one central element of it. So the first of them is Christoph de Jager. He's the founder and director of Gluon. Gluon is one of the many organizations that we have in Europe that look specifically at this point, how create hybrid research environments where artists, scientists, and technologists can sit one with each other to make different kind of questions and to produce new forms of answers. So thank you for being with us, Christoph.
Thank you, Cosi. So I prepared a little presentation for 5 minutes. And we were requested by the organizers to make a statement, which I did quite quickly, but afterwards I thought maybe I have to explain a little bit the statement. So it was about the necessity of discussions. When we think about art, science, technology collaborations, we very often think in terms of concrete outputs, be it prototypes, be it artworks. But I think what is also important is to have real discussions, and that is not easy. When you bring researchers, entrepreneurs, industrialists, and artists together, it's not an easy thing to do. And if you look at how we organize ourselves, it's very much in silos. When we speak in the cultural world, we speak for artists, entrepreneurs speak for other entrepreneurs, but it's very seldom that they really go in real discussions. And I think this is very important. And it is a nice term by Michel Foucault, it's heterotopia. We have to create a world within worlds where these real discussions are possible. It should be a discomforting place, a place where you can transform, a place where you can be honest, and a place where you can be an utopian, but also a dystopian. That should all come together. I think this is important. And I just wanted to give an example of one of the most nice discussions I had. This is Stefan Grosjean. He's a top industrialist in Belgium, and he created SMAPI. This is a tool to measure the consumption of electricity of household tools. And he became incredibly wealthy with this. He's really an industrialist with an interest in art. And of course, he, as an industrialist, he believes that technology will save the world. And many of them do that. And they don't think that culture can be so important. He was, for example, always referring at ITER. He says the time is short with climate change. People will not change their behavior. Technology will have to save us. And he gave the example of ITER, which is in the south of France, where they're building a plant for nuclear fusion, and then believing that this new entity will make sure that in 30 years we don't depend on oil anymore or on or fossil fuels in general. But that is the mindset of many industrialists. Technology is going to save us. And he had the discussion with Luc Deleu. He's a Belgian artist, and I thought within the context of Bauhaus, it's interesting to mention him. He calls himself an urbanist, so he's not creating for Belgium, but he creates architecture on a world scale, because you have to think on a world scale if you have to find solutions today. And he has a completely different take than Stefan Grosjean on how we can save the world today. For him, we have to change our behavior. We have to put the last building in Belgium. This was the last stone that he built it in the 80s because he didn't want to create architecture anymore. He said, we don't need technology because technology, needs more energy than before. We have to change our behavior. We have to wear warm clothes. We have to look at how we lived in the past. So I think this is really important in the discussion when we bring art, industry, and science together, that we also take into account the artists, and also in Bauhaus. Right? And then I think about Bruno Latour, who says we need to change our behavior, but if we do that, we need to create another belief system. In his writings on Gaia, he explained this very well. And there are two different projects. I worked then with Gluon in an European context. This was STARTS. I think this is really something for Stefan Grosjean, is bringing artists into the R&D of companies or universities and create prototypes. It can be quite functional. But we created a reversal model, which was Studiotopia, where we wanted to bring researchers and industrialists in the studio of artists. So to change the hierarchies. Because normally artists, when they go, and we see it in many older art, science, technology collaborators, we bring the artists out of their comfort zone, but never the industrialists or the researchers. So this is what we tried to do with Studiotopia, but COVID didn't make it very easy for us.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Christoph. Our next presenter could not be here today at the last minute, so he can join us for Zoom. He is Florian Kohler. He's the CEO of Gimum Paper, and he, in a way, is probably the most important representative of industry in this session. Gimum Paper is a big historical paper company which was founded in 1829 and is very much involved in the transition to a post-carbon world. Florian, I don't know if you can join us now. Yeah, can you hear us? Yeah, I'm afraid we cannot hear him, or at least I cannot.
Should I mute?
No. Yeah?
Can you all hear me now?
Now, yes, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so a big hello, and as we say in Bavaria, Servus beieinander. Yes, I do represent Gmund Paper. Gmund Paper, my company is 193 years old, and that is Europe. Because Europe, we have tradition, we have heritage, but we have the big desire to create new things. And I'm always saying the best startup year in Bavaria was 1829. And now the point is, why is heritage so important for Europe? I'm saying this because in computer, and even if we give billions into the computer industry in Europe, sorry, but it's going to happen in Silicon Valley and in China. However, cultural products, the Americans, the Chinese, everybody looks at us, they all envy us. And so my vision is for Europe and also for our company that we take more care of the creative know-how we have. More specifically, the vision is now that we create Gmund am Tegernsee the world's only color laboratory. Why do I say this? Because color is so important, and we have a technology, but we don't have the funds like a big multinational. We have the technology to invent new colors. And sometimes people are not aware how important color is in design. And I have two little examples. First example is when you have a baby, within the 10 first words of the baby is ball, is mama, maybe papa, I don't know. But there's red. Red is one of the first words of a baby. So it shows you how important color is in design. And it's so obvious that we don't think enough about it. And I have another example. Let's take famous brands, let's take Ferrari. If tomorrow we would say Ferrari is not allowed to use red anymore, the company would go bankrupt.
Non hai l'abitudine di fare television, live TV.
And therefore, I think it's so important that we in Europe take more care of natural products and of colors. Because natural products are so important for us, This year, we have also now started a company in France where only on base of recycled natural fibers, we create colored materials. And now I come to the main point. We are in the world where everybody says, yeah, we need this digital, this digital, this digital. I'm making a strong statement. I'm saying that the only thing that counts in the world is analog. I drink an analog tea. When you go into Google Maps and you're looking for the restaurant, then this digital only helps you to find the analog food. And I think we over-exaggerate the digital. Digitals are instruments, are assistants, are fictions. And we in Europe are strong for real things. There's the Eiffel Tower, there's the Oktoberfest, it's the real things. And therefore, my vision again is to say, let's create an art and design, which is very typical European. Let's create the center of the world for color. That's my vision. And people come and we will make for them the color. And one day, Mr. Apple will come to Bavaria, to Gmund, because this is where he will get the best color. And therefore, I strive for Europe for creating and producing analog products. By the end, only color changes our world, and only natural products are what we want. As the other gentleman said, technology does not change the world. The plastic consumption goes up every year. But if we create natural fiber products which are beautiful, then the analog design will enrich people and say, yeah, I want to use this analog natural color product. So this is the spirit from Bavaria I want to send to Brussels as far as this is concerned.
Thank you so much, Dennis. I found very inspiring this idea of the invention of new colors, and I think it's actually a very good example of the need of cross-pollination between the arts and industry, because industry will, of course, invent the new colors, but artists, designers, and creative minds will be the ones who actually will make sense of those new colors. So that's a very nice bridge. We also have, unfortunately, not on stage, but thankfully here on stage, Dennis Pamling. He's the director of Mission Innovation's Net Zero Assessment Initiative. I think he represents in this conversation very clearly the transition to the post-carbon world and the role also of ideas, of creativity, of inspired thinking to reach this, which is undoubtedly the most important problem that we have today in the world and the biggest challenge that we have, taking the way of the path that the Paris Agreement lays in front of us, saying that, and I have to remind these numbers, and every occasion that I have, I remind them, in 8 years, in 2030, we should be releasing a 55% less CO2 into the atmosphere than we did in 1990. And in 2050, we should be releasing zero CO2 to the atmosphere in total emissions. This is the biggest challenge of our times, and of course, it has to be present in this conversation. Thank you so much, Dennis.
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah. And I think this is one of the most important discussions. You know, I'm coming from a very science, hard industry-based discussion. We are in a situation where we talk about net zero, and it's very much about technology. But that is from what we call a static problem approach. And here's where I think the integration of science, arts, and technology needs to be looked at two very different ways. Because in the current situation, when we talk about climate and societal challenges, we look at existing sectors and we look at problems. And then we say, how can, for instance, the big emitters reduce less emissions? And that is important. We need to have that conversation. But what we are doing now in Mission Innovation, the Untitled, which is the organization who is guiding us towards a low carbon economy, is expanding the innovation agenda. So what we want to talk about now is not the existing sectors, it's human needs. And we don't only want to talk about the problems and those who create those. We want to discuss the solution providers. And if we look at the integration of science, arts, and technology, in the first static problem approach, we look at current industries and the current situations and current problems, art becomes a little bit of an inspiration. it becomes something that helps us shape the design or the color or something of existing solutions. So we get a better computer, or we get a better car, or we get a better airplane, we get an internal design in something. But if we shift the perspective towards human needs, all of a sudden, arts and science is the very purpose of society. So it's not meant to inspire industry. It's not about helping to solve the problem. It is part of the solution. So when we look at the lives we want to live, the society we want to create, we need to make sure that we have healthy food, we can live in certain ways, and that's where traditional sustainability stops. But for the expanded innovation zone, the very reason for living is basically art and science. Once you have these basic things, you expand and you build society. And that's where we think the new integration of science, arts, and technology, it's not about integrating them to solve the problem. It's about redefining the way forward. And that's where I think the new European Bauhaus has a unique opportunity to really challenge the current sustainability discussions, the current technology focus, and expand that and say, we in the art community in particular is not just meant to help you solve the problems. We are the very essence and reasons that society exists. And I hope many people, what we feel in art when they come to us in the science and technology sphere, they come too humble. They want to help with the current systems, rather than to say, whatever you do, whatever society you try to create, at the focus, you need to have art and science as what we create here. So that's really what I want to focus on. And if you look at that on a very national scale, on a local scale, you can look at the sort of art here on the side, and then you have all this work with trying to reduce emissions from cars, reduce emissions from food, etc. Or you ask the question in the expanded innovation agenda, how does people live flourishing lives? And people can live flourishing lives through theater, through arts in many ways, instead of buying a super yacht or something. So art is also part of asking us, what is that beautiful life we want to live? And here's where I think Europe really can take the lead in asking that, because many other cultures, when they get rich, they just want to consume. And I think Europe has a history, and someone was alluding to that earlier, where there's a bit of an envy from other parts and saying, when we get rich, we don't necessarily need to consume more. We want to create more art. We want to create more science. And if we can bring that back and really own that in this new tradition and really help us also as innovators and those who create these innovation strategies, I think we could take great leaps forward. So that's why I'm really happy to be here and really to be engaging this dialogue, both with you physically and all you here out in the digital sphere. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dennis. And that was a very inspiring appeal to something that I think we all share, which is what is a good life and what is the role that creation has, one of our bare necessities has been covered. Of course, when we talk about Europe, we cannot help talking not about the culture only that we are producing today, but the huge space that we are have inherited, the common legacy that we all share, that we preserve, that we protect, but it also projects us towards the future, towards this new future that we're trying to build. This is, of course, heritage, the incredibly rich heritage that Europe has to preserve and that belongs to all of us. Snezka Kwadliec is the Secretary General for Europe and Nostra. It's the voice of heritage for civil society. We're very fortunate to have it here with us in this discussion that I think projects us in this relationship of how do preserving our relationship with the past launches us to the new ways that we have to think about the future. Thank you so much for being here today.
No, thank you so much, and thank you for the organizers and you as well to including the voice of cultural heritage in the discussion, because I suppose that's not, for many people, that's not obvious at all. Because, what does cultural heritage has to do with innovation? And and I'm also a civil society activist for Europe and cultural heritage. So, but I suppose there was a purpose for inviting me to be part of this vital, indeed vital conversation. And you know, I was thinking all the time, you know, am I here, you know, by accident? But then when I heard Florian, you know, I was, you know, it made my day to hear that the representative of the business community is in fact recalling that sort of technology and all sort of development of technology, this is something which is an instrument that we have to help us improve our life and our living environment, but that we also have a huge know-how, huge knowledge that is embedded in our cultural heritage. And our cultural heritage is not only material, it is also immaterial. And there is so much savoir-faire, savoir-vivre, and that some of this has been forgotten. And in a sense, all the crises, environmental crises and climate crisis that we are now living is a consequence of the humankind sort of abandoning that enormous corpus of knowledge that humankind have sort of assembled and then at some point sort of put aside. So that means that our message and my message for this conversation is that innovation, it should not just be innovation, l'innovation pour l'innovation. Innovation has to have a meaning, has to have a purpose, and that purpose has to be a value-based innovation. And that value-based innovation, what kind of values? I would say the 3 E's, which I like very much, the ecological, ethical, and aesthetical values that are very much also sort of at the heart of the new European Bauhaus initiative. So that's, you know, message number 1. And message number 2, indeed, that innovation also, and if we are talking about what is then the specificity of a European innovation model, it is also innovation with tradition, with sort of putting into this ecosystem also that traditional knowledge. Traditional material, Florian was speaking about the color, but we can talk about many traditional materials, traditional ways of building our living space. I mean, take this building where we are. This is the largest, after the renaissance of the Gare Maritime, the largest timber construction in Europe. So timber is coming back. Well, this has been for centuries used as a very environmental friendly and sustainable material. So it is sort of learning from that ancestral intelligence. I'm now quoting my very good colleague and friend who will be speaking this afternoon together with President von der Leyen, Alexandra Mitsotakis, president of a World Human Forum. She always says that we have to connect one AI with another AI, which is the artificial intelligence with ancestral intelligence, and that is the winning combination. And the third message in this opening statement is indeed what is very important in the model of that European innovation model is all these collaborations and partnerships and multidisciplinarity, and having us here, the art, heritage, science, technology, all that together, it is when we strike the right balance between all of that, and we include not just the people who are developing technologies or the researchers, etc., but involve the artists and civil society, who are not just the beneficiaries of innovation, they are also part of that process, and a part of the innovation, which is not just technological, it is social, it is environmental, it is basically something that also has to have a heart. And so that's my last point. It's innovation with a meaning and with a heart.
Thank you so much. We're thinking about ancestral intelligence as one of the things that will lead us very fast, but also in other scales of time. Time, I think, is also part of this conversation to the place that we're going. And finally, the last of our speakers is Barbara Avidera. She's an associate professor at the Václav University of Science and Technology. She's an architect, first architect on the panel, not bad. And she's been involved with the New European Bauhaus initiative in different levels and in different contexts. She's a big supporter, as we all are, of the vision. And of course, the notion going back to the shape of the world and the built environment and the space in which we all will live together in these new scenarios that we're going to are very important in the context of this conversation. Thank you so much, Barbara.
Thank you. Good morning, or already now. It's still good morning. And I'm absolutely happy and proud to be here. And I'm happy that we are here together, because this means that we share one vision, the vision of the new European Bauhaus. And it also means to me that we are here in the beautiful Saturday morning because we want this vision to become something more than beautiful utopia and a nice to have initiative. So let me start with the fact that I'm actually very, very proud to be European. It's as a person, of course, especially now, as a researcher and as an architect. And as an architect here in this panel, I feel like a kind of missing link or maybe connecting link because architecture is all about it. If you think one of the reasons why I'm proud to be European is because all major styles in art and architecture originated in Europe. And it's not about the lack of respect for other cultures, but it is about our cultural heritage. So it's not without a reason I'm sitting next to Śnieżka. And indeed, our culture, European culture, has been a constant inspiration to the world for ages. And you, as a real Spanish guy, you started with the parties. This is absolutely great. And indeed, Bauhaus in 20th century was an amazing experience. Experiment. Experience definitely also. But as an architect, I appreciate the parties, of course, but I need to mention as well that they aimed at development of new building models to provide people with affordable, modern, functional dwellings, but also to maintain the highest level of aesthetics. Because with the unique experience, with the unique harmony that can be achieved in a work of art, we feel authentic pleasure, whether it's about music, beautiful voices, paintings, sculptures, but also buildings, parks, gardens. But the Bauhaus in 20th century was a huge revolution. And as they wanted to provide people with contact with nature, with contact with art, with open space, beautiful solutions, daylighting, natural ventilation. But they wanted to do it in the shortest possible time, in the cheapest possible price, and at the highest level. So this may sound a little bit over-optimistic at the best case, right? But let me remind you that this movement has actually conquered the world for 100 years. However, the new aesthetics of these truly revolutionary forms was not always understood by the society, including the citizens who needed it the most, the so-called new working class, the ones to whom it was dedicated. And this is one of the reasons why today, New European Bauhaus combines our cultural heritage with groundbreaking research and innovation. And I argue that the fact that this initiative is supported with Horizon Europe, this is something that we really need to embrace. We need to connect the research-based technologies, nature-based solutions, and the art and beauty. And when President von der Leyen announced the new European Bauhaus, to me it was like she would say to the world, you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one, right? And this is how I feel about this initiative, because New European Bauhaus, if you think about it, this is the next revolution, and this is the initiative that offers unprecedented opportunities to combine our culture, to transform the built environment using the best of advanced technologies while learning from the nature. So we need to redesign our cities. We need to move from this fossil fuel thinking. So we need to do it, as Francesca elegantly explained it yesterday, based on smart communication networks, based on sustainable fossil-free mobility, but also, and maybe above all, on understanding of biological systems. And it must be done in a co-creative way. Because when people don't understand something, it's done behind their back, they would not be willing to accept it, and they even may reject it. So whatever we design today must respect our cultural heritage. Being, however, open for innovativeness, for contemporary aesthetics, definitely for optimal performance, for renewable energy. But it's not just about technology. These three elements, sustainable, beautiful together, I don't want to mix them. I really want to use them together. And I believe we need to embrace interdisciplinarity. We need to change our way of thinking, because only this way we can leave something valuable to the next generation. So hopefully they can look into the future with a little bit more optimism and enthusiasm, especially in these difficult times. And obviously we need to share the action with the youth, starting from the level of very basic education, through the academic education, and especially what's really critical to me, the education of young architects, because this will be their responsibility to stop the climate change. And this education should embrace the spirit of New European Bauhaus, and we need to make this cooperation with young people a real partnership. So I believe we are doing this together, to provide the world with a new source of inspiration coming from Europe, once again. But above all, I believe we are doing this to protect our planet. So you may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one.
Thank you, Barbara. I think now we have plenty of time to have a conversation about, probably we are all dreamers here, and we share a certain utopia, that is for sure. So I think that the moment when things start becoming more complicated is one, when we go from utopia to heterotopia, as you were mentioning, Christophe, which is that what is this utopia made of? Second, what are the challenges? What are the problems that we have to solve to arrive to that vision? And third, what is this plan? What is this plan made of? When we say, what is the plan? Let's start to actually defining goals, defining mechanisms. And probably this is the moment in which we are, in this notion of the beautiful vision of the new European Bauhaus being an inspiration and an utopia, a guiding light maybe, but now we have to start coming down to the details. So I wanted to talk a little bit, first maybe about the challenges, and then about the essential points on the manifestos. You have mentioned, Christophe, the notion of silos. And it's true that one of the challenges that we have is that we may, as much as we want, think about these spaces that exist across the boundary of silos, but these still exist. And this actually, they build institutions, they build funding models, they build production of knowledge. So first of all, and it's open to everybody, how do we transition to a world, the world of a new European Bauhaus maybe, where the architecture of the institutions, the models of funding, and even the way we communicate and explain this to society transcends these notions of the silos. This notion of over here is science, over here are the entrepreneurs, over here are the strange, wacky artists, and these people in the end can talk to each other, but they're fundamentally different. How does a model that overcomes this start looking like? And here I'm thinking about inspirations, stories, or even desires from all of us. And this goes for everybody. Can you take it, Christophe? Or Barbara?
You want to start?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may start,
Yeah.
I think it is because it's not about us and them, or us and you, or whatever, but it's about us. It's one planet. So again, it may sound like over-optimistic, but we have to do it together. And indeed, this initiative is already at the very early stage. So it's not a ready-to-eat thing, like McDonald's or whatever. You just pay for it, you go, or you come and you ask, okay, so what can you offer? No, it's very open to society. And in my life, it's the first time when I can experience something like this. That in the heart of Europe, we are asked, what is the solution? And I think we are here because we want to be a part of the solution. Without waiting, without maybe being a little bit disappointed that politicians did it the other way. So coming out of silos to me means to really start a dialogue. And any initiative, anything was born. In Poland we say, Krakow was not built in one day, right? So New European Bauhaus is not going to build in one day. And I'm sure that the fact that the scientists, researchers, entrepreneurs, artists, and I'm really sorry if I have not mentioned something, architects, right? If we are trying to develop some new solutions, it means it is a real participation. So I think one of the problems for Bauhaus was that they wanted to talk to society, but they wanted to talk them into their idea because they believed the art of Mondrian and Malevich, it represents the perfect harmony. So it was about explaining. And the only thing actually, in my opinion, that was really missing, and it was introduced in 20th century, was the participation and co-creation and pluralism and respect to other points of view, to other ideas. So now if we combine it, I'm pretty sure it can work. That's why I'm here.
Yes, we are dreamers, but we are more than that.
Practically.
I think we are also acting. We are acting, and I think it's already happening. A lot is happening, and that is what I think the beauty of this whole exercise is that the president launched out of the blue for many of us the new European Bauhaus initiative, and then suddenly so many people gather around and said, but we are already in some way participating already. The movement, in a sense, is already en marche. And that's why I think the number of partners that came, and also I think that at the beginning the president didn't think at all that heritage people have anything to do with it. And we immediately said, nous répondons présent, we are here and we are part of that. And of course with the prizes that will be shown this afternoon, and also, for example, the prizes, Europa Nostra is well known. We organized with the European Union the European Heritage Awards, Europa Nostra Awards already this year. We celebrate 20th anniversary. I can tell you, every year, the wealth of extraordinary, exemplary achievements, and many of them are based on innovative approaches to tackling whatever problems or whatever sort of issue they are tackling. So we have that. We have also launched something which is called an Illucidare special prizes, which is innovation, heritage-led innovation. Again, and we also got a number of initiatives. So the good news is a lot is already happening, and a lot of this cross-pollination, I love that, cross-pollination is already happening. But the fact that the European Commission, from the highest level, and all the European institutions are now sort of promoting this new European Bauhaus, it is giving us a sort of, putting a spotlight and giving us an opportunity to amplify and to sort of go further in destroying all those walls between the silos and working much more together, and the words together, which is so much part of the philosophy of the new European Bauhaus.
Yes, and I want to add something practical to what you said. There are indeed many initiatives that are already part of this new Bauhaus movement. I think, for example, on Ars Electronica or ZKM or Sonar Festival. But what is really interesting for the different member states is that the way Europe functions, so the commissioners work together. Commissioners for youth, commissioners for work, commissioners for innovation, they work together and they create programs together in which cross-sectoriality can happen. And in many other member states of the European Union, this is still not a given.
That's a very important point.
No, but now we have a commissioner who is just collecting it all. I'm only afraid that she will collapse because the task is enormous. But innovation, education, science, culture, and youth, everything together, that's the way forward.
Not to forget climate.
And connecting with climate.
Dennis and Florian, I don't want to forget about you because I always know that the remote speakers get the worst part of the Q&As. So please, if you want to contribute to this question.
If you want, I give a point in this. In this podium, I'm the small businessman because we are a small company. And when I listen to all what you say, I'm also enchanted by the new Bauhaus initiative. Though I think we have to take care about one thing. In Europe, we tend to speak too much about beautiful things, and then the Americans take it, or the Chinese, and they make money with it. and that's a big danger, because by the end, art needs money, and art can make money. If we in Europe only make art which needs money, long term, we're going to have a problem. And that's why I'm striving for, and that's why I love this new initiative about the new Bauhaus. Let's think about how we can create, and I know it in my own company as an example with this color laboratory, parts where art and science is so European that tomorrow the Americans and the Chinese will come to us and they will ask our heritage, our know-how, our creative innovation. And I think that's the master point as far as business is concerned. Innovation is not bits and bitcoins and that stuff. This is also innovation. But the real innovation is what people love to use to take. Somebody has said it before, very good cooking. Cooking is so analog. And that's why I'm striving for trying to use this new initiative to help small, middle companies to bring out innovative, analog, environment-friendly products, which the other ones want then to buy, and I'm saying very loud, to buy from Europe, because when they buy it from us, we have employment and we pay tax, and tax makes Europe running. So I'm a big fan of tax paying. So let's make the others buy our products, and they are just more beautiful and more art innovative.
Dennis, do you have anything to say?
Yes. I think this is a very important conversation in terms of moving away from the very conceptual into something very concrete. One thing that we have seen from the international perspective, where Europe is actually not very good, it's global. Europe often forgets that the wealth and the art and all the prosperity we have is built on other people's resources. And with 11 billion people soon living on this planet, we need to ask the fundamental questions. Are what we produce 11 billion compatible? Can 11 billion people live with this architecture, enjoy this art, listen to music, walk in the park, using these kind of natural resources? We've been so used to using the resources of Latin America, Africa, and Asia that we have forgotten that Europe is not built on Europe. Europe is built on the planet. Others are now want to live similar lives. So we need to ask that very question in saying, are Europe ready to transform and move into a new state where 11 billion filter is at the very core of our innovation? And that is what I also would like to say then. We need to move into the human needs perspective. We focus way too much on trying to improve our old structures and way too little on saying, take a step back and saying, how do we want to live tomorrow? So I think that's a little bit what Europe is sometimes tied into. You know, I love our heritage, etc., but our heritage is not our old industries. Our heritage is not our old business ideas, our old structure. We need to be much more open to how we live tomorrow. and what are the things that Europe can be part of. And for everything, I hope it will also be international corporations. This is not something that someone will buy from us or we will sell to someone other. It is who will we co-create this with, and who will we jointly provide this to the world with. All major corporations, even small startups now, they are collaborating from the very start. So I hope also the new European Bauhaus will be a global collaboration platform, building on Europe's history, but also bringing it into the global community where people view themselves as European, absolutely, but also as global citizens. Because we're moving into space and a time where people might not necessarily define themselves on countries and regions, but also as global citizens, not exclusively, but as a large part. And for that to be a part, we really need to rethink our institutions. And as you said in the opening here, how do we break the old silos? But I think we also need to acknowledge there will be new silos, but those silos will be redirected to the future, to the human needs. The current sectors today are in silos. Those are based on the old industrial economy, on transportation, buildings, not on human needs. So that's also something to reconsider in terms of not just opening up and say we will just do, work in chaos, but we will need new collaborations, new clusters coming together. And that's also where I think the new European Bauhaus can be the home of those new 11 billion centered clusters for human needs.
Thank you, Dennis. There's something that you said that I want to go back to in a second, which is the idea of how do we live tomorrow, which is, I think, is very hard to center. I just only wanted to comment on something that Barbara said. Of course, as the Spaniard, I pointed at the parties when I look at the Bauhaus. But actually, what I wanted to say or to explain, just to be clear, that is that in the Bauhaus, the parties were work. The parties were not party. The parties were methodology. The parties were research. And this idea that the parties would be a form of research actually has to do with this notion, which is, if we don't lose track of the end goal of the European Bauhaus, of the reason why it exists, is that it exists because we need aesthetic revolution, a cultural revolution, a creative revolution for the ecological transition. This points at something that I think is very important, and it's one of the things that Europe can actually forge, or that maybe is leading globally right now. When I look at the problem of the ecological transition, of the arriving to the post-net zero world, we sometimes look at it from the technological perspective, which new technology will we invent. We many times look at it from the political. Is there a political will? Is there a will to comply with the commitments of emission reduction that we have decided? Is there an economic model that is created for that? But a lot of this is also, of course, a cultural transition, which is the notion of saying that there might be other ways of living, that we are not going to only need the technology, which we will need. We are not only going to need the political will that we will need. We will also need to think that the ways in which we live is not something that we should take for granted, that other forms of living that will be developed along with the ecological, for the ecological transition are possible. And one thing that I always think and I like to say is that culture is one of the laboratories of society. It's one of the places in which we rehearse and we imagine that there are other possible ways of living, that there is nothing that we think that is completely fixed and frozen in time. I always think of the same example. We think that sleeping for 7 hours or sleeping for 8 hours all night is a normal thing, but it's a cultural artifact. People have not always slept for 7, 8 hours all night long. They sleep for 3, 4 hours, then they woke up, they do some things in bed for an hour, then they keep on sleeping. So if we can change something like our natural sleep cycles, imagine everything that we can change in terms of our form of living. So my question for everybody is, are we, as part of this utopia, thinking also about how what culture can show us and tell us is how we frame this culture that is all, this cultural transformation, that is also going to be about, as you were saying, Dennis, how are we going to live tomorrow, which is probably the biggest challenge to start. And I'll give it to you because you actually gave me that sentence perfectly, and then we can continue contributing. Dennis, do you want to take it, or do you want to open it?
Yes, I love that. And I think this is really at the core. And this is also where it's interesting, because the science we have for climate change really basically portray two different worlds. One is when we keep the current structure and make it fossil free. That will destroy biodiversity. That will keep people in poverty. That will increase income differences. Or we change the focus to how we live. to share more, to create more, to be more cultural beings instead of consumer beings. So we move away from a culture where we are seen primarily as a consumer to ones of a citizen. So it is really clear that in the scenarios that IPCC provides, there is this shift. But what I don't see really is that we really bring that into the heart. Still in the European innovation ecosystem, it's very much about the idea that there is a technology that needs to be brought to the market. It's not the kind of sense that we need to rethink our systems, how we live. And I think that's really, if the new European Bauhaus can bring together those kind of conversations and not have art at one part and technology at another part, but the benefits of people and of citizens. And I think that's also where many people, especially in less affluent part, feels that art is a luxury for the middle class. That is not part of that. What they are doing is not seen as art. That is, I think, is a deep challenge for the European cultural project, because much of the work that has been coming out of the Commission and national governments has not been resonating with those who are excluded. They feel that is not our culture, that is not what we think forward. So I think really an inclusive agenda also to really see what is that everyone, and that's what we talk about, 11 billion flourishing lives. We shouldn't just lift people out of poverty. We want to have everyone have a vision of themselves living flourishing lives. And if you live a flourishing life, you give something. And if you give something, it's either or science and art. So that's where I really think we need to park it at the very center of this conversation and then ask, as you say, what is the good life? And also the kind of platforms we have. We invited Spotify and Netflix to our last event to say, what are the lifestyles that you portray as attractive? Are they people buying 250 pair of shoes and a big yacht? Or is it people enjoying art and creating music? Who are the ones that we look up to? And I think that's the deep question that we in Europe also need to ask. Who are the ones that are being portrayed as role models? Who are the influencers today? What kind of lives do they have? Who shape their forms and the way they do things in a very ad-driven, in a very marketing-driven world? We need to shift away from a more cultural, human perspective.
If I can add... If I can add to this, where we can think about the future, I was thinking about a beautiful project. It's the Black Mountain College that was in the States and that was founded by Dewey and where many artists from the Bauhaus went to. And it was another way of educating, it was another way of living for the students. So they were making art, but they also had to grow vegetables in the gardens. They really had to survive in the college. And there was technology, but there was also the connection with nature, which is something that we really need. And I think creating these very strange spaces where the young people learn to live differently because they are the future, that is something we should look in when we look at education.
That's a very good example, thank you.
I love the statement that Dennis just made. We have to shift from being consumers to becoming really citizens, responsible, engaged citizens for the planet and for the humanity. And there, I think also, because I know that we have here in the audience representatives of the wonderful World Heritage City, Krakow, Robert Jaskowski, the role of cities. I think also there, the role of cities in this process that we are now discussing, in sort of bringing that change on the way we are living, way we are interacting with together, and way we are interacting with nature. And so in that sense, I wonder if we are really serious about the new European Bauhaus. Then also probably the title of the Vice President who has here the Commission promoting a European way of life. It should probably be changing the European way of life because there is so much in the way we are living that is not sustainable, not beautiful, not inclusive. That means that really changing that and then also embracing and offering it also to the rest of the world, indeed, as the new way of living together as humans in harmony with nature. And there again, I think we can learn a lot from not all heritage practices. I agree with Dennis. We don't want to, we have to be selective in what we are going to sort of use as an inspiration and sort of in this from, but there are a lot of practices from our heritage that can inspire that change and a way of living that is more sustainable, more beautiful, and more inclusive. But cities, definitely, we have to have them very much in, and give them more space and more power in sort of engineering that change.
If I may add something to this, because previously we said that philosophy of New European Bauhaus is already there. And also, I'm pretty convinced that the philosophy of being responsible and sharing nicely, it is also already there, while most of the politicians are not really aware of it. I'm meeting a lot of young people who are coming to my house and asking me for tap water, not bottled water. They are not buying any more plastic things. They are walking, or they reject flying, right? Because cheap flights were something amazing, something that allowed us to enjoy. But perhaps when we are talking about how to accommodate 11 billion people together, so it's also about individual choices, the power of individual choices. So the good thing in this initiative that it is, at least partially, it starts at the bottom and it goes up. So it's a bottom-up approach coming from the society. And I truly believe that that's why I said we need to join the action with the youth, because they know and they can tell us that the crisis, the climate crisis, this is their thing. It can happen during their life. So there was a beautiful sentence during the summit in Rio. If you cannot fix it, please stop breaking it, right? So this, for me, this is the most important message. And I'm absolutely very fond of relations between architecture and nature. And I do believe that we need to learn from nature. No matter in what you believe, in what kind of creative power. Anyway, there is a huge wisdom in nature. And I would like to put your attention on the fact that people cannot live without nature, but nature can easily live without people. So if we do not change, we might be eliminated as a threat, and I really don't want to see it. So we need to do everything possible to avoid it, right? This is the moment to act.
Thank you. And I really appreciate also that reference to the notion of young people transitioning from flight into back to the train, because it connects back to the beginning of the idea that maybe if the European culture of the 19th century was created by the train, the European culture of the European Bauhaus will also be created by a return to the train, or by a new utopia of high-speed trains connecting European capitals that allow for the circulation of ideas, but also conviviality.
I would challenge you with that.
I don't know.
I don't think that the train was just an instrument.
Of course.
But there were artists and there was the content of that. Train helped the dissemination.
We need symbols.
But it didn't create it.
No, we need symbols, and hydrogen planes don't seem that are going to come in 3 days. That's not going to be fast. So we're going to need like...
Dennis is contributing already to this initiative, right? You couldn't fly and join us.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
I would like to add something to this as well, if it's...
yes, of course.
I would like to be a little bit more into the discussion. Dennis, I disagree with you. I don't think we should go from consumer to citizens for two reasons. Why is the word always or? Why is the word not and? We have radio and internet. We have cars and bicycles. Let's stop with the or. An or is always saying no to something. This is one point I'm saying. The second point I'm saying is, I'm sure, Dennis, and I don't want to offset you, you're just for me now the protagonist. I'm sure you have an iPhone or something similar. So you are a very heavy consumer. And the point is, Apple makes a turnover which is bigger than most countries of Europe. That's why I'm striving for, let's create positive, beautiful, natural, analog products here in Europe, where people would use them. At the moment in our school where my kids are, every kid gets an iPad. And then a year later, we are all striving, how can we get them off the digital? Let's be a little bit more realistic. When I go to schools and I give children colored papers, I sometimes do that, I have eye-openers you cannot imagine. My hobby is to bike the world, and I biked a few years ago through Nepal, Tibet. They would be unhappy with an iPhone. They are so happy. But we cannot live with 11 billion people without consumption because we don't get taxed. And we cannot help people who are not as well off as we are. And that's why, please, let's create together European, analog, beautiful, artful products, which, yes, the Americans buy and they pay tax for it. Because a little side note, Apple doesn't pay tax in Europe. We pay 50% tax here in Europe. I want to have a more equal world where everybody pays the same tax and where the beautiful, hopefully creative product will have a little more market share and very innovative. So Dennis, I'm fully up with you. Those products should be innovative, different from what we had, and that not everybody at the end of the day only looks in his iPhone.
We have only 5 minutes, and I want to finish with something very important to me, which is the plan. The 21st century has been very rich in technological utopias, and I think it's interesting, many have been mentioned these days, that the role of Europe in many times has been that of resistance, of saying yes, but, or saying, yeah, well, that might not be that easy. There was the utopia of the smart city, the idea that technology would make our cities more efficient. Europe sort of started to say, like, well, it's a bit more complex than that, and actually, we have to take that carefully. There was the utopia of sharing everything, and Europe with the GDPR and actually the back protection of privacy and data and the protection of data sets, like, well, that also may end up having problems. It definitely had problems. In a way, the European Bauhaus is a utopia that is being forged here, which is this idea that in order to solve these huge challenges, we will need science, we need tech, we need entrepreneurship, and we need the arts together. So to think of a plan, what is one point that is absolutely key for you, personally, to include in sort of a manifesto for this plan? What is something that in this vision that the European Bauhaus is framing, we have to take into consideration? And we come from different cultural backgrounds, different professions, different sectors. So if there's like one thing, what would that be?
To me, it was create symbiosis. It is possible. And stop parasitism.
I would say this value-based innovation, and I use these 3E, ecological, ethical, and aesthetical as part of these values, and so that must be promoted as part of the plan.
Through discussions before you start developing something so that you do it right.
And Dennis?
Well, for me, I will repeat the human need-driven innovation in a world with 11 billion people living flourishing lives, to really imagine what that kind of life is and make sure that we use not just the planet's resources, but half of that planet's resources to also live life for other living beings.
And Florian?
Let's create typical, creative, analog, European products that people love.
Okay, I will end with my own utopia. Something that we have to remember to not be so is that in 2008, under the financial crisis of the 2008, actually culture was very severely hit, and cultural funding and the funding of culture, heritage, and the arts in Europe took a huge blow. In a way today, the fusion of research and the arts is creating like a new utopia, or a new pathway to reevaluate the very important importance of culture and the arts in our common values, but also in the way that we mean and forge the future. So I wish that actually in these new utopias or heterotopias, we never really forget the value of culture and that it has in the center of our lives, mostly when we have challenges as big as the ones that we have. I want to thank every one of you for being here today and everyone following us at home. This has been a beautiful Saturday, sunny morning in Brussels. Thanks for joining us and for keeping thinking in terms of this new heterotopia that we are building together and maybe projecting to the world of the world and the values that the idea of the new European Bauhaus may represent. Thank you very much.
And I want to thank you for being here.
And thank you.
And I want to thank all of you for being here. So thank you so much for that. And I totally agree, by the way, with that of protecting arts and innovation. That's part of the European identity for sure. And the sun came out, which is good, but now we're gonna let you take a little break. We'll be back at 12:45. We have a keynote by Professor Carlos Moreno, who is, as you know, an icon on this field, so that's one that I really wanna watch personally myself. So we're now gonna take that little break, both online, but also here. Enjoy the sun, lunch, and we'll see you at 12:45. Thank you so much. Very nice. Thank you very much. It was great. Appreciate it.
Hold up.
and welcome back. It's day 3 of the European Bauhaus Festival, and now we have a session that, to me, I've been really looking forward to this one. This is Professor Carlos Moreno. He really, for many, this is iconic. The idea that he created is a 15-minute city. Everything that you need around you would be in the range of time of 15 minutes. So this is something that I'm sure many in Brussels would love. I know I would love it. So let's welcome Professor Moreno, who's joining us here on stage. Professor, come on in. The stage is yours. Please make Brussels a 15-minute city. If you can do that, we will love you forever.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure for me to be here. Thank you for your presence, and thank you for the audience by stream. I want to take during 25 minutes on this new revolution, the revolution of proximities. This is a concept of the academic research at Sorbonne University in Paris. I am the scientific director of my team. And we wanted to propose a new paradigm for reinventing our proximities. This concept is very popular around the world today, the 50-minute city, and we needed to understand better this concept. In particular, I discussed with the organizer of the new European Bauhaus Festival in order to develop a convergence between these two concepts. How could we develop these sustainable consumptions? At the same time, how could we increase a better urban life or better territorial urban life? The new European Bauhaus is based on these 3 magical words: sustainable, beauty, and together. And I want to propose to add this 4th word, local, for proximity. The 50-minute city, this is not a problem, 15, 10, 17. The most important point, the most significant point is proximity. And even proximity and plural proximities, because we needed to reinvent a lot of proximities. The distances, the cultural proximities, the new feel, new communities, for having these new capabilities for understanding how could we transform our cities in a livable cities. Jane Jacobs, the North American activist in 70s, said, a city is livable when we have the possibility for having a choice every time, everywhere. And for that, we need to understand that a city is sustainable. This is the first word of the new European Bauhaus, sustainable. A city is sustainable if the city is alive. We need to understand the city metabolism, because we needed to adapt not the human conditions for a city, but to adapt the uses of the city, the services of the city. We needed to transform in permanence our cities, but we need to have this obsession to have every time, everywhere choices. This is different pictures. There are different pictures took by myself in different points of the planet, in South America, in France, in Copenhagen, in UK, in Montreal. This is possible to transform our city. This is possible to have a more sustainable city. This is possible to have new relationships, because in reality, be sustainable is to create new relationships with nature, with people, and of all kinds of material and immaterial resources. Some people think that sustainable is only to preserve nature, to preserve the fragile resources. It is true, but it is not enough. We need to preserve, to foster relationships with people, with the material resources. I mean, the data today, because we need to develop the new digital links for creating social links, and we need to develop, this is the case, a sustainable place. This is one of the most sustainable place in Europe, this Gare Maritime. Beauty is to have a singular relationships for being, to have a feeling, to have sensations, to be inspired, and to have this possibility to express appeasement. Inclusion, the third word of the new European Bauhaus. Inclusion, a city for all, a city for living in a sustainable and beautiful city. But I said to European Union, I said to team of Ursula von der Leyen with the new European Bauhaus, sustainable, beauty, inclusive, I agree totally. However, I consider that without a vibrant local life, reaching all kinds of relationships and concrete actions in the daily life with a livable proximity, nothing it will be possible. We need today proximity. We need to transform our daily life. In fact, we need to redesign our urban and territorial framework. We need to change the relationship between a space and time. The urban space, the territorial space, and the useful time, because we lost our useful time. For that, I consider that this is totally urgent to change our daily lifestyles. Our cities, in fact, have designed with the traditional urbanism for 7 decades after the Second War, based on a specialized city, the center, the peripheries, the suburbs, outskirts, and with a lot of infrastructures in order to foster people for go faster and furious, and unfortunately, often by private car. We needed to transform this idea. The French philosopher Pascal said, God is a sphere with a center everywhere, and the circumference, nothing. I think that the city, we needed to transform for developing this polycentric city, this possibility for having in all circumstances, everywhere, every time, lot of services. The 15-minute city in the twin concept, the 30-minute territory, 15-minute city for the compact zone, 30-minute territory for middle and low density, is a journey. The 50-minute city is not a magic wand. I met a lot of mayors around the world, in all continents, and they answered to me, I need to transform my city in a 50-minute city. I said, this is not a magic wand, this is a path, this is a trajectory, this is a journey. We need to define a roadmap for developing this great challenge to change our urban and territorial lifestyles definitely and radically. This is some pictures of our daily life in several cities around the world. Climate change, CO2, traffic jams, mass transportation in poor conditions, shopping centers, unhuman shopping centers, and for 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic. In reality, I said to different mayors that we no longer have a choice. We're arriving in a planetary threshold. we are in the extreme conditions for living today with the climate change, that climate change is today a reality around the world. In just a few weeks, we have 1.3 billion inhabitants in Asia under extreme temperatures, 40, 45, even 50. This is unsustainable if we continue to live in the same conditions. This is the map of temperatures 3 weeks ago in Europe, with the abnormal temperatures in a range of 5 until 20 degrees in Europe. And this is just 2 weeks ago, the temperatures in our continent. In the next week, we will have a new heat wave in Europe. The IPCC, in the latest report on April 4th, said for fighting against climate change, we have 3 years only for defining a radical roadmap in order to reach the carbon neutrality at the horizon 2050. And for that, we needed to reduce at least of 50% or more our CO2 footprint. And the IPCC reported this. One of the ways for developing a success for reducing the impact of the global warming is to develop this local way for developing proximities and developing the 50-minute city, 20-minute city, to develop this happy neighborhood, to develop happy proximity. This is the report with my research work for fostering people to embrace this way. This is the map of our continent. And I said often, our continent is not a continent of country, really, it is a continent of cities. This morning, I was in Paris. At noon, I am in Brussels, just 2 hours. We have been living in an urbanized world. And this is, at the same time, an hyper-connected world. For the first time, our humanity is massively connected. Connected, of course, for human, and connected for things. Today, in this urbanized world, we have a danger, the danger to become zombie geeks. I call zombie geeks that people is massively technologically connected, and zombie because at the same time is unfortunately people massively socially disconnected. In an urbanized world, in face with climate change, in face with the hectic life where we have lost our useful time, we need urgently to change our daily lifestyles in order to find a very simple thing, a human scale city. A human scale city for avoiding to become zombie geeks, for saying hello, for watching our world by our eyes and not by the lens of our smart devices, for having the real familiar relationships, for developing vibrant and livable neighborhood, for having more and more local social activities, for developing more local jobs, for optimizing our resources, our material resources, for developing this necessary preservation of the common good, and in particular, the urban common good. The urban common good is the air, is the water, is trees, is the data, and we needed to preserve the common good if we wanted to have a real perspective for finding in our cities the solutions. Cities are the problem because we have lived in polluted cities, air, water, a scarcity of resources, but at the same time, cities have the solution. And with the COVID-19, we have constrained to live in the new conditions, to work in the new conditions, to access to different resources for supplying, for example, in the different, in the new conditions. We have discovered neighbors during the COVID-19. We have discovered public spaces in proximity. We have just this constraint for walking during 1 hour. And this was, in reality, a very impressive windows for discovering our proximity. We need to develop today a real new urban territorial lifestyles just for defining in what kind of city we want to live in. In reality, this is the good question. If do you want to continue to live with traffic jams, air polluted, water polluted, without a useful time, okay. We could continue to live as today in this hectic life. But I'm not sure if at the end of the century our humanity continue to exist. I'm not sure if in our different cities we could have livable cities in 2050. I'm not sure if we have the possibility to preserve the quality of life because we have lost at the same time our useful time and we have lost our quality of life. The 50-minute city, this is a holistic way, this is a systemic approach for answering to this question, in what kind of city we want to live in. Because we need to be aware that we live today in cities, including Brussels, including Paris, including London, with this stronger segmentation. Our cities are segmented, specialized. In reality, we have been continuing to live with the paradigm of the zoning after Le Corbusier in 1930. And we need to develop a new battle. This battle, this is for reconquering the urban space, to reconquer an useful time. For that, I propose to the European Union to insist in these convergences: sustainable, beauty, inclusive, and local. And local because we need to break with this specialized city. We need to break this segmented city. We need to break this fractured city. Now, our perspective today, this is not the enthusiastic way with the economical crisis, the inflation, the social tensions. In France, the name is the Yellow Vest, but it is today a very complicated situations in different points of Europe. We need to reconquer an intellectual path. We need to become again thinkers of the city. For a long time, we have a lot of thinkers. Clarence Perry at the beginning of 20th century, the new urbanism, the new pedestrianism. We have Edgar Morin with the philosophy of complexity. We have Jane Jacobs. And we could observe the Brussels declarations. The Brussels Declaration, this is very important declaration in 80s. the Déclaration de Bruxelles, the Brussels Declaration, this is the anti-Athens chart. The Brussels Declarations said in our European cities, we must create streets, squares, avenues, blocks, gardens with a livable and friendly presence. We needed to fight against the specialized zone, to break with the zoning. We need to develop the multi-purpose functions, the multifunctional activities, to rediscover green spaces, to rediscover pedestrianizations, to rediscover a human-scale city. The Brussels Declaration is one of the main sources of inspirations for proposing the 50-minute city concept. My friend Richard Sennett, a former professor at London School of Economics, today in Human Habitat, he said, distance is a vice and density is a virtue. For a long time, we have confused density with promiscuity. We need to redevelop this human density, this happy density, this organic density. The 50-minute city, in fact, is a new relationship between time, the useful time, and the space, the urban space, for proposing a high societal quality of life, and in particular, to take a new control of our time. We needed to escape to this hectic life. The first time when I evoked the 50-minute city was in October 2016. And I proposed this new urban life, new territorial life, based on this polycentric city. In a multiple proximity, a stronger social mixity, functional mixity, to rediscover human density, organic density, and to use technology for create social links, for create a new business model, the ubiquity. Today, this concept is very popular around the world, in all continents, in all languages, in all cultures, and regardless of the size of the city, big metropolises or small cities, we have this possibility for implementing this concept. Buenos Aires, Busan, Switzerland or Zurich, different points of the planet, we have this vision that localism, proximities, neighborhood, neighbors, human, social links, local economies, local jobs, pedestrianizations, bikeability, green areas are totally necessary for having a real quality of life. This is very different to this configuration of a city as Milan with Piazza Loreto before and now. This is a complete transformation because we wanted to live in this place. This is not the case when this is just a roundabout. And this is the project based on 50-minute city in Milano, with the announcement of the mayor of Milano, Giuseppe Sala, for investing 260 million euros for developing this new configuration based on bikeability, pedestrianizations, and multimodality with tramway and metro. I went to Buenos Aires a few months for helping the mayor, Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, for transforming a city as Buenos Aires, a big metropolis, with this idea of to develop new centralities. We need to develop not one centrality, we need to develop multiple centralities. We need to develop multiple polarities. 2 days ago, I was in Mexico. And in Mexico, the Infonavit, this is the Institut National for Funding for Social Housing, has decided to define a new rule, a new code for just developing by constraint rules in all 2 kilometers services for having this possibility for proposing social housing. Because it is not possible to continue to have a social housing, the cheap rent, without the local services. We needed to transform. This is the master plan of the city of Chengdu in China, based on the 50-minute city. In China, the name is the 50 Minutes Community Life Circle. And today, 52 cities in China have decided to embrace this concept. This is in Africa, in North Africa, in Tunisia, South, the implementation of this concept for transforming. And I am very proud of this implementation because this is just a small village in France, 4,000 inhabitants. Because I wanted to show that it is possible to implement regardless of the size of cities or territories, regardless of the density. Because the most important point for us is how could we redefine the quality of life. We need to redefine the quality of life for fighting against 3 poor behaviors. The long commute, 2 hours more, 3 hours for a round trip daily for going from my home to my office. The second point, the waste of buildings. The rate for using a building in general is less than 40%. A building is closed more than 60–70% because a building is used only for one function. We needed to transform radically this situation. We need to have building with intensive uses, the multi-purpose functions. And the third point, the loss of social interactions because we have more sleeping neighborhood rather than livable neighborhood. The 50-minute city is based on these 3 ideas to change the rhythm of the city. And this is possible today because after the COVID-19, we have learned to work differently. We have learned to live differently. We have learned to supply differently. The Chronotopia for developing these massive multi-purpose functions of building. A disco, it is only open during the night 3 days, on Friday, on Saturday, on Sunday. We could transform a disco during the afternoon for having a sport place. And the last point, the topophilia, for developing a new urban culture, for loving our place, for loving our street, for loving our squares, for developing more and more intense activities with a lot of social links in our proximities. We need to offer a lot of local services because if we have local services, we have the massive local services in proximity, automatically we will improve our quality of life. We need to fight against gentrification. Gentrification is our enemy. And for that, we need to preserve the common good. The 50-minute city is a urban policy for local governance, for mayors, for metropolises, for the president of the metropolis. It is not possible to develop a 50-minute city only managed for the private sector. Because in this case, we could foster a new gentrifications. The common good is essentially, if we wanted to develop this concept, with this ecology in our daily attitude, proximity with a lot of services, solidarity with the social links, new business local models, a civic commitment. This is the core of the 50-minute city, to live, to work, to supply, to care, to learn, to enjoy in our proximities. This is a new urban narrative. This is the possibility for changing our urban and territorial mindset, for developing a new social circularity. Just I want to finish with this picture. The secret of the 50-minute city is to generate a massive mixity within proximity, to generate a lot of intersections for living, for working, for supplying, for caring, for learning, for enjoying, in permanence, in a massive proximity, for increasing my quality of life, my personal well-being, with my family, my sociability, with my neighbor and my work colleagues, and to have this ecological, sustainable attitude with the planet. The 50-minute city, this is a polycentric city, and this is not only your 50-minute city for each one of us, this is the 50-minute city every time, everywhere, in all city. Thank you.
Well, huge round of applause. Very good. Very good. Really
Thank you,
fascinating.
thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, this is appreciated. Thank you very much, Professor.
My personal sustainable water.
And please make me 50-minute city. I don't want to take the car anymore. And well, thank you so much for this. I mean, this is really a concept that I find fascinating, of course. Thank you so much to the professor for that presentation. And now, of course, if you're online, we haven't forgotten about you. There's a 50-minute break that you can take, and we'll be right back after those 15 minutes. And for everyone that is here, we have another interesting conversation coming up that I will bring to you. Thank you so much. We'll see you in 15 minutes if you're watching online. That's the European New Bauhaus Festival. Very good.
Hold up. Thinkable, I see you. Thinkable, I see you.
It's down. course, we're back for another panel. We've talked a lot about big cities. We've talked about the changes that come with it. But then the next one, of course, to me is interesting because it will bring up the two. Is it about cities? Is it urban? And can you do a transition that's fair for all of them? And this time, the moderator is me. So if you allow me, I'm going to sit here for a second before I introduce our panel. So, of course, a little bit of housekeeping before we get into the details. Remember, we asked you on the Slido service that you can use if you're online to get the QR code and send questions, words, themes that you enjoy. If you send them, I promise I will ask them to our panelists. And we're also now joined by Elisa Ferreira, who is, of course, Commissioner for Reforms and Cohesion. You're Portuguese. I'm Spanish, so we're going to have, I'm sure, a good understanding. Jana Mann, who comes from Sweden. We're far away, but I'm sure we can...
It's not that far.
It's not that far either. Okay, well, you, of course, you're an entrepreneur, and you know, we're going to be debating a lot of the trends between cities, urban, how they come together, and the way forward. We're also joined here, but we'll have two more guests that will connect remotely. We'll see them in a second. We're joined also by Marcos Ros Semper, of course, you're a member of the European Parliament. And joining us remotely, we should have Manuela Rodman. There she is. Guten Tag. She's of course, member of the German government, particularly looking at food and agriculture. And then we have Shinedek Hirp, who is the mayor of the city of Prague, the Czech Republic. Beautiful city. And by the way, they're taking over the European rotating presidency of the council. So we're very soon in Prague. I know I want to go. Commissioner, it's been 3 days of this festival. Really a lot of very incredible speakers. And there's a lot of ideas about how everything feeds together in such a short amount of time. I mean, we talk about 2030 for a lot of things. What do you take away from this? And essentially, what is the message that the Commission wants to send in order to really get this Bauhaus going?
Oh, well, in fact, more and more we realize that this project makes a lot of sense. That in this globalized world, we need to have place-based references, places with which we reconnect. And the quality of life includes sustainability, includes beauty, includes inclusion, having everybody part of this world. And the other impression I get, and we are confirming it with the number of people that are involved, is that this kind of culture, that's what we wanted to build, is in fact becoming real. Because all over the place we hear about this movement, this Bauhaus. So I think this is the right moment in the middle of globalization, of crisis, to concentrate on what we can do together, and we can do a lot.
And of course, I remember when the head of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, came up with the idea of the Bauhaus, everyone was like, what is it? How do you pronounce it? What's behind it? And now, well, we can touch it to some extent here today. So clearly it does exist, not now in abstract terms. I also want to put the question to, well, you two. Let's start with you, Amanda. When you look at everything that we've done over the past 3 days, of course, there's a lot of different debates in terms of with this transition, there's this big changes in a very short amount of time. How can they happen? How can you bring people on board? We talk about, of course, the role that cities will play, and then this idea of something like a European model. Do you believe that's doable? I mean, what's good words and what's actionable?
I mean, to start with, I don't think it's... I think this initiative is incredible because it really focuses on something very, very simple and something very important that we used to have in an industrial society. We have something very different now. We can name it in different ways. But
what is it? What do we have now?
Well, we need to go from using resources to reusing resources to start with. We need to use our digital technologies. We need to be much more, let's say, circular or sharing or whatever, because otherwise the planet will not exist. And of course, and then saying that the planet, this is not a European thing, it's a global. And I think we're part of, and I think Europe has taken sort of a leadership in a global movement. And that's what I think is the most important of this. And that really turns everything upside down. There's no longer a conflict between the rural and the urban. There's no longer a conflict between all these things that was opposing each other before. Because now we need to see that the rural can be the innovation engine for the urban, for example. It's just one example. And that the whole educational system, the housing system, the way we construct things, and most of all, the way we drive governance system and democratic system needs to be radically transformed.
And to me, that's such an interesting thing, because some would argue this big transformation in cities, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Clearly the ambition is there, but it could really alienate the rural populations that kind of feel this has nothing to do with me. I don't want to live in a city, and frankly, I'm not going to see the benefits, and I still pay for it. So how do you respond to that? I mean, there's a lot of, there's a lot of urban young people that want to really believe in this and want to live in it, but a lot of people who don't live in a big city, and they just frankly don't get it.
Yes, I think we have a major challenge on this now, and this initiative, New European Bauhaus, comes at a crucial moment of the European Union with the Green Deal, and it puts the cultural soul of the Green Deal. And at the very beginning of this initiative, everyone thought that it was going to be for the big neighborhoods of the big cities, but we started to work with the Commission, and the Commission has been developing this initiative, and we need to reconnect the big cities and urban areas with their territory, with their landscape or surrounding, and with the little towns surrounding, because we need to recover the sense of belonging of people who wants to live in little towns, in the rural areas, but also we need that they are well connected with the cities, and in the cities we need to reintroduce nature-based solutions, we need to reintroduce the nature on the cities, and I think this is the major challenge of the European Bauhaus, not only to refurbish big neighborhoods, that it is really another big challenge, but how to reconnect rural with urban areas, and getting easy to the people to, if you want to live in the city, you are connected with the rural area, but if you want to live in the rural area, you are well connected with all the services, and this is very important.
And of course, I want to put that question to of course, Manuela, who can, she can hear me. How are you? I want to put that question to you because, of course, you're also in government, and we talk about, can you do this revolution that's both for cities, urban, rural, local, and all of them at the same time? Some argue, well, something's got to give, and the attention is put on cities and nothing else. Don't you think even politically that's at times dangerous?
Yeah, of course, it might be dangerous, but I think the way to solve the problem is to really look at the rural areas as an own actor, as an own driver of the development. If you, for example, if you take the issue of energy transition, we will not make it without rural areas. They have the space, they have biomass, they have the forests, they have the water. So we need them, and being more depending on rural areas also changes something in the power level between urban areas and rural areas. So I think it's important to make sure that they get their share of the development, that they don't feel like being colonized for urban needs, but they being an actor that drives the development. And there we have problems. We have administrations that are small in the rural areas that do not have access to research or to certain skills, that sometimes feel inferior if they want to cooperate with urban areas, and they don't have housing companies, they don't have big companies for public services. So I think one solution is to build up the skills and their ability to be a strong player in that development.
And of course, in a country like Germany, that's not necessarily easy because this is a huge country with, of course, big industrial hubs, big cities, and then perhaps even, and I think this speaks to volumes to the rest of European smaller towns, that they feel, the conversation doesn't really focus on them. But I want to now, let's move with the Mayor of Prague, because you're in a city, you lead this renovation, this transformation from a city. How do you work with the rural areas around the city of Prague to make sure that this is not just one hub based in the city, but the benefits of that investment kind of have a bigger repercussion around it? How can you actually do that?
Well, thank you very much for that question, because this is actually always a challenge. The fact is that I am the mayor of Prague, but we, of course, do have a sort of area around the Prague which needs to be in very, very close contact with us, although it is formally a different administration area. That is a simple fact, and we are fighting with that for quite a long time. And also the fact that the regional and municipal elections in Czech Republic, for example, are not happening at the same time is definitely a thing that makes these even more complicated. However, yes, we are trying to cooperate together to make this happen, although there are two different administrative subjects, to cooperate together to make the life better for both the citizens of Prague and also the citizens of the municipalities around who are using the infrastructure of Prague for either work or also for the cultural events or also for schools and so on. And I have to say that during the refugee crisis we are now having here in Prague and Czech Republic, this is even more challenging. But yes, for example, we have this project of a new Philharmonia hall. This is something where we made the architectural competition, an international one. A lot of projects came in. We selected the best one by Bjarke Ingels Group. And we are starting the construction in 2027. And we are focusing to stick into the principles and goals of New European Bauhaus here, because it should be for everyone, not just for the citizens of Prague, but also, of course, for the other regions. And it also should be sustainable, it should be nice, and also it should include everyone, because, for example, this building, this project was selected among the others because it allows everyone to enjoy the building, although if you are not going inside because you are not exactly a fan of classical music. So we're trying to do this, but it is challenging for sure.
So that culture just doesn't belong to cities. I think that from this first round of questions, kind of the theme that I have from all of you is stop pitting cities against rural areas. They can actually coexist. Don't be so negative on it. You want to add something?
I think it's important to see that we live in an incredible historical moment. Mm-hmm. We live with the tradition of, let's say, Baudelaire, Le Corbusier, Dickens, whatever, Huysmans, everyone that built sort of the myth of the big city. Mm-hmm. And I've actually been part of it too. And then we had in the 90s, and we had the urbanization of, let's say, China or Asia. But what we learned through the pandemic is that we now have the technology where it's completely blurred to look between cities and the rural. Yeah. And that completely transformed the way we have to look at things. So what's going to happen now, I think, is that the rural is going to move into the urban, which means that it will transform our cities completely. And we need to. Otherwise, we're not bad. We're not good.
And I love that concept. So if I understood correctly, what you're saying is not only they oppose each other, but given what we're seeing in terms of the huge transformations that go beyond cities, perhaps even the fact that after the experience of the pandemic, we've seen that the lines perhaps are a little bit fictional. You know, they're in your head. Mobility is easier than we think. That in fact they're going to converge. Is that
exactly? Because I mean, we've been actually looking at these kinds of studies on the city of Umeå in Sweden, where we found out that two old European highways are no longer used as highways, so we can transform them into a sort of rural areas, rural labs, let's say, in the middle of the cities, which brings us away from the grid, from the urban grid, let's say Manhattan. And it brings us away beyond the car. where we can use contemporary technologies, where we can use the idea of sharing and circularity. And suddenly we have a new kind of a city, which would be wonderful. So it's not that the city is gone, but the rural is the innovation engine.
Do you agree with that? I mean, it's quite a bold statement.
Completely. I think one important issue that we have got to debate as a community is, in fact, this concept of development. Because for a long time, cities became the core of the strategy. If you disregard the surrounding spaces and rural spaces and the other smaller towns, progressively you have massive brain drain. And the quality of life in the cities is completely killed because you have agglomeration costs, you have pollution. You spend all your life going from the surroundings to the center of the town. So having a rebalance in growth with bigger poles and smaller poles in harmony, recognizing the functional roles of each of the cities or villages is in itself has got to be absorbed by these people that take decisions as a more sustainable and balanced and a more qualified way of living. So not only the rural has got to go into cities, and when we support now, and we have exactly a program to support this development of new concepts of urban areas, they necessarily have to include elements from rural, because people need it for their balance, for their psychological balance. And we saw it during COVID, how much you need a public space, how much you need breathing space in the city. On the other hand, with digital, you open immense opportunities for people to have to be part of the most dynamic actions in the cities, but living in much more balanced and environmentally qualified areas, provided you have in those areas also this minimum infrastructure that creates a good quality of life. And this requires not only basic things, but of course internet, of course access to health services, of course education, and of course culture. So I mean, rebalancing the growth, makes it more resilient. And we had these COVID lessons to be taken, but also the opportunities, because digital showed how much we can use it to keep also a greener and a more quality in our lives. So I think, in fact, this rethinking of what development means and the role of sustainability concepts in it is essential at this moment.
And I think, you know, I'm not going to lie, I really wanted to moderate this session because I constantly think myself about cities. And what I've seen over the past year, going back to what you said, you know, this rebalancing is, it's not just about the rebalancing, but also, you know, back in the day, to make it in the big city, that was success. To live in the city, that was the sign of progress. If you were in a little village, then you weren't successful because it was a city that really mattered. Is that definition changing?
It's quite the opposite now, I think, because you have a terrible life if you have to fight every day for the traffic, every day to take the children to school and arrive at time in your work. Whereas if you are in a middle-sized town or even in a village, and if anyway you have access to the basic networks and information and services, I mean, you have a much better quality of life, also because the prices in big cities for housing, for space, for transports, for education have gone so much up that, in fact, with the wages that people earn, life becomes sometimes a nightmare. So, in fact, big cities are not such a dream place to be, and probably it's much better to be able to live somewhere else.
It's amazing how that's changed. It's a whole redefinition of success.
In fact, I think we have spent a lot of decades developing cities with urban planning, and now we have to open mind, change the frame, and try to incorporate the territorial planning, geographical planning, because we need to link rural areas with urban areas areas and not think on them separately. Each urban area needs the territorial, the rural area surrounding its city, but also the little towns and rural areas needs to have a reference city near or not so far. And we need to rebalance between them, and we need also, the most important thing is to reconnect. We need to reconnect the nature on the cities, inside the cities. We need, a commissioner has said, we need nature inside the cities, because sometimes we need to clean air, is psychological, healthy, but also we need to have the possibility to take our bicycle or our foot or other transport and go to the rural area, not spending much time. It has to be necessarily well linked, because now we have big infrastructure surrounding all the cities that makes so difficult. You are inside, and now you are inside here in the middle of Brussels, and you want to go to the rural area. Imagine walking. You cannot. You have motorways, a train, and we have to try to shoe the rural landscape with the urban cities, because we need these connections to make the lives of people better.
And I know you want to say something about citizen success. I know you want to do it.
Exactly. No, but I think, to me, having moved...
We have the mayor of Prague, so let's also be fair on that.
I love Prague, by the way. But it's a beautiful city. But I mean, having worked with cities for all my life, and being one of these urban guys, when moving up to this little village up north in Duved, I realized so many things. I mean, as a human need is to be, let's say, productive, to have an idea, why do we do things? How do we live? And what you can do in a little village, as we do and try, is to prototype. It's to say, okay, they're building boring buildings in boring administrative ways. Let's do it in a different way, and it's not so costly. The educational system has become also very sort of administrative. And so we had different universities calling us saying that, well, we want to come because our students should have that connection between doing and learning. So they moved their studios not as an organization, and that's also, again, a digital effect, because they can do it both they don't need the house. They don't need the building to run education. And that's an amazing thing. And that's a way where I think things are being, as we said before, turned upside down. And the rural can pave the way for it, and then bring that back into the city. So I was speaking to the dean of the School of Economics in Stockholm, and I said, my God, this is like, it's really flipping things. Because it really does. And when you start to think about it, it's like, because we just started, Helene, who's back there, and me, and it was, let's do this, let's do that, let's do that. And then suddenly the players came, even the political players, because then you can start saying that, well, the democratic system as it is now, the civil servant with an extremely strong power, too strong a power, because you need to connect that with the citizens. And then people get like, okay, I'm part of this. So that's basically what it is. And I think that's starting a global movement, and that's going to change things. And that's what I think that the new European Bauhaus really is about.
And actually, given everything that we've talked, has anyone here in the audience thought over the past year that they want to ditch the city to go somewhere perhaps a little bit more rural? Did anyone think about it? You did? I know I have. Well, and let's just, this little break, I'm also going to go into the online audience that's watching this. And again, reminder that you can also participate with the Slido. What does a European Bauhaus mean for you? Send those keywords, because they will come up here, I promise you, with the QR code. And then I will try to put in those questions to our panelists. And now let's go back. Oh, there you go. That's the QR code that you need. Now let's go back with Manuela Rothman, because, well, you're in Germany. We talked about it. In size is a huge country. There's a lot of huge cities, but also a lot of middle-sized countries too. And what I've noticed, and I covered the German election in the last summer, is that there's also this idea of like rebalancing and like going greener and perhaps concepts that, again, German cities are obsessed with anything that comes from like a bio market in the middle of nowhere. So I wonder, is it actually an opportunity to create new industries very much related to food and agriculture that bring back perhaps the local farmers or local aspect to this, perhaps not depend so much on another country's other mass agriculture systems that we've used until now?
Yeah, we have a strong debate on that. I think all over the European Union, but especially also in Germany. We made some ways of industrialization, agriculture, and also food production in the recent decennies. And this made us depending on imports of pesticides, on imports of things you need for agricultural production. And we lost, especially on the rural areas, we lost things you need to create regional circles of production and consumption, like slaughterhouses or like other places where you make from the agricultural products, you make food. We lost that. This grew always bigger and bigger and bigger. We have industrial slaughtering in Germany, where they slaughter thousands of animals in one day, but we don't have the infrastructure anymore to keep the money on a local level. So this is something we discuss in a very intense way. How can we go back to smaller structures? Of course, you have always the fight against economies of scale. Yeah, make it bigger, it will be cheaper. But this has other costs. It has ecological costs. It has costs for the animals. It has costs for the rural areas who lose values. And this is an important debate. Should we change that? And I think there is also in the rural areas, they live beside the countryside. They live beside the production, agricultural production, but sometimes it's very difficult to buy regional products. Even more difficult in rural areas that are plugged with big supermarkets, and easier in urban areas. So how can we recreate that link between production and consumption? How can we offer more experience with which seasons have the products? When can I really buy strawberries, and when do they come from glass houses and it's stupid to buy them? This is a debate we have in a really strong way. We are in certain kind of products. We are very depending on imports in Germany, for example, fruits that come from the south of Europe mainly. And so we discussed that very strongly. I don't want to be too nostalgic, because we have other developments that threaten that idea. For example, if you go into energy transition, into renewables, you need a lot of space also for renewable energy plants like wind energy or solar energy. And so the conflict between land use for agriculture and land use for energy production will grow. Probably the prices for soil will grow and will make it more difficult. So there are conflict that we need to moderate. But on the other side, they might give us the chance to change some things we did always the same way in the last years, and then we were sorry for losing our farmers and didn't change anything.
And can I ask you, of course, over the past 2 years, we had the huge shock of COVID. Now, unfortunately, the war in Ukraine, which has a huge implication for food security. Does it make you now kind of go, well, rural areas, protecting these markets, investing in them, it's not just about we have to invest in them because we need that cohesion between the urban and the cities, but actually it is fundamental. It's a fundamental aspect of a country's sovereignty and security.
I think so. I think in the latest months, the war in the Ukraine and the debate on food security really put the focus on what is existential, what is fundamental for surviving, for living. And this is water, this is food, this is also energy independence, energy security, and this puts the focus on farmers, on rural areas, on people that really provide that what is fundamental for all of our life.
Well, thank you so much for that. And let's go to the mayor of Prague, because we talked about for 10 minutes why we kind of feel like we want to leave the city and we want to go to a rural area. So now tell me, why should we be in the city? I want to give you also a fair chance. It's not about leaving the city, but why do we want to stay in the city? Why is it a good opportunity? And yours is beautiful, so it's easy.
Well, that's a good chance to sell Prague, but but I have to say that it's quite hard for me to react on this question because each of the panelists actually opens or touches at least various other topics that I would like to react on. But however, the fact is that I believe that the process of the urbanization is unstoppable. And if I take it from my personal case, to say so, because I was not born in Prague, I was born in a rather small city.
Oh, so he now says I'm not a city person. Trust me.
Yeah, but the point is that my granddad lived as a miller in a small village. My dad lived as an architect in a, I would say, regional city, and right now I'm the mayor of a capital city. And this process, I believe, depicts of the fact that the urbanization change is somewhat unstoppable because the people will simply continue to move into bigger towns and cities. And this is certainly a challenge, at least a challenge. I might say also a problem. However, I thought that the COVID will be definitely a much bigger game changer in this thing, because I thought that through the enhanced digitalization that was definitely forced or accelerated by COVID, it will make a huge difference in the way how people work, how they commute, the home office principles and so on. But I have to say that after a few months, eventually a lot of things actually return back to the original business. However, of course, we are trying to learn from the rural areas, and also we are trying to share our experiences back. So, for example, what we have learned from the rural regions, for example, we have introduced a new strategy for ecological farming in the rural areas in Prague, because although it might not look like that, Prague has got a lot of greenery and a lot of fields that are still in the administrative region of the city of Prague. So this is something what we take from the rural areas into the city. And otherwise, we are also sharing some experience with the sustainability, and our climate plan could serve as an inspiration also for other smaller cities, because in Czech Republic, the smaller cities are rather more conservative, whereas the bigger cities are rather more liberal. I believe that this is the case also in other countries. But this is also something that accelerates the change in the other direction. But otherwise, I think that, yes, if you are living happily in the cities or smaller towns outside of the big cities, you are definitely a person living in luxury, actually, to say so. But I believe that the cities also have things to offer. Prague specifically, it's of course not just the nightlife, it's the culture and also the sports opportunities, for example.
And it's interesting to me that you say you saw that a lot of the trends pre-COVID kind of went back to COVID. How do you notice that? Is it in the traffic that you spot? Is it in number of potential workers that say, I don't want to take any transport checks, I'm back in the office? How did you notice it?
Well, yes, we see it on the transport data. We've got a lot of sensors in the city, so we see how it works inside. Of course, there are tourists returning back. This also adds up to the mix. But yes, I think that on the transport traffic, you see obviously that it's going back to the original business. We are trying to do our best against that. For example, I have decided to have a hybrid city meeting of the city council.
Okay.
That means that I'm connected online to the city council meeting, and I'm ready to keep that as long as possible, although it is not met by very welcoming attitude by all the city council members. But this shows something, and that is that also you try to be an example of how to support the home office and limit, for example, the commuting and so on, and limit the transport traffic in the city. It's simply there is a strong, necessity, or not necessity. It's a strong need of other people to get back to the original habits, and it's really hard to change their attitude.
And well, thanks for that. And you mentioned something that I want to, given that we have Commissioner Ferreira here, who of course is from Portugal, of course you come from Spain, that I believe is the third most visited country in the world with the latest stages that came out. The mayor of Prague said something very interesting. He said a lot of people want to come to the cities because they're nice, they're beautiful, you have the restaurants and nightlives. But I wonder, when you look at, forget about the COVID years, but when you look at the pre-COVID, there was this idea almost taking hold that cities were really being exploded by tourism, that this is mass consumption, that all of this goes against everything that we're saying and kind of sustainable. Let's be conscious of the decisions that we made. Are we going to see a reconfiguration in that in terms of cities that perhaps look less like a museum, something that is more balanced in some ways?
In fact, I hope so. And I think, of course, I mean, our cities were empty during COVID, and people were really feeling that they were kind of prisoners inside small apartments with kids without going out. And so people, all of a sudden, they changed their mind in relation to nature, in relation to space. And this proximity created the sense of being almost claustrophobic. So I think when we go back to a more normal kind of situation, of course, the traffic will increase, everything, as the mayor of Prague was saying. Although I was in Prague 2 weeks ago with the mayor, a very pleasant meeting, and Prague was really even more beautiful because it was not overcrowded with all those tourists that usually are there. But anyway, what my feeling is that at the same time, a lot of people, namely young people and professionals, are reflecting, and we see small cities, small centers, cities and villages, all of a sudden renewing. And I speak with a lot of mayors, and mayors from small cities are saying, well, now I have a very strong demand for housing, for young people want to come. This is not a generalized movement, and probably it is not yet felt at the level of the traffic in the big city. But if you inquire on smaller centers, you start understanding that this is, in fact, another trend that is, I mean, I don't have enough time to say that it is a trend, but there are very, very numerous examples of this comeback and try to organize a life somewhere else. On the other hand, when we talk about this glamour of the big city, let's see that, I mean, the big city, be it Madrid, be it Lisbon, or, I mean, it's made of a lot of realities. So the people that can afford to live in the center, to have a very good apartment, to go out and to jog in the city garden, is one kind of people. But around the cities, the big cities, there are a lot of pockets of poverty. a lot of people that were rejected from the place where they were born, and they accumulate and they try to survive around the city. And more we have, and because we are managing the funds, development funds, we see cities, big cities desperately asking for support to manage the surrounding areas on which you have lots of exclusion, lots of people that have a terrible quality of life. And a lot of them could really have a better contribution to the community, to society, on top of a better quality of life, if in the places where they come from, they could have the opportunities. And I think what Manuela said is very important, because in fact, also from these regulations that sometimes you impose on sanitary statements and all this technicality that you have to have in the example she was giving on a slaughterhouse. This over-concentrates on certain areas through transports, through imports, a lot of things that were done naturally in these local communities. And of course, we have got probably to rebalance. I think agriculture policy has a role there. And the changes that are being operated, trying not to massify the support, but to give room for a more environmental production, this farm to fork, reducing the transport costs, reducing the kind of artificial and industrialized production of food that in fact was a non-intended consequence of agricultural policy. Also, this global reflection on how to do things in a more balanced way, I think calls for our common understanding that in fact sometimes we overdo things, and then we have got to go back to more human kind of attitudes in relation to all sorts of things.
And I love what you said, because I think it's actually very fair when you said, you know, in the cities we think it's all glamour and you live in a great city, and it's almost so simplistic to say that that's the case for everyone in a city. Life in a city can be very hard, and there can be a huge lack of opportunity just 20 minutes away from a city, and you're still on the outskirts. And the realities of a city and the soul of a city are many, and it would be unfair to say that everything is easy.
Yeah, and sometimes the city that could develop new ideas, innovation, I mean, apply more technology, develop more sophisticated things, is bound to invest in basic infrastructures and housing, because they cannot stand the tension that comes from this over-enlargement of the city. So I think there is a limit to this agglomeration advantages, and all of a sudden you went into, which was already understood in the past, but you went in very strong disadvantages of agglomeration, and so getting the right balance is in itself an asset.
And go ahead,
and I also think that in big cities we have a real problem with our public space. Along the past centuries, the human beings on cities, we have gained the public space for everyone to make public relations, personal relations, but over the past 5 decades, we have given the public space to cars, to infrastructures, and also to restaurants, bars, that they occupy the public space. And if you want to spend time on the public space, you have to be or even in your car, or even paying for consumption. And now, with the pandemic, we have been all the public space with no cars, no restaurants, no bars. At the first time after the lockdown, when you allowed people to go on the street, every part of the street were taken by the people to talk, to play, children's playing, and we need to make a recovery of this public space for children to play, for children to be educated on the public, on the air, for personal relations, for sports, and not only the public space being to paying for use public space, because public space is for everyone. But now we have privatized the majority of the time and of the areas. And then if we reduce the amount of vehicles and infrastructure, we will have 2 benefits. From one side, the climate benefits, and we are working all the strategies, we are working on this. But on the other side, we will have more public space to have better relations, and we can incorporate rural nature in this public space. So you have your private space at your home, and when you go to the street, you don't find only pollution, only cars, only noise. You try to find a well-being city, a different city in which you can make relations, personal relations, social relations, sports relations, every kind of relation. And this is a very important thing to try to get equally different neighborhoods, because if all the neighborhoods, or including surroundings, they have a high quality public space, they will be benefited from living in the city and not excluded from living in the city.
But when you say every neighborhood has to have the same opportunity, it's clear that it's a money problem too, and some are very underfunded. How do you change that? Because you step out into Brussels, you walk from one place to another in 10 minutes, the differences or times are huge. A postcode can really change things for people. So how do you, to go back to this point, cities are not one block, there's many realities within it. How do you rebalance it then? We talk about the rebalance between rural and urban, so within the city, how do you rebalance it too?
Yes, I think this is a major challenge now, in which we have to try to rebalance the living in the center or in the high quality neighborhoods between the low quality neighborhoods. And this is the things that the mayors have to do now, because if not, we will have a lot of people feeling excluded from the city, and if they feel that they are excluded from the city, they feel that they are excluded from the society, and they will start to fight against the society with, we have seen, far-right ideas or schemes, and it's very important to try to rebalance these neighborhoods, but not only with public space infrastructure. We need educational investment in these neighborhoods. We need social investment in these neighborhoods. We need employment investment in these neighborhoods.
But what's it gonna take to do this? Because, there's many, especially particular pockets in cities that say, okay, well, you say we've known, but we've known for 40 years. Nothing has changed. How can we improve it? Is it a lack of investing? Is it perhaps that companies are too concentrated in headquarters that don't trickle down anything? Like what's it gonna take?
I think if you
Tell me.
look at the big picture, I mean, a driving force in society is always, where do the really talented, creative people go? They used to go to the city. They no longer do that. Just look at which is now a very important market, which is the global food systems and the food people. The best chefs in the world are no longer in the cities. You have Dan Barber, upstate New York. You have, Magnus Nilsson that we had in Sweden. You have all these chefs. They go away from the city because they're where you can find produce. You have, just look at us up in Duved. If you're not living in the rural areas, they want to work there. We have Shigeru Ban with us. It's incredible. It's part of the new European Bauhaus. But he wanted to come because he felt that was something that he could do with, a purpose. And that's something that I would say that if I look at the younger generation that I meet in Sweden and elsewhere, they really sort of consider that maybe we should go up there or somewhere else. They don't have to be in the city because that's not where you find the energy. And this is a shift, and it's a big mental shift that we just have to look on. And the other thing that I think is important to say, that the conflict in the world today is not, let's say, between factory workers and the bourgeoisie. It's, if you look at Trump and New York, let's say, it's a matter of a lack of purpose on the countryside or where the factories used to be, and another kind of lack of purpose in the cities. The same thing you have in France, you have it in Sweden, you have it in every country. And that's why we urgently need to merge, to bring together the city and the rural areas. And we need to do it with innovative energy and really do it. Because I think that, for instance, Prague. I've been there a couple of times because my wife is from there.
We just found something about you.
But it's easy because it's such a, I mean, I was in Strasbourg yesterday. It's a beautiful city. It's, of course, cities do not, you know, cease to exist.
Disappear.
On the contrary, they're there. But the attraction in a little village on the countryside is as big. And I would say it's easier for me to bring the most globally talented people, the most talented people in the world, to the small city, or the small village, 700 people of Duved, than to Stockholm. Because it's easy, because you don't have the administration, you don't have the big systems, and you can actually apply new business models, and new governmental models, and new governance models, because that's what they want. And new production models which are actually based on, I used to work with an old professor at MIT University, John Clippinger, who introduced to me the idea of the new artisanal economy. And today we have a possibility of using, you know, artisanal thinking, which used to be very expensive, with a digital technology that can bring that together. And I think in that sense, the food system is, of course, a very, you know, powerful tool to start with. But it brings, you know, coming back of that is construction of housing, coming back of that is construction of governance and systems, coming, you know, it never ends. And I think that's why we need to rethink this relationship between the urban and the rural. And I think that this idea of placemaking, of course, is what it's all about. We have to do it. It's not a theory. It's not one kind of a method. It's an agile process. It's something that needs to be done and redone. And I have a lot of trust in the new European Bauhaus.
And, you know, I want to put this question to the Mayor of Prague because I think the commissioner, in fact, said something that is so important. Cities are not all the same. They look differently. And even people that live in cities at times, they don't have the opportunities that they need. And you know, being 20 minutes away from the city center can change a lot in terms of the perspective and the opportunities that people have. Do you get the impression, Mr. Mayor, that before you can export perhaps stuff to rural or rebalance the relationship with the rural, first you need to kind of fix cities, that there is still a serious perhaps problem of fair, equal for everyone, regardless of the postcode in a city, that first you need to equalize cities and then you can talk about rebalancing with other populations, urban and so on spaces?
Sure, that is also a huge challenge in the cities. It's addressed by a concept called 15-minute city or city of short distances. And this is essentially work with the data about the location of the various services that need to be in this 15-minute distance from everyone, basically. So this is something that we are working on currently. We're working on a new urban plan that will enable us to introduce this concept. That is the first thing, but definitely it is a long-term run. But the inclusivity in the city is definitely one of the biggest challenges. However, the problem that actually Marcos mentioned, the point is that also it's a job of the mayors to do the public spaces more attractive and to make them for everyone. But this also means that you will make the city even more attractive. And that in turn means that the housing cost actually in the city or in that area that you will make more attractive will actually rise, which actually creates another problem. So the cities and the sustainability of the cities is, of course, full of challenges. However, I think that one of the good things, for example, are the plans to introduce the high-speed railways in Czech Republic, which means that some of the regional centers will actually will get more closer to Prague, and that means this will push the housing costs a little bit down because the travel time from these regional centers to Prague will take approximately the same time as now from somewhat suburban area around Prague into the city center. So this will also help, but still, this will be one of the biggest challenges, the inclusivity in the cities.
And Commissioner, how important is it, cohesion, inclusivity? How key is it? Because throughout the entire morning, we talked about all of this sounds great on paper, but if people don't want it, or they don't believe it, or they don't see the benefits of it, it's not going to work. Are there any lessons that perhaps you've drawn from other attempts that didn't succeed to now say, well, inclusivity may be the key to make it work?
Well, in fact, the task I have is to manage and to try to stimulate the convergence. Because as Marcus was saying before, it is obvious that if people are abandoned, they feel abandoned, they are against the system. The system does, the system doesn't do anything for them, so they are against it. And this creates not only a lot of energy becomes idle in the society, but other consequences like brain drain, like aging of certain communities, abandoning beautiful places where you could have a living. So what I think at this moment is important is, in fact, of course, we have funds. This is taxpayers' money. And the discussion I'm having with the different member states is, in fact, how to use that money in order to make our objectives, the ones of convergence, of a more balanced development, a more green development, a development that makes all the use of the digital and of the innovation, how to change this paradigm of this. Of looking at cities as the fantastic place where you could, the only place that you are aiming at living in. So, in fact, I think there is a huge opportunity. There are very good examples. We see certain countries that manage to develop in a multipolar, in a more balanced way. But very often...
What's a good example? I know that you're a commission for everyone, but are there any names,
Portugal.
cities in particular that you
really.
can say, this worked, this was
Not
good?
really. What I think is, okay, I'm not going to name
Play
and shame,
favorites.
but I think when we are talking about New European Bauhaus as a movement, this is changing the mindset of everybody and changing the mindset of politicians. Because then the actual thing is declined in a lot of details. Where you set the boundaries, and there was this discussion, you are responsible for Prague or also for the surrounding metropolitan area. You are only responsible for Lisbon or for Vilnius, or you are also responsible for the surrounding area. And at the central level, how do you see the role of this balanced development? Or in fact, the lobbying capacity and the idea that if you want your country to be capable of competing across Europe and in a globalized world, you have to concentrate all the money and all the assets in the top performing area, and then you concentrate in the capital. And this is happening in a lot of countries. People are so anxious to grow that in fact they bet all the money and instruments in the most developed area, and then they end up with a country that doesn't progress after a certain level. And you can look at, we just published a report in which we understand that in fact, when you start by doing infrastructures, you have this boom of growth. But then, when it becomes necessary to concentrate more on value added, on innovation, on more sophisticated things, if your economy and your territory is not balanced, then you may have a very strong pull, but the rest of the country doesn't come in, it doesn't develop, it is stopped. And we have regions in Europe that are absolutely stagnant. And if you are stagnant for a decade or 2 decades, then you start to, or even going downwards instead of growing, then you start questioning what the kind of life you are in. Because your kids, even if you give them the best in terms of education, then they cannot get a good job, they cannot get a good life, they cannot establish the family, more formal or more informal, that they wanted to create. And so this creates a lot of frustration. So rethinking the whole system and using the available funding in the right way, in this sense, is in itself something that we have to bring forward. And this is the reason also why the movement of the new European Bauhaus, that in fact was a brilliant idea that started with the President of the Commission and now we are all engaging in, is so exceptional, because we are calling for energies that were kind of there, but they could not make use of all these ideas. And the people that we called in, like the architects, the artists, the young people, I mean, this is the kind of energies that, and we see that there is a lot of value there. But traditionally, the normal bureaucracy and normal political system was not calling on them to come forward. And so now we are learning a lot, and we are changing and find our mindset also.
And you mentioned the word bureaucracy. I hope you don't take it the wrong word, but I have to ask Manuela Rodman about this in Germany. Do you feel like there really has been this shift as an elected official, that perhaps things need to change? The bureaucracy, I mean, it's 2022, maybe on your phone is better than paper, that perhaps streamlining things. Do you feel that the political class, beyond the slogan and the election campaign, now has had a mental click that things have to change? Is that something that you feel, but also your colleagues too? Do you get that impression? Oh, you're muted. I think we're having a little issue with the audio. Is she muted?
I did not mute me.
No, she didn't. She's saying I did not. It's been 2 years. I know how to not mute me. Go ahead. Don't put that on me.
No? Does it work?
Yeah. No, now it's good.
Oh, that's fine. I love to listen to Commissioner Ferreira, I have to say. She's really... I really can only nod my head on what she's saying. Bureaucracy is a strong issue, and to make maybe some calls for optimism, I want to talk about an example that we have now actually in this moment since 1st of June in Germany. We are a federal state, and public transport is an issue of the regions, not a federal issue. And this has the result that we have public transport in the urban areas with a good offer, low prices, and we have not so good public transport on the rural areas. And you need a ticket for the bus and another ticket for the train, and it's quite expensive to go somewhere by public transport, and every adult in rural areas usually owns an own car because they cannot live without a car. It doesn't work. And so we did that crazy thing in Germany that we said, okay, we are not responsible at the federal level. Maybe we lose some receipts, but we try something. We try a ticket for €9 that you can use for every local train and every bus in all over Germany within a month. For €9 you can take every bus and every local train all over Germany. And everybody was worrying, oh, what will happen? Public transport in urban areas is already overcrowded. The system will go down, it will not work. But the interesting thing is what is happening in rural areas. And in rural areas, people are now curious on public transport. And they say, oh, for €9, I can try not to take my car to go into the next town. I will try to go by train. I will check when is that train leaving. I don't even know where the bus station is. I will learn that. And this is an experiment, I think, that will teach us a lot on. And I think what is important is we as politicians, we will not be those who will be successful in changing the world. But what is important for us is to to have a close view on what hinders people to change their life, to make new experiences, to come together to realize their ideas. And for example, expensive public transport tickets and tickets that you can only use for bus or train, this hinders people to change their life and to say, okay, stop, I don't care who is responsible, I don't care if it's a federal issue or a regional issue, we change that. I think this is really something that makes me optimistic, and we should go on like that.
I love the example. So you debunked a myth, and the impact was on a group of people that you weren't even expecting, but it was actually positive overall.
Yeah.
So that shows
it's still running. It's still running. I don't know what will happen in the next 3 months, but I learned so many interesting stories from how people in rural areas use that. I can tell you an example. We talk a lot about feminist policies of traffic, and now I see elder women on rural areas that they go train shopping now, so shopping without their husbands. And they love it. And we didn't see that there is a group of people that don't have the possibility to go on their own because they don't have a driver's license.
Yeah. And who don't want to be driven around. They want to do it by themselves too, exactly.
Yeah. Well, good example.
You want to say something, I know.
I know.
I see your head nodding.
And I think it's so promising, both the Commissioner Ferreira and also Manuela Rothman now, with concrete examples. I mean, suddenly you're optimistic. But two things. I mean, the idea of bureaucracy is has to be handled. And I can see now, at least in Sweden, but also in I would guess in Europe, it's very easy to give the money to like big organizations, which means that you give the money to the people that have as a business model to do the same thing as they always did, but with new words. And I think that's a huge problem that we just have to face. And I know you always have to have your back clean as a sort of bureaucrat, but that's something that's...
So you say more scrutiny per euro
We're
spent,
wasting billions. We're wasting billions giving it to people that want to do the same thing because that's their business model. I think this is really, really important that we face. The other problem I would say is that why is it interesting with the rural? It's because it's a reality check. At least in Stockholm, we have a problem with like in the suburbs where it's more problematic economical situations. And the kids there, they want to be in a venture capital world. They want to have the same things and even more of the same thing than they have in, the rich guys in the city. So they become criminal. But if you go to the rural areas, it's like, okay, you grow the potato there, I have that. It's much more of a sort of a link to a kind of a real economy, which people actually live with. And I think that those are very simple things and very down-to-earth things that you need to look at. Don't give the money to the big guys. Give it to the small guys.
So you say essentially invest more in the small SMEs. Like, don't go. I don't want to say names because I don't want to get
no, we don't.
By the big consultings, but we all get what you're saying. I mean, so you say direct cash funding to SMEs, perhaps not so much consulting.
Find ways of how.
It's always controversial, the consulting fees, as you know. But is that what you're saying? Like, deploy money actionable on smaller enterprises.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it with my own eyes, where they they give money to a consultancy firm that really has as a business model to have strong civil servants, because that's where they can get their consulting fees. And then they're just stabilizing a bad structure.
I know you wanted to say...
Yes, I am also very optimistic about the European Bauhaus initiative because I think it's the first time in the European Union history in which we put architecture, design, urban planning at the center of the funding policies. We have been years spending money in refurbishing buildings, but considering only technical issues, considering only energy efficiency. But now the European Bauhaus asks every one of us, it is ethical to to invest money only if the buildings are going to be a benefit, or we need to also benefit and change and improve the lives of the people who inhabit these buildings, for example. And I think this is the main question of the new European Bauhaus, and I think it has to arrive not only to cities. We have been talking about rural and urban areas. We have to arrive also to rural areas. And one last thing, we have some areas of Europe in which we are losing and losing and losing population. For example, in Spain, we have a big problem with hundreds of towns with only 10 inhabitants and more than 65 years old, with no children born, and also dozens of towns with no inhabitants. We have lost every inhabitant. We have 50 or 70 houses with no one. And we have to rethink and we have to connect European Bauhaus with the strategy of the population that the European Commission has. And I think I am also a little bit optimistic that the new European Bauhaus, with the cohesion funds and the cohesion support of the Commissioner, will have to arrive to these areas, because if there is no people in these rural areas, we will not have farmers, we will not have agricultural, we will not have environment. We need to fix people in these areas and link to the cities, but not lose people from these areas. And this is I think this is the main challenge in rural terms that we have. There are big areas, Spain, France, Eastern countries, they are completely white.
And empty. And we're reaching the final end of our session. I have the final question. Is the hardest one? It's to the commissioner, but putting everything together, because ultimately I think there's a thread to all of this. You know, we say cities that are overpopulated, mass consumption, some rural areas that are depleted of people, low childbirth, families that cannot make means to an end by the end of the month. We talked about everything that encompasses the Bauhaus architecture, of course, green, ecological, and all of this, but I wonder, is it also a new form of capitalism, a new form of doing a business model?
Well, I think that is a difficult question, because it touches upon a lot of aspects, not only just capitalism. What is capitalism? I think society evolves in its myths and its concepts. And so I think what we are doing here is, in fact, to bring forward some realities and to put them, or to try to put them inside our decision-making process and our common procedures. And that's why I think the character of having a movement and having this reflection is in itself a value added, because things are changing. So how do we incorporate these changes in our thinking and in our decision-making process? And I would like to note, for instance, that also the reflection from the Commission is evolving around these issues. We have a long-term vision for the rural areas. It was a paper that was published that calls in for reflection on what to do with this kind of rural areas and what is their role and the role of mid-sized cities. We have another reflection going on brain drain. We have this 8th cohesion report that analyzes what was the consequence of old cohesion policy. And this is just to feed the discussion and the debate. But I would like also to refer to two aspects marginally, probably. One of the aspects that is very important is not only the concept of politicians and everybody that has decision-making power, and we all have at different levels, but also the role of the quality of the public administration that you were referring to. And this is the reason why with the recovery and resilience plans and also with cohesion funding, we are paying a special attention to the public administration, because sometimes we are unfair with these people. I mean, for certain countries, there was no conditions to renovate the public administration. And the challenges that we are putting on them are bigger and bigger. And they have to adapt, but they don't have time to learn. They don't have, sometimes they don't even have the capacity to learn. So changing and improving and training the public administration at the local level, at the regional level, is also an issue. We cannot just expect that without the means they can do miracles. And it is COVID, and it is the health system, and it is, everything that we are putting in, and more instruments, and more. So it's really a burden. So let's be, and by the end of the day, we call, okay, how do you control fraud? And how did the law adapt to the new realities? And then when something wrong happens, then they have got to be responsible. So let's also address the situation in its globality. My last point is about diversity, because that's why I didn't want to mention any country, because the reality in Europe is so diverse. I can tell you that when I was in the European Parliament, and I learned a lot being there, some colleagues were commuting every day from Paris to Brussels. They were going and coming. It was easy for them because they take the tallies. Yesterday I came from Bulgaria, and in Bulgaria we took more than 3.5 hours with the support of the police to go from the capital to a beautiful place called Vidin in the north. And the trucks were queuing, and it took 3.5 hours with the police in front. So Europe is this. And of course, we have got to recognize the different realities, and I'll be going to Sweden next week and to Lithuania. And in fact, this diversity is our wealth. It's a wealth, but we cannot just pretend that one size fits all, because it doesn't, huh?
And it was a difficult question, but I knew you were going to give me an answer, and you did, and you went at length into it. And also, to the credit of the Commission, you have put real cash on the table, a huge investment plan that goes to this Green Deal that you've made centerpiece. Well, we have reached the end of our session. I can never finish them on time. I have a real problem with Q&As. No, it's, Portuguese, Spanish, we talk a lot.
You leave the last question to the end, exactly. The most difficult question to the end.
Well, thank you so much. It was a pleasure. It really was a joy to everyone connected. Of course, Mayor Prague, Manuela Rodman, of course, from the German federal government, and of course, our three panelists here joining us. Jan, Commissioner, and of course, Marcos, excellent. And thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it. And hopefully see you next edition. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Hold up.
we're back. I'm back. I'm sure you've seen a lot of me today, but the next panel will be very good, and it won't be about me. I'm going to sit now because I'm the moderator too of this one, and of course, this is a session that I'm particularly keen because I feel is going to climax the entire event, because this is about taking the European Bauhaus and how do you make it, of course, just and equitable for everyone, but on a global scale. So the challenge gets bigger and bigger. And a little bit of housekeeping, of course. In this session, remember, we're going to have the Slido. We're going to have your QR code, which will show up here. There you go. That's the QR code that you need. You can send your comments, keywords, and if you do, I will make sure to use them and put them to our panelists. And this time we also have participation from the audience. So if you have any questions that you want to put to our panelists, then in the final 10 minutes, I promise I will shut up and we'll give you the mic, which may be welcome. So of course, let's go in with well, by alphabetical order, so there's no mystery to this. We have Sandrine Dixon, who of course is the president of the Club of Rome. You're based here in Brussels. We also have Neil Kaur, who is the chief of staff of the United Nations Human Settlements Program at the United Nations. Of course, particularly important, of course, very important in this context that we're going through right now with the global situation. We also have Sheila Patel, who is the founder director for Society for the Promotion of Area Resource Centers in India. And we also have Robert Piałkowski, who is the plenipotentiary of the Mayor for Culture of the city of Krakow, Poland. Pronouncing that word, I've been sweating while trying to prep for this.
Oh, you did very well.
But I did well, right? That's
yes, perfect. Absolutely.
And I know we have a presentation that, Sheila, you wanted to kick off because there's some pictures that you want to show in real life, the impact that a lot of this can have in the lives of people. So I'm going to, if you allow me, give the floor to you, and let's take a look and pay attention to the presentation that she's going to show us, because I hear you have some remarkable pictures that you want to share.
I hope so. Thank you. The reason that I bring these slides in is, first of all, to demonstrate that the reality in the global south is that there are huge volumes, from 70 to 40% of cities living informally in slums, where people build their own homes, they design, finance, and construct them, and that most government institutional arrangements don't reach them. Therefore, if we have to look at linking your aspirations for Bauhaus, you want to link to the aspiration of social justice for climate change, and you want to create a new architecture in which the local is king and queen, and that the global supports and assists this process, you have to start with the most difficult and the most vulnerable parts of the world. And those are informal settlements in the global south, who are very deeply connected to rural areas, to indigenous communities, all of whom were the locations from which they came into the city. And what we find in all these places is that there is no infrastructure, there are seas of garbage, people are living near waterways that are terrible for them and for the environment, and that for these poor people, there is no difference between an eviction that is done by their mayor and their city and climate change-linked disasters of wind and fire and water. And so what I bring to you is an amazing global movement of the urban poor called Shack Dwellers International, of which I have the privilege of being a founder, which builds on poor women taking charge of their lives and telling you that they are not victims, they are in charge of their lives, and they will produce agency, voice, and the capacity to negotiate with their city, with their countries, and globally. So I come on behalf of all of them to say that we are at a point of time where we are in chaos. There is confusion of what is the right thing to do. And you have very poor women, most of whom are illiterate, using digital data, producing evidence, and producing solutions that cities and the world cannot take. And we are important partners of the World Urban Forum and of UN Habitat, explaining to everybody that the world has to be inclusive if we want to transform it into a planet that works for everybody. So I want to just end with this thought in your mind that every location, every city, every place is different. That difference, those unique characteristics have to be brought together in order for us to produce a beautiful future global, which is inclusive. And as one of the people who were part of the Bauhaus high-level table, I want to say that it's a privilege to finally see Europe exploring sensitively issues outside Europe in order to produce the kind of inclusivity that helps all of you in Europe to understand the implications of everything that you do that produces either terrible conditions or fantastic solutions for others. So thank you very much.
Of course, it's global, but the targets are global too, so there's an incentive for this to be working. And of course, I also want to say, we talk about taking this on a global scale, make it fair, but it would not be a panel on this if we did not have the youth and the younger activists represented. And we do have Dominica Lasota, who's joining us remotely. Of course, she represents Fridays for Future. Everyone knows what Fridays for Futures is, and she's joining us from Poland. We'll be talking to her in just a little bit. And Robert, well, from Poland to another, we're representing Poland today here. You know, I wanna also give you the floor because I know you told me there's also a presentation that you want to share with us. Your pictures were incredible, by the way, really striking. And well, now I leave it all to you.
So I greet you, Dominica, from Brussels. I will speak also about some of the little examples from Krakow you may know, because this experience is common for most of the cities of the Central Europe and of the World War II, industrialization, communism, and so on, European City of Culture of the year 2000, and now Green Revolution, which is really connecting Bauhaus ideas and also, let's say, cultural shift. Cities became in Poland, especially, a major force to change life, to change quality of life in entire Poland. And what happened in recent time, this resilience, which is a huge capital, was an impressive asset in time of war, when cities could really absorb actually millions of refugees, 3 million in total in Poland, and now we have in Krakow 240,000 refugees completely integrated with the local society. This is the image of Krakow from early 2010. So you can literally not see anything. We haven't seen each other on the market square of Krakow. Smog, fog, the poor quality of air. And then a situation has changed, of course, because of the activists. Civic society started to push local government to really ban to heat their houses with solid fuels. And that was the very first city in Poland, and influencing, and really we observe now this effect of spillover because quality of air and life such has changed. And then this green revolution, you can imagine that city spends 5% of its budget for culture and 5% for green revolution. So the idea is, of course, to keep green spaces within 15 minutes walk from houses, and to have parks everywhere in small areas, also pocket parks, just to give people this sense of belonging, just to rebuild also communities around green spaces. Retention. Can you imagine that this water comes from the roof of this big event arena, and this is it became now the most popular place in Krakow. Old quarry city purchased to create a beautiful floating swimming pools for community, and it is going to be open this year. then changing the functions of the roads. You can see this wall that was railways, which were dividing the city, dividing people from each other. Now they are dismantled and completely different purpose, parks and social space. Climate neutral district in Jewish quarter, bringing green investments into one of the most neglected areas of city of Krakow, bringing parks, connecting with river, with different actions. Education of kids, important issue, which is a key action amongst festivals activities also. I see here Katrin de Venter from European Festivals Association. So it's a great partner also how to use force of the festivals to foster and to promote Bauhaus ideas, the sense of togetherness, well-being, care, slow life, but also empathy, solidarity, integration, and to be able for such an immediate response in case of war when this activism and civic society is really crucial. And I wanted just to say that In Search of Credibility is a title of Open Eyes Congress, which is a big think tank in Poland, organizing different discussions, but meeting also experts from different domains, different sectors together and speaking about economy of values, world after growth, and also promoting Bauhaus ideas. And this is the picture from this year, just to show you that we did read at the beginning of 19th and 20th century that sometimes from Krakow you can see Tatra mountains, which are literally 80 kilometers from Krakow. So actually we read about that, but we've never seen. And thanks to all of the common actions against the smoke, finally we can see that. And we can see Katowice also, because within 2 weeks we meet each other in World Urban Forum in Katowice. Yes, thank you.
Listen, I'm sold. I'm booking the flight. We're going to Krakow. We're going to go visit immediately. Neil, I want to ask you a question. However, you see that from the perspective of the United Nations. So you have more of a 360 view of a lot of things now. Today we're here in Brussels. We've debated the new European Bauhaus. How can we incorporate some of those themes and perhaps take it global? Do you see this being almost a platform for a much bigger conversation that goes beyond the European Union?
Thank you so much for having me, and thank you to Sheila, our good partner. I'm only hoping that we live up to the partnership. I say it now. And of course, very good to have images of Krakow, which is also going through urban regeneration work and urban renewal. And I definitely think on three key aspects why the new European Bauhaus is so relevant globally. Firstly, I think in terms of values and alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, we have a lot of alignment. My limited understanding of the new European Bauhaus is about a whole way of life. I think we need to also look at one key aspect which is quite unusual. It is the focus on beauty, on culture, on aesthetics. And at the last World Urban Forum, we actually had that theme of culture and cities. So just to say that at the global level, at the level of the Sustainable Development Goals, definitely it's really very relevant. The second dimension has got to do with advocacy. Advocacy not only in Europe, as Sheila said, about the Global South, but creating a kind of dialogue between the Global South and Europe. I always think about my executive director, Madam Maimuna Sharif, who is the ED of UN Habitat. And when we were in Stockholm recently, she mentioned about Maimuna's mistake. So Maimuna grew up in a rubber estate in Malaysia in the 1960s, had to walk 4 kilometers to go to school, and then she got a scholarship and she came to the United Kingdom. And in the United Kingdom, she saw snow for the first time. She rode in a double-decker bus. And then she went back and she renovated her perfectly natural, sustainable house to put in air conditioning set. Whether you like it or not, Europe tends to set the trend for the rest of the world. And I think the fact that the new European Bauhaus takes this approach of dialogue, of conversation, is so important, because whether we like it or not, we are in one planet together. And I don't have to even go to the challenges of the global south, whether or not they want to be carbon neutral. But I think, as what Sheila has pointed out, it's whether they have an opportunity to have a carbon neutral lifestyle. Because at this point in time, we are on the kind of pedagogical logic that we want to be like Europeans, and we have to have cake, Kentucky Fried Chickens, etc. Nothing against Kentucky Fried Chicken, but
you could be against Kentucky Fried Chicken, no problem.
So again, I think on these three levels, really, I think it will be very exciting to see where this conversation takes us. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and Sandrine, I thought you were nodding and at times kind of saying, well, I agree with that. So I wonder, first of all, I actually want to know, when you hear the new European Bauhaus, what comes to mind to you?
So, first of all, I think that what comes to mind is when we think of Bauhaus, it is an architectural type, right? It was a movement. It was an architectural movement, which actually brought in both natural dimensions and urban environments in architecture. And myself and Sheila have actually just come from the Vatican, where there has been a big 2-day meeting with architects, with urban planners, with NGOs, with representatives from the South and the North, talking about how do we actually shift our society. How do we look at a new societal framework, taking into consideration our sustainability goals, exactly, the SDGs, but also taking into consideration the way in which we want people to thrive, not just survive. And that, for me, is the essence. And coming from the Club of Rome, some of you may not know, but the Club of Rome were the first who actually wrote the limits to growth 50 years ago, so 1972. This is not a celebration anniversary, by the way. It's a bit of a what the heck happened, so that 50 years ago, we were told that with population growth and the limits in our natural boundaries, that actually we would have a series of tipping points. And here we are today in this aha moment, which is we are faced with the 3 C's, right? Climate, COVID, and conflict. And conflict, by the way, not just in Ukraine, but across the globe, which will only intensify because those 3 C's are the tipping points that we predicted already 50 years ago in the limits to growth. And if we continue to build the cities of today, which are built on the backs of the South, of natural resources that cannot be replenished, on the timber that is coming from tropical forests that cannot be regrown, we will actually hit a literal wall. So for me, this is a moment to tell people that we have seen through COVID that we can transform, that the Bauhaus movement is a movement of people, planet, prosperity, and peace together. And having just been at Davos, where unfortunately I caught COVID, and I can tell you that it really does hit you hard, and it makes you realize just how vulnerable you are. But I also was with a group of Ukrainian students and the former government of Ukraine. And the conversation that we had, Maria, which was so beautiful and reflects the Bauhaus movement, is that the Ukrainians today are thinking, this is the opportunity for us to rebuild and to build better. It is the opportunity to tap into the essence of a value system that we truly want, which is to come back to what is most essential, to come back to what is most important to people, to address how we can make our cities thriving places where we talk about mobility, not cars, where we talk about services to people, not just purchasing more material goods, where we talk about mental health and how well-being can be enhanced through natural spaces, and also access to healthcare and our amenities that are the most fundamental for us to thrive. That is what the Bauhaus movement can be. But we have to reflect on this backbone that I was talking about, which is that the vision of Bauhaus can be one for the rest of the world, but if we want it to be, we have to think about our relationship with our colonial past, with natural resources, with the way in which we use materials in order to build cities of the future that do not deplete the natural resources of the globe today.
And there's so much you said there that I want to ask you 100 follow-up questions, but then I get told I talk too much and then we're always late. But I am going to ask you two very briefly. You did mention the Triple C, which to me that is spot on. So you say there's conflict, there's COVID, and of course we have a climate crisis that has become, or was before the war, the #1 issue in many ways. Some argue ultimately one's got to give up. You can't tackle the three at the same time. Do you worry perhaps that because maybe there's conflict happening now, that climate is going to not be as a big a priority as it was before, that COVID, now that it seems that we're out of it, it's going to fall back on the agenda? And again, we don't talk about a lot of health issues that are very real. Can we actually tackle 3 different types of problems at the same time?
Absolutely, we can, and it's an absolute cop-out by politicians who are short-term decision makers and who think about profit thinking before anything else. The fact of the matter is that if we don't put in place the right short-term levers today, we will not build resilience in our system. And let me be very clear, people are ready as long as we are honest with them. If we go to Australia, for example, here's a perfect example. Total desertification in certain parts of Australia. The water companies could do 2 things. Either they hike up the prices and they knew there would be revolt and revolution in the streets, or they talk to the people and they say, here, let's become more efficient. We will work with you to up our efficiency by 50% because we have seen that we can do that together and we will not hike up the price. What do you think people said? No, go to hell? No, of course, they embraced it. And they said, okay, well, let's do this together. We have got the well-being economy governments that, by the way, through COVID, are the ones that were the most resilient. Why? Because they have indicators now that are not just based on GDP indicators. They have environmental indicators, economic indicators, and also educational indicators, health indicators, etc. Those 3 social, environmental, and economic indicators have enabled them to focus on what's important in their society. It also so happens that 4 of those governments are driven by women who took communication seriously and who went always to the people and told them exactly what was going to happen. Again, honesty has enabled that relationship to thrive and their economies to continue to thrive through difficulties of hardship. So I would just say we have no choice, but also we can be so much wiser. We can be so much better at our decision making. We can get rid of perversities in the market that exist, shift our subsidies today for industrial agriculture and for carbonized energy into decarbonized energy and new regenerative agricultural practices. There are so many ways that we can be less wasteful across the board.
Well, thanks for that. And of course, Dominika, I've not forgotten about you. And of course, we all know what Fridays for Future is. I mean, this was top of the news every Friday for the longest time. I want to ask you, first of all, if you could just tell us a little bit about your experience, what it means, and the kind of people that you work with and why you do it. And then also, too, how do you keep up momentum in this, in a moment where there's just so much going on at the same time?
I am a climate justice activist from Poland. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
It is a pleasure to address you today in that panel. I wish I could join you in person. However, since the beginning of the war in Ukraine, together with fellow activists from Ukraine and Poland, we have been speaking up and mobilizing people in many different places, trying to move those in power across Europe to stop the war in Ukraine. And that is why today I am joining you from the Bonn Climate Conference, one of our stops, where together with my friend Elias Eltkotli, an activist from Kharkiv, Ukraine, we have been demanding an end to the destruction initiated by the Russian state, but fueled by the European money and the fossil fuel deals that the European Union still holds with Putin. Ahead of the conference, I need to say that I struggled to put my thoughts about the new European Bauhaus into words. My head since months is filled with pictures of Ukrainian houses being bombed, of thousands of our neighbors fleeing from shelling, and of rockets hitting the places where so many of my friends has led their lives in peace and joy not so long ago. So kind of incapable of finding the adequate sentences, I tried doing my research, because this is what we do as students, right? Like, we do the research, we do the homework first. So I thought that maybe after reading the information about the project, the Bauhaus, I will find words that would make sense. So I went to the website and read that the new European Bauhaus brings citizens, experts, businesses, institutions together to reimagine sustainable living. The new European Bauhaus inspires a movement to facilitate and steer the transformation of our societies along three inseparable values: sustainability, aesthetics, and inclusion. Sustainability, aesthetics, and inclusion on one side, and the fossil fuel war and climate emergency fueled by political inaction on the other side. I still could not wrap my head around it, because I just couldn't understand really, and I still cannot understand, how can I speak about building a new world, a new Bauhaus, while other worlds of my friends, are being destroyed every single day by the fossil fuel industry and politicians who are complicit to that. We are gathered here to talk about the Bauhaus, to think beyond borders, to conceptualize a new world of beauty and sustainability. But what does it even mean if at the same time so many beautiful worlds are erased? If politicians give permission for the fossil fuel destruction, if the European Union itself allows for the world of my friends in Ukraine to be shattered, for their houses to be bombed, for their forests to be burned, and for the fruits of their soil to be stolen, the European Union sustains its dependency on the bloody Russian fossil fuels. The European Union allows for the beauty and aesthetics of Ukrainian towns and cities to be erased with the euros it keeps sending to Putin and with its complicity to his dictatorship. The European Union includes the interests of the Russian companies like Gazprom, Lukoil, Rosatom, and the European legislation like the taxonomy, which instead of amplifying the need for a just renewable energy revolution right now this summer, it opens doors for fuels which destroy our worlds. And so how can we move on to building anything new, a new reality, without acknowledging the wrongs of our current system? And this is what Fridays for Future is about. And actually now it's about the present, not the future. Because without speaking about the historical responsibility of the Western countries for the climate crisis, how can we speak about anything new? Without admitting that the colonization of Africa and other lands in the global south still continue up until today, with each investment into new fossil fuel projects that Europe seeks in countries like Uganda or Senegal, how can we speak about new economies, new cities, new life, new systems, if we still do everything and if our politicians still do everything to upkeep the highly exploitative economy that we have now? How can we as a community build anything new without a clear stop to the bad actions within that community? We must face the reality and be honest with each other. First, the climate crisis has never been worse, and its effect has hit millions of people around the world now. It's hitting it now. With each unprecedented hurricane, with each unprecedented heat wave, drought that takes away people's houses, stories, health, buildings, lives away from them. That's the first thing. The second, Europe, against all of those promises of no more war, which I heard so many times as a Polish young child, teenager at school, Europe is now witnessing a full-scale war in Ukraine and still sends money to the Russian dictator and his oligarchs, financing the tragedies that keep growing every day, and then saying, we stand with Ukraine and we're in solidarity. And third, politicians are still denying their responsibility for those crises and do not show adequate action to immediately and completely phase out fossil fuels, which are at the root of many of those crises. Instead, they prefer being friends with the fossil fuel companies and cannot imagine a world beyond that business as usual. So to finish off, I believe, or at least I hope, that people in this room, where you are sitting and where I wish I could be, have the willingness, and I'm sure have the power to turn things around, to embark on the pathway out of the current crises. But maybe instead of imagining a world that does not yet exist, instead of debating what a reality of sustainability, aesthetics, and inclusion could look like, we first secure the realities that are destroyed now. Acting towards the climate crisis and the war in Ukraine does not require complicated conferences. It does not require months of thinking and planning. It does not require nicely sounding names. It just requires action. It requires saying no to the never-ending addiction to profits, saying no to the fossil fuel companies and any of their new climate bombs, any of their new projects, saying no to the lobbyists who want to push through legislation that will give them more and more fossil fuel power. Let's stop, notice the full picture, hear and listen to the voices of the most affected people, which have not been included in those discussions for many, many decades, and direct our actions to secure the multiple worlds that are going extinct right now, at this very moment. Because maybe when we will notice, it will be at that moment that we will notice that another world is possible, but it has just been hidden from us for way too long.
Well, Dominika, thank you so much for that. And I think I think, to be fair, her words do showcase some of the tensions and frustrations that we're seeing around some of the long-term decision-making process that perhaps had been done in the European Union. Although I do want to say, to be fair, is that the European Union has said it wants to move away from Russian fossil fuels. But the question here is just how fast and why was it so reliant in the first place? Also, some of these oligarchs are now sanctioned, personally sanctioned by the European Union. But the question is, maybe was it too late? Now, going back to a question that I think kind of connects everything that's been said, Sheila, you say that this is a global challenge. You showed those incredible pictures in India, but you do know that there's also the counter-argument to this is countries that say we make the efforts, we try to bring down emissions, we try to be less polluting, and a lot of that money, if we believe that we have to help some of the developing countries, is going to countries that are big polluters, that perhaps don't take it as serious. When you hear that argument, what's your counter-argument to that?
So first of all, I am so truly grateful, Dominika, for your straight talk. Your generation has to stay with this because we have failed. My generation has failed. We have all fallen into this old paradigm where today 15% of the world's population owns 75% of its assets. And this inequity is as much in the global north as it is in the global south. So you have some global south in the north and some wealth from the global south, which is in the north, and they are all aligned. So you have politicians, businesses, all following what we inherited as colonial extractive processes and legitimated this. And so we continue to have businesses in the global south that align with this extraction, with maintaining colonial rules that produce 40 to 50% people living informally in cities because of the way in which cities were designed to work for the colonists. And you have a larger, like I was about to say to you, when you say, can you do all this all the time? Do we only breathe and we don't eat? We do 20 things at a time as human beings. So it's your frame of mind, it's your perspective, it's your value system that decides how you move forward. And you have what you are talking about, movements in the global south of indigenous people, of fisher folk, of farmers, of slum dwellers, all trying to tip this, but completely disempowered by their inability to make this transformation. And most of the the so-called rules of engagement emerge from the North that work for the North. And so, as a person who has begun to explore a European concept of the Bauhaus, I want to look at how much it's going to stretch itself. How much of it is going to address the serious challenges of inequity. Because you're talking about money. If you go and look at, first of all, every commitment by the rich countries to put money into climate finance has been dismal. What is even worse is that development assistance is now trade-related. It is not support-related. And when you make it aid, it comes with a very strong demand and expectation that distorts the relationships of people on the ground whose lives you as European citizens aspire to change. We become projects. Our lives, which are 4-generationally destroyed, are supposed to be transformed with a 3-year project. With monitoring mechanisms we don't understand. So you're not only talking about reversing things in many different ways, you're talking about a new architecture of engagement in which we have to develop new partnerships and new respect for the differences that we have with each other. And when you talk about fossil fuel and you talk about what we've decided, we've made fuel, we've made food, we've made everything into a commodity that is extracted to produce cheap lives. So today, Dominica, if actually your politicians agreed to stop the fuel coming from Russia, all of you as citizens have to understand the implication of that on your life today. And I wonder how many of you link that to this choice. Because all of us have been completely, we've been saturated with comfort situations. It's like Maimuna saying, I did an air conditioner in my house. So I'm just saying that it requires us to completely change our values. And I have learned this from those poor communities with whom I work. By the way, I work in India, but we're a network of 33 countries and 300 cities in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And these women are migrants from different disasters, from different challenges who've come into the city. And if you look at the way they produce their neighborhoods, they produce the socialization for their children, it represents these values within the absolute scarce situations they have. So you have a lot to learn from this and respect this to bring them into this conversation as partners and not as some victim whose Band-Aid you're going to get with some little aid. The aid budget is dismally shameful.
And I know you both are going yes, and you want to, of course, react to that. Let's go with Sandrine, and of course, I'll give you a turn to reply.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to react on Sheila's fabulous point, and in particular also point out the inequity issue, because I grew up in Palo Alto, Silicon Valley, and then I moved here. And I can tell you...
Are you happy with the choice?
I absolutely am. I'm Belgian by birth anyway. But just to make the point that I was in California when the first rationing started in the 70s. And actually, people adapted in the same way that we adapted during COVID. The problem was, we put in place the efficiency measures, we put in place the rationing during the Middle East oil crisis, and what happened? Everything went back to normal. It's the same thing with the Crimean crisis. We already had a Ukrainian gas issue 5 years ago across Europe. We knew 10 years ago with the climate and energy package that we needed to shift, but we didn't do it. So let me come back to the link now with Palo Alto. Inequity is not just in India. We have the highest amount of heroin users and actually homeless people now in San Francisco and in Palo Alto than we've ever had before. There are people now that are avoiding the city because it's called Poop Town. Now, Poop Town used to be Calcutta. Now it's San Francisco. So you cannot tell me that today's economy is servicing people. We have the highest amount of mental illness and suicide that we've ever had, and we have the first generation, like Dominica, they're going to make less than their parents.
It's very true.
Our economy is broken. This is the moment to bring in equity, to understand poverty, to link it to empowerment, and to decide that if we truly want to change exactly as Dominica says, we can. We have scientific proof. We've got all the data that we need. I sat on that taxonomy group, Maria, and I am so angry, as Dominica knows, because I've been very vocal. We had all the environmental evidence for 2.5 years with investors. We decided no nuclear, no gas. And what happens? A political decision is taken after those 2.5 years and puts back in gas and nuclear. So we have to get real, but I'm going to be saying to all of you that are watching and all of you in this room, getting real means exactly what Dominica says and what Sheila has just said. Not only shifting our lifestyles, but demanding what is due to us from our politicians. We have to give them balls again. We have to give them ambition again. And if they're women, we have to have them stop acting like men. The fact of the matter is, we have to take control of our lives and our economies, because right now it's not servicing people, planet, and prosperity. And that can be the Bauhaus through remembering what it means to be human again, by bringing in beauty rather than hate, and power and greed.
Thanks. And also a reminder that if you want to ask questions, we will start doing this, and I will leave you entirely the floor, because I've asked already too much, but also I feel like they want to say things. So we're going to give you the floor in just 1 second. Neil, for sure. I also want to ask you, when Sheila said, and again, this goes back to this argument that we hear a lot from the developing countries. This is going to take an economic hit for us. We also have to pay for all this transition. We have to pay for everything. And it's going to countries that do not take pollution, that do not take emissions, and are any of this serious. So why should we do it? And this is a political argument that you could argue is populism, but it does play well. So how do you, what do you respond to that? How do you counter that?
Well, obviously, Dominica, thank you very much for waking us up. I think we really need such a wake-up call. Huh? And I'm in the UN, so there's a certain protocol that I have to keep up to, as you know. Speaking...
You can't be as frank as I can.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's okay.
We forgive you.
We do. We forgive you.
But I was an activist once, and I was the future once. No, but really to answer your question, and I think Sheila has put certain things into perspective. I think we need to understand that perspective, yeah? 10% of all global financing for the green funds, only 10% are for adaptation. Yeah. The reality is that for those countries in the global south, like what Dominica say, the present is slipping from their hands. We don't have time to invest in various mitigation work, which is where the bulk of the financing is. Yeah, and as Sheila has also mentioned, going to the governments in the global south and then telling them, let's head for carbon neutrality. I don't think anyone would disagree. And I come from Malaysia, a developing country.
But yet we did have in the COP, India in the very last moment step in and kind of water down the agreement.
Yes.
You have the Brazilians that at times, well, they bother to show up, other times they don't bother to show up. And don't you feel that however, it could also be a problem that there's a loss in translation that has happened?
And the Russians never show up.
Oh, and the Russians did not bother to show up on the G20. They make it clear their business model is fossil fuels.
Exactly.
For sure.
Yeah. So, for sure, there's a lot of problems.
And they won't be showing up to the G20, I guess.
Yeah.
Now they're not allowed.
But I think at the end of the day, we really need to celebrate one aspect of the Bauhaus project, which is that we're in this together, right? And it's not going to be easy. I think for developing countries, There are civil society movements like what Sheila has mentioned. Of course, in the UN, we definitely encourage that to have solid partnerships. There are solutions, colleagues. There are solutions. SDI has shown one way of doing the different kind of planning. You have shown that if you're honest with people, we can get certain things through. What we really need now is to have that support from all of you to push policy into practice. I think that's what we really need to aim to. And it's not only, and it has to start from somewhere. I mean, it has to start from us, whether we are living here or in as Sheila said, in the global south. The reality is that as long as we don't walk the talk, nothing is going to change. Yeah, and just to remind everyone, the size of the budget of the United Nations in totality is less than Coca-Cola's annual budget, and we are supposed to solve the world's problems. Thank you very much.
And Robert, we talk about some of the perhaps friction between what are perceived as big polluters. By the way, I should have mentioned China too at that point too. In Eastern Europe, Western Europe, sometimes we talk about that big clash too. Are the differences as big as they get presented at times? Is it more nuanced? What is the state of play? Because perhaps I feel sometimes we fall in the parody too.
You know, there is many aspects I would like to refer. First of all, this. I just got back from city of Gdańsk, where we've got Congress of cities, shelter cities, cities of refuge, giving protection to persecuted writers, artists. And one of the main guests was Lech Wałęsa, the legendary former president of Poland, but also Nobel Peace winner. And he's 80 already. So he started his speech to all of the writers from 40 countries saying, my ship already achieved its harbor. Now it's time for you. Now it's time for you to take the responsibility. And Bauhaus, it's about taking responsibility. And I agree completely with Dominika. This is not about planning future reconstruction or how we will rebuild, because it's about heritage. It's about memory. It's about symbols. It's about identity of those people. They are, we know in Poland what does it mean to destroy city to the ruins, like nothing remains. Look at the Warsaw after World War II. And Soviets were literally waiting until Nazis will destroy Warsaw to the ground. And what they did build just on the ruins, the copy of the palace, which is in the Moscow, the Palace of the Science and Art. We like this building very much. It's one of the symbols of Warsaw nowadays. But it's how it works. You destroy to build new symbols. It's about colonization through completely different aspects, forms. And we in Europe, we confuse sometimes freedom with consumption. We can travel, we can buy, so we are free. We have good clothes, we can use our iPhones. So whether Bauhaus will provide us new language to be more empathetic, to be more solidarian, that's the question. At least I think Bauhaus is a change of language and narratives of European Commission. And this is really very promising, because we should absolutely go to the natural need of people to tell the stories, to share emotions, to be empathetic. And Dominika switched completely the mood of our conversation, really putting straight on the table, we need to act. And Lech Wałęsa, who spoke to all of us in very simple way, he's still worker in true sense, but he's an example that simple worker can take responsibility in his hands, and he can challenge the imperium of Soviet Union in that time. So yes, he already achieved his harbor, and now the time is now for all of us and also for the cities. Cities responded in a very fast way.
Yes.
Our government was reluctant 3-4 weeks. There is no measures until now. Now, of course, all of the United Nations system works. UNICEF gave money for holidays for kids. We have thousands of kids in Poland for their education. The fastest response were from activists, social movements. They went literally on the border and they responded immediately. And then from municipalities. Municipalities spent all of the reserves for crisis situations without asking, maybe we will have flood in 2 weeks, or we will have hurricanes or some other disasters. So that solidarity, that immediate response is needed from all of the cities, from all of the international federations. And there is no politics here. This is just, we don't need such a word Putin would like to have. This is not, we don't want to go back to the 19th century. So the future is where all of the states and cities are solidarian. And this is new approach we all need to promote.
And to me, what I've noticed, and I'm sure the audience too, is that this was a conversation that was supposed to be about, of course, global fairness, equality, and we've spent so much time mentioning Ukraine either directly or the byproduct that this could lead. And it just shows you how this has completely turned everything upside down. And we haven't even talked about the food crisis.
Yes.
That is essentially going to happen, and we know it will happen
Ukraine,
by the end of
it's happening. The second biggest producer
by the end of the year.
It's already happening.
And it's already affecting essentially for sure. I mean, we see it already, anecdotal evidence from countries like Egypt and so on. Is there anyone from the audience that would like to put a question? We will give you a microphone and I won't put more questions. Is there anyone here that would like to? Don't be shy. Yeah? Do you want to?
Oh, there's a question online.
Oh, there's
Slido. Are there questions on Slido? Maybe. Yeah, there we go.
There's a question online, and this is when I have to say I don't have my glasses, so I can't read.
I can read it.
But you're going to help me.
Okay, no problem. Dominica, really impressive speech. Is this your question? Why don't you ask it then?
No, it's an anonymous question.
I can see it in the...
Why don't you just read this?
You can, it's at the back.
Okay, I'll read this question now, and then you can ask your question. So this is a question to you, Dominica, if you're still with us. It says, really impressive speech. Please tell us how would you see the new European Bauhaus from an activist perspective? What have you done different?
Or could have done differently? Good question.
What? Yes.
Well, I think first of all, as I was preparing the speech, I was scrolling through what any kind of research I could do, and I jumped into by accident a picture of Ursula von der Leyen, who is now visiting Kiev and speaking with President Zelensky.
Today she is.
Yes, indeed, exactly. And I was thinking, like, how we can, how this new European Bauhaus, how does it relate to what's going on? Because for me, the war in Ukraine shifted absolutely everything. And I went back to the meeting we had with Ursula von der Leyen, actually, because as Fridays for Future, we met a few weeks ago, what seems to be an eternity now in the times of war. We met with her in March, and we've had an hour-long conversation with her. Me, a Ukrainian friend of mine, Arina Bilai, activist from Hungary, an activist from Germany. And we essentially said, if we are to be serious about what's going on right now with the climate crisis and with the war in Ukraine, we have to speak about fossil fuels. And she agreed with us. And she said, yes, this is definitely that. You're right. You're right. It's about the dependency on the fossil fuels that makes us, it makes those ties to oligarchs, to dictatorships, not only to Russia, but to dictatorships around the world, to autocrats around the world, and that keeps us hostage within those crises. And she said, yes, it's the full embargo on Russian fossil fuels and a speed up to renewables, to a speed up and just transition is the answer to that if we are serious. And so I left that meeting feeling quite hopeful. Okay, so the leader of the European Union, if that's what she tells me, then maybe there is hope. But then I see it's June. And we've been to the European Council Summit. We went with a whole bunch of activists from Ukraine, from Eastern Europe, from Germany, from Austria. We went there, we protested, we held actions because the oil embargo, not even speaking about the gas embargo, was under question whether it will happen. Now we then hear Roberta Metsola, who has been saying that, yes, a gas embargo will happen in early June. Now Roberta Metsola, even if we request the meetings with representatives, with politicians who are there to serve us, essentially, serve our society, she does not want to meet with us. And we hear already in the European Parliament and across the European Union that member states have doubts whether we should have an oil embargo, whether we should, and not even speak about the gas embargo. And I bring this up to show that we are fed with so many beautiful concepts, with so many beautiful words, with so many beautiful promises. So as Fridays for Future, we know more than well, because we've been campaigning for climate action since years, and we are fed up with empty promises, with concepts, with sustainability targets, with goals that mean nothing. And so if the new European Bauhaus or any kind of promise, any kind of idea is to work, we must end with the era of empty promises because they mean nothing to us. And we must first listen to those most affected by the crisis that we're living in, but then turn our sights to who's responsible for where the money flows. Who are the companies in Europe that are still driving the destruction and the exploitation of people in the global south? We must watch very closely the political decisions that are made now. As Olaf Scholz, the Chancellor of Germany, one thing is that he doesn't want to cut off from Russian fossil fuels. And then we hear that our friends in Senegal, in Uganda, they already speak about the fact that Germany wants to exploit their oil and gas. There's so many political decisions that are happening right now as we speak, and that will determine whether we have any chance for any new European Bauhaus or any just transition or any kind of beautiful concept to be possible. And so if it is to work, if this is to be real and possible, we have to watch very closely what those who are supposed to serve our societies are doing, whether they bring beautiful promises or whether they bring actual just action. And so this is what I expect. And this is what I see the only hope. It's an action, concrete action right now as we speak.
And I wonder, though, and this is where it gets complicated, though. When you say, or you mention a country like Germany, huge industrial economy, which of course has been behind targets on anything that's green for years, who you could argue became too dependent on gas and Russian oil because it was cheap, so then it was good business for everyone. But when you hear now what they say, well, there's an economic reality too, and you can't just unplug from an energy source to another overnight. That means that people could lose jobs. That means that sites go down. That means that our industry made in Germany is gonna get a huge hit. I wonder though, is there a fair argument to say it does need some time to adjust, which is exactly what they argue. Oil from now until the end of the year. Gas, let's take a breather. Do you wonder, however, or do you feel that they have a valid point when they say, I get it, it works on paper, but in real life, there's multiple dynamics that play out. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think it's time for us to be honest that just transition to peaceful renewables and towards energy efficiency away from fossil fuels will not be easy. And it will not happen from one day to another. But this is also what we say, if this is to be just, we must not leave anyone behind and we must do it together. And so it will take time. But what happens, and this is the problem, that this argument that it will be hard and difficult and it will take time is used in order to excuse those in power from action. And what happens at the same time when this argument is used is that we hear about Chancellor of Germany meeting with the CEOs of different industries, of different companies, including fossil fuel companies. We hear about the fossil fuel companies reaching record profits in 2022. And so, I feel like people are still not prioritized. What is in power are big companies or big corporations who are right now on the pursuit to secure their profits as high as possible. And so we must, first of all, say no to what they are doing, say no to just the crazy profits that they are making at the moment as we speak, and which even the International Energy Agency is alarming us of. And we must prioritize people and be honest with them, and really pay attention that this summer it will be hard. We may not achieve a full phase out of Russian fossil fuels, but we must do everything we can to put people in Ukraine as a priority, and to put our people, to give them access to peaceful energy that's not stained with the blood of our friends and with any blood of any person around the world. So let's be honest. I think it starts with honesty, and I doubt whether those in power are honest with us.
Okay, and well, thank you for that. And that was also summarized by the Italian Prime Minister, who said, do we want air conditioning or do we want to really deploy everything into this? I guess hard questions is no easy answer, but I do want to say we're reaching the end of our session. The head of the commission will be here, by the way, Ursula von der Leyen, in an hour's time. She's visited Kiev today, and I'm sure Roberta Metsola, if she's watching this, will meet with you very soon at the European Parliament. And now we've reached the end of the session. I want to say thank you to all of our panelists. I want to say also thank you to Domenica, who joined remotely. Hope to see you very soon in real life, and it was a pleasure. Thank you very much. And of course, stay with us, because the award ceremony will happen in an hour's time. And in the meantime, there's an incredible set behind, so go and enjoy it. I know I will. I have many things that I want to do and try. The food is amazing. So you have an hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hold up.
Good afternoon, Brussels, and good afternoon on the screens. Yeah, now you have to put your heads in because otherwise you won't hear me. I just take a little break for the people at home, that the people in the room can actually put on their headphones. Okay, that seems to be done. So, dear commissioners, dear finalists of the 2022 New European Bauhaus Prize, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the New European Bauhaus Prize ceremony. My name is Ruth Reichstein. I have the pleasure to coordinate this wonderful initiative in the team of Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, and it's my great honor to be your host today. This festival was such a great demonstration of this growing New European Bauhaus community. And towards the end of this ceremony, we will have the occasion to see some of the highlights of the last days. But first, let's focus on this year's prize. Let me just recall some of the basic facts about this 2022 prize. It's the second time that we award the prize, and we are very proud that this year we had applications from all EU member states. During the ceremony, you will see the great variety and diversity that we have this year in the winners and runner-ups. They were all selected by a jury, and you are all these front runners that we need, and you show that change is possible and that is happening every day on the ground all over Europe. Today we will award 18 prizes in 4 categories, and we will go into more details later. But it's already a great success for the 52 finalists that were selected by the experts to be here today, and I think you can give them already a warm applause. So before we dive into the ceremony as such, I'm afraid that I have rather bad news, because I think quite some of you expected to have the President of the Commission with us tonight. Unfortunately, she could not join because last night she traveled to Kiev. She went there to discuss the upcoming possible candidate status for the country to access the European Union. But I talked to her yesterday when we were still in Rome. She very much enjoyed the opening session of the festival there on Thursday. And she told me not only to convey her greetings, but also to read you a short message. And that is what I will do now. So 2 years ago, we started the European Bauhaus with a vision. A vision about bringing our climate agenda, the European Green Deal, closer to the people, to add a soul and a heart. A vision how to better interconnect policy, culture, science, and arts. A vision how to make our buildings and cities, the places where we live, sustainable, circular, and climate friendly. Today, not even 2 years later, this vision is implemented all over Europe. The European Bauhaus triggered change in many places and started to improve the quality of life of many citizens. And all this happened and continues to happen thanks to you. It is thanks to you that we can be confident to succeed in our fight against climate change and to preserve our planet for the generations to come. You show the example, and I want to thank you for this. I am very grateful that there was special attention to Ukraine during the festival, to the question of reconstruction. As I said during the opening session, this rebuilding should be done along the new European Bauhaus principles. Being in Kiev today, I can tell you again how important this support is. This festival was a wonderful opportunity to show not only how we can imagine our future, but highlight the solutions that will bring us there. Again, a huge thanks to all of you for your work. I wish you a great ceremony. So far from the President. And now I have the honor to invite two extraordinary women on stage, Alexandra Mitsotakis and Helle Soholt. Please, ladies. So thank you so much to both of you for joining today. I would say that you are real new European Bauhaus pioneers, coming from very different backgrounds and very different parts of Europe as well. Alexandra from Greece is the co-founder and chair of the World Human Forum and also member of our new European Bauhaus high-level roundtable, and you helped a lot shaping this initiative since the beginning. Helle is the CEO of Gare Architects from Denmark, and her company is specialized in people-centered urban design, and you have to explain a bit more what that means. So as you heard already from this short introduction, these two ladies are very much interested in us, human beings. And we will now have a short dia, or rather trialogue, as a kind of inspiration for this ceremony. Alexandra, as I said, you are the founder of the World Human Forum, and you say in your explanation what it is, that you want to bring people together, bridge between different disciplines, and develop a new common narrative. So what does it mean? What are the ingredients for this narrative, and how does it resonate with the European Bauhaus?
Well, thank you for having me, first of all. It's a huge pleasure and a huge honor to be here with you. As far as the World Human Forum goes, I want to say that certainly recognizing the need for multidisciplinarity is something very important for us. But that's not the main reason why we created the World Human Forum. Breaking down silos is necessary, and it's even necessary in the Commission here and in the European Union. But what is important for us, even more important, is the glass ceiling we perceive between the efforts people are doing on the ground and the perception of those efforts in the people who make the decisions, whether it's in the corporate sector, in the political sector, even in the NGO sector. There is a glass ceiling between what happens up there and what happens down there. And I'm convinced, and so are all the people who co-created the World Human Forum several years ago, a few years ago, in Delphi, in Greece, with us, that unless we break down that glass ceiling, unless we recognize that change is coming from the bottom up, and that that's not just words, that's the reality, and you see it in the prizes you will award later, unless we do that, there's not going to be real change.
Thank you. Helle, you are looking at this from an architect's and an urban planner's perspective. And on your website, you say, every neighborhood should provide people what they need to live a healthy life. That sounds super ambitious, doesn't it?
It is super ambitious. But Ruth, first of all, I want to congratulate you with these 3 days. It's been amazing to participate in this movement that the new European Bauhaus is creating. Besides being the CEO of Gare on an everyday basis, where we focus on making cities for and with people, I'm also the chair of the Blocks Hub community in Copenhagen that has been selected as one of the lighthouse projects for the Bauhaus. So thank you very much for that. We do focus on how can the physical environment actually support people's everyday life. And we, as designers and architects, we have a big responsibility to make sure that the designs that we create are enabling people to make the choices that are good for them, good for the city, and good for the environment at the same time. A good example of that could be biking infrastructure that allows people to make the right choice. It's healthy for them, it's better for the city, and it helps the environment at the same time. Public spaces, I feel, is at the very, very core foundation of any well-functioning community. And when I say public spaces, I just don't mean sort of parks and streets, but really the physical and social infrastructure of cities where we can play and learn and live and create together.
Thank you, Helle. Alexandra, when you see the prices of today and from your experience with the European Bauhaus the last 1.5 years, what is for you the added value of this project, the added value also to the climate policy agenda and the European Green Deal?
Well, certainly it's much more than the climate policy agenda. It's opening up from a more technocratic approach to something that is much bigger. We cannot solve the issues, the challenges we are faced with by staying strictly in the climate agenda. The crisis we are facing is evidently not just an ecological crisis, it's a social crisis, it's a political crisis, it's an educational crisis, it's a crisis of values, it's a cultural crisis. In the end, we are talking about our civilization, the way we live with ourselves, with others, with Mother Earth. And in that sense, I believe that the European Bauhaus brings this opening up of the much more narrow technocratic approach that we as citizens had the feeling Europe was going down that road. And let me add, Ruth, that if somebody had told me sort of 2 years ago that I would be sitting here in Brussels talking with you and sort of representing the World Human Forum, that is what a bottom-up citizen initiative in itself. And I would never have believed it. I would have said, this is not possible, you know? And nevertheless, it's happening. So this is, for me, the amazing added value of the new European Bauhaus.
Thank you very much. Helle, last question to you. You were talking about your vision about the cities and the places where we live. What is actually needed in very also practical terms to make this change and this transformation happen?
Well, first of all, we need to include people. I think that has been the common thread throughout all conversations these last 3 days. We need to act in a more inclusive way, not so that we have solutions for people, but we actually allow for more active participation. As secondly, we need action. We need action-oriented planning. We need action-oriented learning, because it's only through testing the solutions in our urban environment that we can truly invite for people to test new behaviors. And by that, we are actually learning together and creating the connections that we are now talking about between our politicians, our planners, our civil society, and for all of us to engage in this transition.
Thank you very much. It would have been nice to talk longer with you, but, sorry, please, applause. Yeah, as I said, we could get going on for hours, but our dear finalists will die of impatience. So thank you very much and enjoy the evening.
Thank you.
So let's now turn finally to the finalists and the winners, of course, of this year's prize. So as you might know, for each category, we will have 2 winners. The award will go to a project that is already up and running or even completed. And then in the Rising Stars category, we award a project from the younger generation. And now we will start with the first category. And for this first category, it's my pleasure to welcome on stage Maria Gabriel, Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Yes, because the places where we live shape up our lives. The first category, reconnecting with nature, rewards inspirational projects that bring individuals and communities closer to nature. Reconsidering our relationship to nature can take many different forms, and the physical transformation holds the power to initiate wider changes. It can be a concrete opportunity for communities to rethink the purpose of a place and work together in this perspective. It can also lead a community to rethink its relationship to nature as a whole, from considering it a resource to a precious asset that deserve all our efforts to be protected. So, as you said it, Ruth, for all our 4 categories under the awards, we considered existing, completed examples of beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive projects. Let us now have a look at the nominees.
So this was actually the category, and now we will have the nominees in the next short video.
So, the runner-up in category 1, Reconnecting with Nature, it's AAA, Atelier d'Architecture Autogéré from France. Congratulations.
Voilà. Can you come a bit closer to the center stage, because now you are the stars. And, well, wait, I will turn around, up là, because we want to hear, of course, from you how you feel now. Who wants to speak?
I try.
I take it for you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And what to say, it's a big honor and it's a big responsibility to have this prize. Because in fact, it's not a prize for us, it's much more a prize for you, all of you. Because our strategy, it's a way to act locally against global crisis, and you are all of us in a global crisis, and usually you don't know how to act. Generally, you expect from high-level decisioners to do something, and in fact, it's not happened. So our strategy is a way to give reasons and opportunity and a new value system to every citizen to act locally and being together to be able to have a global solution. So it's a chance and it's a big responsibility for European people especially, because you are in a rich country, educated country, and a democratic country. So if it's not us, it's who to act. Actually, so crisis, it's a big opportunity to change the system.
Thank you very much. You have to move here now for the picture with the commissioner. Could you just you take the picture with them?
Okay. Yep. Thank you. And
so I take the runner-ups with me. No, you can stay here still.
Stay.
You can come with me, and then the commissioner can announce the winner. Just come here.
And the winner in this category 1, Reconnecting with Nature, is IMB, Barcelona Metropolitan Area Regeneration of Beach Dune System from Spain.
Commissioner, can you try to put them in the team?
Congratulations. Yeah, and it's for you.
Can you come a bit closer,
words,
because
please.
otherwise I have been. Maybe you just go. Yeah, voila, perfect. We will get there. It's only it's a bit of a challenge to have all this. So, also for you, a short message, but keep it short because otherwise the other finalists will get crazy.
It's possible to.
Yes.
My memory is not is not good. Yes, it's a good afternoon as first, but thank you to the new European Bauhaus and the jury for the prize, and also for congratulations for the work for the a better life for all. No? And this award which is a award recognition over many years of Barcelona Metropolitan Area team to recover characteristic landscape of our coast. Dune landscape, dune landscape that make metropolitan beaches more resilient and against effects of climate change, while recovering ecosystems and biodiversity typical of these natural spaces, used by 10 million people per year. Once again, thanks to all AMB team who have made this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We also have the picture with the commissioner.
Thank you very much.
The picture. Oops. Little accident on the stage.
Yep.
So once they are done with the picture, you can also go.
Congratulations.
Ta-da. So congratulations again to the winners.
And now Rising Stars. As you know, in addition to completed projects, we were also inviting concepts and ideas by young people under the age of 30, our Rising Stars, to identify ideas on how to rekindle and strengthen our bonds with nature. And this approach epitomizes our special attention targeted to young people in line with the European Year of Youth. Young people are an extraordinary driver for creativity. It is therefore our duty to be able to listen to them, to facilitate their engagement and to support their actions. And this can include ideas how to regenerate ecosystems and restore biodiversity. Or it can imply taking a step back and reconsidering our relationship with nature at a more fundamental level, developing concepts for a life-centered perspective as an alternative to a human-centered one. So here are the nominees. And the runner-up in this category 1, Reconnecting with Nature, Rising Star, is Modular Shutter Gardens from Poland. Congratulations!
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. For you and the entire team. Sorry. Here. Yeah, it's for you.
It's the right one. So, how do you feel?
I feel amazing. Thank you so much. We are very happy to be in here. We are very happy to be part of this initiative and this multinational community. And we hope that with the new European Bauhaus movement, the Europe will lead the changing in our lifestyles of excessive consumption. And then this change will spread to the whole world. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your powerful message. Thank you. That's for you too. It's part of your work. That's for you too. Thank you.
Think of the photographer. You still have to take the picture.
Nice. Thank you.
You can come to me, and then there's the winner.
And the winner, Rising Star category, Reconnecting with Nature, is Symbiotic Spaces Collective from Germany. Congratulations. Please come here.
Congratulations.
That's for you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Also for you, what's your message?
Wow, first of all, I'm so positively surprised and overwhelmed now to stand here on stage. Thank you everyone who supported our project and our vision so far. All the people who joined us on our journey, and not only the people, also like all the humans who joined us, like symbiotic spaces create spaces for non-humans, and we want to keep and invite these species to keep our ecosystems alive, and we work towards a life-centered design rather than a human-centered design. And we think that humans and also technology is a part of nature, and that means that we also need to include all species, and we also think about all these critters and fishes and amphibians, and we want to make these establish these relationships again, and make them visible and invite them. And we would like also to invite you, if you want to support and if you want to have like also symbiotic spaces in your city, then please contact us. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The picture for the photo, please. And if you can just open it. Yes.
They asked me to do that.
This is
like this.
I can.
Really? It's okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations to the entire team.
So, congratulations again to the winners, and thank you very much, Commissioner. Thanks. Voilà, so first category is done. Next, second category. And for this category, I'm very pleased to welcome Elisa Ferreira, our Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms. Welcome, Commissioner. Just stay in front of the black line.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Okay.
It's your turn.
Shall I
all
start?
yours, yes.
Okay. So, in fact, we have a collective commitment to the delivery of the new European Bauhaus, fostering a sense of belonging, and that's the category we are looking at now, is key to building a strong and resilient community and to reinforce the ties within this community. So everyone needs to feel they belong to a place, a community, a city, a village, or a neighborhood. Category 2 of this year's prize edition is all about that. It's called Regaining a Sense of Belonging, fostering strong, meaningful community ties, collaboration in all its forms, be it intergenerational or interdisciplinary. And so category 2 was open to projects for the development of places, products, processes, or business models that build on local culture, on traditions, on know-how, on craft and contemporary diversity and creativity. Our finalists' projects illustrate a range of successful, diverse approaches for creating, in fact, strong community ties. Urban regeneration schemes, co-housing projects, and community gardens, repurposing of former industrial sites, safeguarding of cultural heritage sites, creative spaces, and places of learning. All these projects, they bring value to the European citizens, and I would like to encourage all finalists in this category to go international and to scale up, in fact. So now let's have the names of the winners.
Let's look at the category and the nominees. Now is the moment.
Yes, and this is the moment. So the runner-up is from Lithuania, the project Genius Loki, digital mapping tool. Well done. Congratulations. Congratulations. This is for you. And the flag is for you as well.
Congratulations. So,
thank you so
what's
much.
your message to all your fans outside?
Wow, this is amazing. I feel so grateful.
Just wait a second, because I did it wrong again. They told me always a left hand for the microphone, but I don't get it right yet. Sorry for that.
So I'm very honored to be here representing our community from Shanxi, Lithuania. And I'm originally from Argentina, so I really gained my sense of belonging to this community. And it's an example how we can work from the bottom up to connect with the development, urban development, and sustainable visions for our neighborhood. And I'm really glad. I don't know, I have so much to say, but I'm also very nervous, I'm sorry.
You are doing great. Thank you so much. And now the picture with the commissioner.
You have flag. This is mine. This is yours. Wait a minute, we have got to take the picture.
So you can...
Congratulations. Great.
So you can come with me, and then the commissioner can announce the winner.
Are we going to watch the videos or not?
No.
Yeah? I was waiting for her.
Oh, sorry. It's you. I'm sorry. I was chatting. I'm very sorry.
So when the winner...
Yes, please.
Yes, now the winner.
Yes.
And the winner is from Austria for the project Gleis 21.
Congratulations. Please.
Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations. So
I
this
didn't
is
expect that. Thank you very much.
the prize. Oh gosh.
Okay, wow.
Take the prize.
Thank you. Wow.
So, with all your emotion, are you still able to say something to the public?
Yeah, thank you, of course. So, thank you. Thank you to this project was a team effort. In fact, we were like so many people involved. I want to say thank you to the project team and, of course, most of all to the co-housing group we developed this project with. And thank you very much, because without these people, they are the soul of the project, and they are also doing it for us. And thank you very much. And yeah, that's it. And also, I also want to say is that it is a good example for how important it is to develop projects bottom up. That's what my colleague also already said. That yes, bottom up is the solution.
Thank you. You also have your picture.
Congratulations. You've got to come here.
I'm nervous. Perfect. Thank you very much.
Oh, I can imagine.
Thank you.
Voilà. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations again to the winner and the runner-up. There's nothing better than prize ceremonies, no? I mean, it's really nice to see all these
that's
happy...
That's right, you're right. So, and now we have the rising stars in this same category. And in fact, in the European Union, ambitious goals have been set within the framework of the European Green Deal to activate transformative changes on the ground and make Europe's economy sustainable and climate neutral by 2050. But there is a new sense of urgency. And that sense of urgency is particularly shared by all the young people in Europe. We all can witness it. For the second edition of our Rising Stars prizes, we have received, and I think this is very significant, almost 500 applications from people under the age of 30. So it is really a very significant number. The concepts and ideas we received are absolutely amazing. We all need to applaud our young generation for their creativity and enthusiasm. So let's take a look at the nominees now. And the runner-up is from Czechia, Martin Maras, for Reclaim Zigzag proposal. Congratulations, this is your prize. This is the flag, it's also part of the prize, and now you'll be interviewed by
Yes, you have to turn around a bit. So, Martin, what's your message?
Cool. Thanks a lot, first of all. It's awesome to stand here. And yeah, I didn't come up with any amazing message, so I'm just gonna say that it was quite awesome to meet all the finalists within the last few days and see all the projects around Europe that are developed by these cool people. And I'm happy that there is a movement like Bauhaus that is looking after these projects, so thanks.
Thank you. Your picture.
Shall we take a picture? It's there. Congratulations.
So, Martin, you can come here.
And now we have the winner. And the winner comes from Poland. And it's the project folk concept, Maciej Czański. Congratulations. Congratulations. This is your prize. And this is also the flag.
I have the impression that you have prepared something on your phone. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'll hold it for you.
I give you a second.
I can hold it for you.
Yeah, you're ready? Okay.
Yeah, so, ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the world we live in can change beyond recognition. Technological progress changes not only the final product, but also changes us and the environment in which we live. My project, Folk Concept, is a project of adaptation of unique buildings in Polish villages. The theme of countryside in recent years goes beyond the current framework and becomes an even more important element affecting identity and origin. In the last decade of 21st century, we observe pauperization of tradition and disappearance of craft skills in favor of technological solution and mass production. How should we, as designers, design our future? First of all, design maturity, awareness of materials, the consequences of their use, and the impact on people and the environment. It is we designers who will create the future, the Europe of the future. It's up to us to innovate with respect for our Earth and our climate. We are on the right path. Let us be consistent with the values we represent at the new European Bauhaus Prize. Beautiful, sustainable, and together. Thank you for award, and I'm so happy to be a part of this event.
Thank you. You have your picture as well.
Now we come here to take the picture. Congratulations, huh?
Thank you.
Give you the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Congratulations again to you too, and thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
So now I will be a bit impolite to the public in the room and I will turn you the back for some minutes. So I would say that this was already a really good start, impressive, amazing project, and I feel slightly sorry for the finalists of category 3 and 4 because we will try a bit your patience. To increase the suspense even further, we will now have a short musical break with Bézac Arthur, a Belgian songwriter who works a lot with artists from around the world. So he's actually a silo breaker, just like we are in the European Bauhaus. So I hope I will turn around again to check that they are ready. Yes, you are ready. Super, so warm applause to Bézac Arthur.
Ce monde est un drive-in, tout est à portée d'humain. Suffirait de quelques loopings pour avancer main dans la main. Je vois fleurir des buildings pour loger des casinos. Des enfants vivent dans des parkings, ils en font des îles aux oiseaux. We are humans. We can make a better world. We are humans. We can make a better world. La vie est une aventure qui se vit sur les chemins. Pour toucher le vent et l'azur, lâchons nos maisons, nos terrains. Sur la route on entend le soleil rire dans la poussière. Et on pense à ce coup de vent qui mettrait fin à toutes les guerres. We are humans. We can make a better world. We are humans. We can make a better world. Si l'on cassait les murs de pierre au lieu de se casser les pieds, à se battre pour un bout de terre vu d'en haut pas plus gros qu'un dé. Je veux construire de nouveaux ponts entre nos vies parallèles, avancer ma ligne d'horizon, que chaque ville puisse toucher Bruxelles. We are humans. We can make a better world. We are humans. We can make a better world, a better world. We are humans. We can make a better world, a better world. We are humans. We can make a better world.
Thank you very much. He has already disappeared, but I think he gave us a bit new energy. And for those who want more, Bézac Arthur will actually perform again tomorrow evening as a kind of closing act at our stage in the city center at Mont des Arts. So please join him for his proper concert tomorrow. So now we come to the third category. And there, Commissioner Gabriel, please come back on stage.
Yes, we come to our third prize category, prioritizing the places and people that need it the most. Yes, we all know that certain territories, communities, and individuals require a particular and urgent attention because the new European Bauhaus belongs to all citizens by essence, and no one should be left behind. That's why we encouraged a broad interpretation of the category, including physical and place-based transformations, such as, for instance, reconversion, renovation, and regeneration of the built environment in the spirit of design for all principle. And we also welcomed examples in which a combination of various functions, such as housing, social inclusion, education and training, improves the citizens' quality of life. And now, here are the nominated.
That was a bit abrupt, but so.
Yes, and the runner-up in this category, prioritizing the places and people that need it the most, is Odysseia Academy from Greece. Congratulations.
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 Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry.
A big thank you.
Wait. You first need the microphone. Otherwise, I can't hear you. Now you can start.
Okay, so a big thank you. It means the world to us to recognize our efforts to make Greece, Europe, and the world a little bit better. With a never-ending pandemic, the economic crisis, and the wars that are looming closer to home, more and more people are becoming vulnerable. So if 10 people from Greece can help so much, everybody in Europe can do it, and we can make a better Europe out there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The picture? Here. Picture with the Vanessa?
Please come for the picture. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can come here.
And the winner in this category, again prioritizing the places and people that need it the most, is the Korenblom from Belgium. Congratulations.
You will do fine. Congratulations. It's full. Okay, the hands were shaking. How is the voice?
I think the voice is doing okay. This is really overwhelming. Of course, this is a project. It has been more than 10 years in the making. So there's a whole team behind the project of people that have joined all the initiatives of our client, the Korenblom. We were just the architects executing all the vision. I think the project is a success in the sense that, or even an example, that this is a project where we actually have found this magic laser beam between government and bottom-up approaches. And I think within the current European crisis, of course, it's a humble contribution. It's only a small water drop on this boiling plate. But I think the project is an ode to all the little water drops. Together we can fill a bucket, and with a bucket we can fill a pool, and then the sea. I think, new Bauhaus, we love you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations again to our winners. Please, you can go, yeah.
So now our rising stars, yes, from our young rising stars, we asked for innovative ideas and concepts to support those that need it the most. And again, it is of paramount importance to get inspirations from young talents because it is part and parcel of our European ideal to act at the service of all European citizens, and I'm convinced that we need all talents to do so. It is one of the big achievements of the new European Bauhaus to have brought together in just over 1 year a vibrant community that includes equally young talents and renowned professionals of all parts of life. To illustrate it, let us shed light on the brilliant ideas of our Rising Stars nominees. Thank you. And here the runner-up is Cooling Corner and Corridors from Hungary. Congratulations.
Congratulations. What's your message?
Well, in the 2 last communication trainings, they told me not to speak about myself. So I would like to speak about the people who I represent in this project, because I'm here on behalf of people who cannot afford any specific and single adaptation practices. I'm here for pregnant women, I'm here for children, their parents who are suffering during the heat waves. I'm here on behalf of my 90-year-old grandma who cannot make a step outside during the summer. And I'm also here on behalf of Hungarian people who want to have a more inclusive and more tolerant and sustainable future. And they...
You're allowed to clap.
And actually, they all say that there is a need for responses, proper responses to climate change with just adaptation practices. And I would like to thank to my colleagues, Jasmin Heilemann, Imola Langmar, who helped shaping Cool Cause, and to my always supporting Visan, my family, and friends, and the European Commission to give these people the opportunity to have a speech today. So
thank you. Thank you. Please come for the photo. Just one second. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you can come here.
And now the winner, our rising star in the category prioritizing the places and people that need it the most, is Topolo Topolove, the Villages House from Italy. Congratulations.
I have to take a deep breath.
Yes, take a deep breath.
So my heart is really, really grateful. First, I would like to take this place, a village called Topolove, for its beauty, challenges, and generosity that enabled us to dream. Then I would like to thank all my dear friends from Association Robida, who are the living proof that everything is possible if you do it with love and open heart and mind, of course. And of course, I would like to thank you for this precious award, because for us, this is a proof that choosing a different way of living together and reviving the abandoned place with a constant presence, so staying there, is not an abstract or utopian idea, but like possible way of living together. And living in a house, as it would, living in a village as it would be a house, is our mode of trying to make this world a bit better place. So this kind of recognition is a great encouragement and support. So not only for us, but also for others who would maybe one day share the same dream.
Thank you very much. Your picture.
Please come for the picture.
You can still stay and then take a picture and then we can go together.
Yeah, now I'm shaking your
Close,
hand.
you know. Yes. Yeah, good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again, and thank you, Commissioner. So we are slowly going towards the end of the ceremony, but we still have a fourth category and the public prize to award. And the last category of this year's prizes is probably the one that sounds the most complicated, shaping a circular industrial ecosystem and supporting life cycle thinking. So I hope that you, Commissioner Ferreira, can tell us more about it. Welcome back.
In fact, Ruth, it sounds complicated, but it is needed because, in fact, as you just mentioned, category 4 is about the circular economy. So shaping a circular industrial ecosystem and supporting life cycles thinking. So turning the European Green Deal into reality requires substantial investment and policy efforts. And we need structural changes. The key message under this category concentrates on new life cycle thinking. For instance, for the decarbonization of the built environment and supply chains, we need to rethink how we build, how we refurbish, how we dress, how we travel. So it's a complete change in our paradigms. Under this category, we are looking at inspirational examples of beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive projects that can effectively contribute to the transformation of the industrial ecosystems towards more sustainable practice in a spirit of circularity, also taking into account relevant social aspects. And that is exactly what we have received. Excellent projects in both the built and the non-built environment, very timely and inspirational, seen through the eyes of practitioners. In the case of recently completed projects, of course, this category, but also through the lenses of our young generation, that will be the follow-up, who provide the concept and ideas for future projects. So let us take a look at the nominees in this category. And the runner-up is Ateliere Fara Frontiere from Romania. Congratulations.
Congratulations. Yes, are you? Oh, wow.
Oh,
okay. I prepared a little speech. I'm very thrilled to be here. Deep breath, first of all. Thank you so much for all the support that we received from all of you. And first of all, I would like to congratulate all my colleagues, the team behind Ateliere Fara Frontiere, who makes this possible, and all the beneficiaries that we work for and we work with, because they work in these workshops, circular economy workshops. And basically, they help us turn waste into something beautiful and into hope as well. Because this is what this project is about, turning electronic waste from electronic and electrical equipment into hope for schools, vulnerable schools in Romania. And I wanted to say a few words. So, like-minded people with shared values and ambitions, we all gathered here under the a new European Bauhaus with a common mission to find, bring, and collaborate on solutions that can make our societies more inclusive and nature-driven, basically to build up on environmental and social responsibility. We'd like to believe this is a collective responsibility, not just towards the earth, nature, and resources, but also towards the most vulnerable amongst us. This is what drives us most at Ateliere Fără Frontiere, the people we work with, and we try to create social and environmental change for. Individuals coming from vulnerable backgrounds who refurbish this kind of waste that we collect and then donate to the most disadvantaged schools in Romania. And this project also allowed us to bring under the same umbrella digital education and infrastructure, social inclusion and work integration. And it's amazing when you can find an idea and a concept that can address several issues at once. For us, sustainability also means shifting from the traditional economic models and the linear economy as we know it to a more sustainable economic system. And we kind of found an opportunity for this through social and circular economy, basically. And here there's a big role that work integration, social enterprises can play. And this is how we can build social profit, greener jobs, and a more sustainable society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your picture.
Now we go and we take a picture here. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Well done. And now we have the winner.
Yes.
Yeah.
Tell us.
So the winner is Ziwa Lab Associação Lixo Zero Waste Lab from Portugal.
Here you go.
Thank you so much. We were told that this could not be done because it was too complex, but there's magic in complexity because it allows great weaving of collaboration and complementarity. And toys were a great acupuncture point to address the shadow side of consumer culture, and Replay proved an extraordinary opportunity to examine it and attempt to transform it layer by layer. From the thousands of toys that we collected in 11 cities, we opened streams for donating, for repairing, and for recycling, proving that over 90% of materials no longer need to end up in landfills. And so we dedicate this to all that contributed in so many amazing ways, our core team at Zero Waste Lab and Precious Plastic Portugal, our sponsor, but also the families, the schools, volunteers, municipalities, industries, and Precious Plastic Labs. It was really together. And we are opening pathways for new waste streams, but mostly for prevention, for decentralized, new extended producer responsibility schemes, and hopefully also contributing to better legislation regarding eco-design and plastic toxicity. We really need this. And so today, I'd like also to dedicate this to all of us who bravely manifest and facilitate the more beautiful world our hearts know possible, because the worst kind of waste is a wasted opportunity. And just to, in the end, remember, just like children, we all need less toys and more quality play. Thank you.
Muito bem. Fantástico. Vamos aqui tirar a fotografia. Tem de mostrar. Aberto. Mas isso, sim. Parabéns. Obrigada. Orgulho.
Congratulations again. And we go to the rising stars.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, we jumped the bump.
Yeah, no problem. And now, here we go to our rising stars in this category. And from our rising stars, we received, in fact, a rich range of ideas, all promoting life cycle thinking. There are educational initiatives, skills for transformation of industrial ecosystems, concepts promoting new economic models, in particular in the social and proximity economy. We also had initiatives and ideas contributing to the overall socio-economic development of a locality, region, city, where these young people came from. congratulations again to all our young applicants. I repeat my message to all the young talents gathered here. No matter if you win today, look for various opportunities to implement your proposals in practice, because your work is very valuable. Please don't give up, and congratulations on what you have done. Now let's take a look at the nominees in the category for Rising Stars. And, well, the runner-up is Rico from Italy for Rico SRL.
Congrats, I can't give you a handshake because my hands are full, but okay. Your predecessor just said we need less toys. Now you bring 2 on stage. Bye.
With airport. I don't know, this is a fantastic idea. This is a crazy idea. And thank you for our designer to realize this, I don't know, fantastic idea.
This is amazing,
so
yeah?
I want to say thanks for the organization, the support, for the events. I want to say good luck to the guys that I know in these days. So very fantastic idea, thank you. So the message that we wanna see, sorry for the motion, we wanna send is we don't sell a product, we sell a message for our child to be educated about sustainability, and in our small part we can do a lot of things for our environment. So thank you so much.
Thank you. You want to add something?
This is yours.
Then go and have the picture.
I think you want it. Okay, now we take a picture, okay? Well done, eh?
Thank you so much, thank you.
Per aprire questo.
It's complicated when you have so many things in your hand.
Thank you.
Well, fantastic. Well done. And now we go for the winner. And the winner is Irene Purasacci and Chanawan from Finland. Well done, huh? Well done. This is yours. And the flag.
Yes, congrats.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm so overwhelmed right now, but well, thank you, the European Commission, for organizing this award. And I speak for both my project partner, Chanawan Danpan, and I. that we are very honored to be stand here. So first, we would like to thank our support from our friends and families, both in Europe and in Thailand. Support from Aalto University, Finland, Academia Mode and Fashion Germany, Chemrod's Personnel, Flower Rescue Helsinki, and the Jacobi family. With the prize we received today, we will be able to make the first step into a world with more sustainable flower practices. And we are more than happy to continue the conversation with anyone. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Now we come here to take a picture.
Wait a second.
Yes, I hold the flag for
Wait a
you.
second,
You
the
want?
other lady will join. Come on.
Congratulations. Well done.
Yeah, sorry. I was confused because you are two, so I thought that we were done, but we are not done yet. Can I have the mic back?
Good to go?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Sorry. Wow, that was amazing. As I said, all these projects were selected by an expert jury, but the New European Bauhaus would not be the New European Bauhaus if we would not also listen to the public, to all those who believe in our New European Bauhaus values, sustainability, inclusiveness, and beauty. And that's why we have also a public prize to award tonight. Over 6,000 people casted their votes. And for this public prize, it's a pleasure to welcome a very special guest on stage, Xavier Troussard, the head of the New European Bauhaus team. Welcome, Xavier.
Thank you very much, my dear Ruth. And let's go to the public prize.
You were too quick for them, you know.
So as you explained, Ruth, the public prizes recognizes the best voted finalists in the two strands of the competition. So you all have been competing for the votes. We collected an amazing amount of votes, more than 17 votes. And I think for us, this is an illustration of the value we attach to citizen participation across the European Bauhaus Initiative. We heard a lot about bottom-up. We learned a lot about participation. These are the fundamental principles on which we can build a movement by the citizens for the citizens. So let's look at now who's the first winner. No?
We don't have nominees. No, we don't have nominees, of course. Yeah. No, we don't have them.
Video.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
ooh, suspense.
The first winner is TL Garden of the Future. I give you your prize.
Thanks a lot.
And the flag.
Okay.
Congratulations.
I did not see this coming. It's such an honor to be here today. It's just, I need a minute to digest what just happened. I come from a very small country in Europe, it's Cyprus. And I'm so grateful to be part of the 52 finalists. I met them, and you're all so talented. And it feels so good to be part of this movement. Gardens of the Future is planting seeds to grow a new mindset of how life should be experienced from now on. And still we have a long way to go towards healing the planet and healing ourselves. I think that's why New Bauhaus is here, to speed up the process. And we will do this together. Thank you.
Super, thank you. We will have your picture as well.
Well done.
Well done to you. We'll get it. We've got to show the prize.
Thank you so much. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you. We'll hold this
Perhaps the
together.
last one.
Merci
Thank you.
beaucoup.
Thank you. I think
You
you
can
have
can
over there. Huh?
Yeah.
And the second winner
Yeah.
is Alberto Lopez Bursaco. Where is he? Thank you. Congratulations. Oh, this is your prize. Go next to Ruth.
Alberto, you have the final word of the finalists and the winners tonight.
Yes, I'm really surprised. I'm really happy. And well, I want to appreciate the luck I have to meet all of you, because I think that we are connected and we are with the same goal, with the same aims, and we think that we will achieve it. Yeah, sure.
Thank you very much. You have your picture as well.
Thank you very much.
So, congratulations again to all our runner-ups and winners, and thank you, Xavier. And now, Commissioner Ferreira, back to you for closing remarks.
Well, what can we say as a closing, in a closing couple of words? Of course, I think this was really a great success. And it's amazing how in 2 years, something that was an idea became something that we feel concretely in real life, all of us in all countries. This is Europe working, I think. So I would like to start by thanking all those that engaged themselves in this project, all the contestants, everybody that thought about it and managed to organize its life and to propose ideas, to propose concepts and to do them in the real life. It is a congratulation not only to the winners and finalists, but to everybody. Everybody is contributing for these inspiring projects and ideas. And this year, the fact is that we received over 1,100 applications to the new European Bauhaus prizes. This is something, eh? So it was really difficult for the jury to select. My thanks, in fact, for all of you for having started a movement. That was our intention. Your projects, your ideas, and the embodiment of our values, sustainability, inclusiveness, aesthetics, they are the proof and the inspiration that the excellence we celebrate in Brussels today can be replicated all across Europe, all across our regions, our villages. So I think that's what we call a cultural movement, and that's what we are achieving all together. We all know that the green and the digital transition implies a profound change to our societies, to our economies and lives. Your example today shows that this is possible. And this transformation is, in fact, already happening. Let's see where it is happening. And this year, we had finalists from across the whole of Europe, as you can see, showing the potential of real transformation everywhere. I congratulate all of you wholeheartedly. You are, in fact, an inspiration in your country, but also for the whole of the European Union, and not only the European Union, also an inspiration for the world. So, in fact, we are changing the world. Because the new European Bauhaus prizes also tell us something else, that this cannot be only, or may not be only, a European movement. This is becoming a global movement. So when we are talking about changing the world, in fact, eventually we can do it. So that's the other map I wanted to show to you. Okay, so thank you for being part of this movement. And in fact, we received project examples and ideas from our immediate neighborhood, but from all the world, from Asia, America, and the Middle East. Thank you again for being part of our quest to reconnect with nature, to regain a sense of belonging, to prioritize the places and people that need it the most, to embrace circularity and life cycle thinking. And to all of you, keep bringing your ideas. Let us work together to make the future more sustainable, more beautiful, more inclusive. This is my message, but this message, to become a real thing as it is becoming, involves not only this bright idea that came from the President of the Commission, but also it requires a lot of effort from a big, big team of people. These people, we don't thank them enough. But anyway, symbolically, I would like to ask for your applause to our team and to make it visible and more concrete by thanking in particular the heart of the Bauhaus. And this is, of course, our dear colleague, Ruth. Come on, Ruth. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You deserve.
What a nice surprise. Thank you. I have even flowers.
Obrigada. This is for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Much is already dressed.
I'll bring them down there.
Thank you, Ruth.
Well, thank you so much. That was
well done.
now I'm the overwhelmed person. I don't know what to say now. Have you finished with your closing remarks? But stay on, stay on.
Okay, I will.
Because now comes the messy moment of this ceremony. It's the moment where I will invite all the runner-ups and all the winners and all our VIP speakers to come on the stage for a family picture. So please come all back again on stage.
You deserve the top prize.
Thank you. You are so kind.
No, you deserve it.
Come on, come on. Yeah, come on, wherever you want.
Muchas felicitaciones. Enhorabuena.
You think I have to say it again? Commissioner? Commissioner? I think you have to go with. You have to come a bit. Commissioner, you have to be there. Here, they are here.
You think we should be? I was told to be behind the line, not in front of the line. We have to be back.
To talk. Sorry, can you hear me in your ears? So it becomes even more messy because now we invite all the nominees to join us. So please join us. Yeah, you can also maybe... maybe you can... Thank you so much.
Good. So now you no stay. I have now. I'm getting tired, so I forget what I have to say. But as I said in the beginning, this is not only the prize ceremony, but it's also the closing session of the European Bauhaus Festival. It was really an amazing event. I hope you all enjoyed it. And now we have the opportunity to watch in a short video some of the highlights from the festival. And during the video, you're allowed to go back to your seats.
Welcome to the official opening of the new European Bauhaus Festival.
I expect a huge celebration of the spirit of the new European Bauhaus.
Whether you are an engineer, a student, an artist, or anyone who believes in a durable and efficient future, join us in celebrating a new creative movement.
We'd like to see the new European Bauhaus as a bridge between the world of science and technology and the world of art and culture.
It starts with knowledge, it starts with technology, and it starts with mobilizing people.
It's very much about greening our buildings, creating more energy efficiency, less CO2 emissions, etc.
The European Commission will not achieve targets that we aim for without the strong support of architects and urban planners.
This is the right moment in the middle of globalization, of crisis, to concentrate on what we can do together, and we can do a lot.
It's not just the politician and not just the architect. It is everyone here.
Bauhaus is not a top-down approach. It needs contributions.
It's to think about this future, common future, that there are a place for everyone.
The war is all the negation of the NEB values.
Wow. So, I imagine that at least you, public in the room, you are in the meanwhile very thirsty because we have this sun shining on us. But I will still ask you for a bit of patience because I will now deviate from the agreed show floor, and I hope that commissioners and you guests, you will forgive me, but it's for a good reason. I would actually want to thank two very special persons. And the first person I want to thank is an amazing woman who made this festival possible. Together with an amazing team, she put this event together. A huge thanks to the master of this festival, Paula.
Thank you.
At least like this, I'm not the only one to be surprised tonight by some flowers. And now comes a very emotional moment, also for me, and it is linked to a person that you have seen already briefly on stage. And I'm sorry, Xavier, you have to come back, and I hope you will not hate me for that. Please, I would like it short. So, Xavier has been a great sparring partner for me from the beginning of this project. He is actually one of the main builders. You really moved mountains in the last 2 years, and you put together an amazing team. Now you move on to a well-deserved life without the European Commission and work. But it was a real pleasure to work with you. I really want to thank you. I learned a lot from you. You will be missed. Thank you very much, Xavier.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You have to go here. So now with all this emotion, I have to turn you the back again for a little while. So now we are really at the end of the award ceremony. But before at least those here in Brussels, we can move on to a nice networking cocktail to all enjoy the evening. We really will have a last performance. So actually, I already want to thank you for your attention here in the room, but also obviously online. I wish you a beautiful, sustainable, and inclusive evening. And now to make the evening even a bit more beautiful, we will have a last performance of dancer and choreographer Lilia Lipora from Latvia. And don't forget that these performances will continue as well tomorrow, so you can see more of that tomorrow on Mont des Arts. So please welcome Lilia. What an amazing finish for this prize ceremony. Thank you so much again to all of you. Online, you can now have your own glass of juice or wine at home. We are here in Brussels. We'll still continue to celebrate at a nice networking cocktail. So the networking cocktail will take place in the networking area, which is just behind us. But for security reasons, I just ask you to exit that way, to walk around, and then to meet all your friends on the other side again. So thanks again for this amazing ceremony. I hope you enjoyed it. It was a real pleasure to see all these great projects. I will be very much looking forward to learn more about them in the next weeks and months. Thank you very much again. Enjoy the evening and stay tuned on the European Bauhaus. Thank you very much.